used his fire quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Life isn't fair, and it certainly isn't kind. Little Izuku doesn't know what that means yet, but he does know that his father acts differently when he's at home and when he's outside. He watches silently as his father smiles and laughs with other people on the few occasions he sees his father in public and cowers under Hisashi's hard sneer and rough hand within the confines of their home. Being a bad person is not the same thing as being a villain. Hisashi is not a villain, but he is a bad person. Like all children, the only world Izuku knows is his own. He thinks his world is absolute, and so Izuku doesn't know that it's wrong. He just knows that it is. It always has been, and always will be, this way, he thinks. But the first time his father beats his mother, Izuku's world snaps. Hisashi had never been gentle, either with Izuku or Inko, in the privacy of their home. But he hadn't been outright violent, either. That is, until he became violent. One day Hisashi came home drunk. And it was only a backhanded slap to Inko's face then. But after that one time, it became a common occurrence. Then it got worse. He started really beating her. Then, he began to beat her even when he wasn't drunk. Inko has started locking Izuku away in the broom cupboard whenever it was time for Hisashi to come back home, fearful of what the man might do to their helpless son. And Izuku does feel helpless. He curls into himself sobbing silently as all he can do is listen to the furious panting and swearing of his father, the muffled cries of his mother, and the merciless sound of flesh pounding on flesh. He scrabbles at the door until his fingertips are bleeding. But he is never able to get out until his father wanders away to sleep in the bedroom and his mother, tired and broken and bruised and bloody, is finally able to pick herself off the floor and deems it safe enough to retrieve him. But one day, Hisashi comes home sooner than expected. Inko panics. She drags and shoves Izuku inside the broom cupboard, but in her haste doesn't have time to lock it. Hisashi, not knowing and perhaps not even caring, just falls into habit and starts beating her. But Izuku does know. And does care, so he scrabbles at the door with raw fingertips, and this time, it actually opens. Izuku's small body comes tumbling out into the living room. Both his parents turn to him, Inko's bruised face falling in horror and Hisashi's features twisting into a sneer. "What's this?" he asks, but soon turns away from Izuku's trembling body with a scoff. "Whatever, run along, boy, I don't have time to deal with you right now." Inko's defeated body sags with relief, but Izuku's freezes with despair. Hisashi is approaching Inko again, not even caring that Izuku is there. If there's one thing that's greater than Izuku's fear of his father, it's his fear for his mother. But Izuku knows that he can't do anything to stop his father. Hisashi is the absolute ruler of their household. He's too big and too strong, and is hell-bent on beating his mother again. Izuku can't stop his father. He can't save his mother. So Izuku does the only thing he can. He steps between them. What? No, Izuku, darling, don't, you can't, you. Listen to what your father said and run. Inko reaches for her son feebly. But her legs have stopped working either from being strained or stressed. Already dark spots are invading her vision, and she can barely keep her eyes on the small, shaking back of her son as he stands between herself and Hisashi. Hisashi sneers, licks of flame flickering menacingly at the corners of his mouth. "You dare disobey me, boy." Izuku trembles, but stands his ground. Hisashi slaps him. Izuku's face whips to the side, his small body swaying with the force of the blow. And yet, he still stays between his parents. This time, Hisashi punches him. Izuku falls to the ground, but he gets back up before Hisashi can take another step towards Inko. Hisashi kicks him, throws him, stomps him, breathes fire on him, but Izuku keeps getting up, again and again and again, more bruised and bloody and tearful every single time, but he still gets up and stands between Hisashi and Inko. Eventually, Hisashi seems to have blown off enough steam that he wanders towards the bedroom without going back to Inko, who seems to have fainted at some point. Izuku stands there a moment more, panting and crying silently, adrenaline pumping through his veins, bruises and cuts and burns riddling his body. But his mother is mercifully unharmed, and for a moment, Izuku is exhilarated. He wasn't able to stop his father or completely save his mother, but at least he has been able to protect her from more harm. At this moment, he feels taller than a skyscraper, stronger than All Might. He feels like a hero. Inko awakes, and Izuku smiles at her. "It's okay, Mom," he whispers, unknowingly smiling through the blood on his teeth. "I am here. I protected you." But when Inko takes a look at her battered and bloody son, she breaks down sobbing. It's a testament to just how much Hisashi has them under his control that even half hysterical and broken as she is, she still chokes and muffles her cries so as not to disturb the sleeping man. "I'm sorry, Izuku," she whispers through her sobs, not daring to hug her son lest she worsens his numerous wounds. "I am so sorry, Izuku." And as Izuku looks down at his mother, who is curled up in front of him on the floor in a cruel parody of a doujinshi, his adrenaline rush and exhilaration comes crashing down and he thinks, "No, Mom, That's not what I wanted you to say. What I wanted you to say was. Before he can finish that thought, Izuku blacks out. Izuku learns how to pick locks with bobby pins and paper clips. The next time Inko locks him in the broom cupboard, he frantically fumbles in the dark until the lock clicks and he comes tumbling out once more. He finds Hisashi standing over Inko with a bloodied fist. He steps between them. It happens again, and again, and again. Inko learns that locking Izuku up is no use anymore and stops trying. All she does is cry. A few more times, and Hisashi doesn't even bother going for Inko anymore. He starts coming straight for Izuku. It hurts. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, and Inko's muffled sobbing hurts even more. But even through the blinding pain and flames, Izuku bares his teeth in a twisted parody of a smile. Because Hisashi beating him means that he isn't beating Izuku's mother. Izuku learns that day that defeat can taste like victory. Most people manifest their quirk before the age of 4. Izuku's 4th birthday comes and goes without him showing even a hint of a quirk. And a worried Inko takes the opportunity when Hisashi is out for the day to quickly shuttle Izuku to the hospital. He doesn't have the second joint in his toe that would make him quirkless, the doctor says, pointing at his x-ray. It may be that young Midoriya does indeed have a quirk, but he just hasn't activated it yet. Is there anything that might be pressuring him or oppressing him? Inko looks at the doctor wildly, because she doesn't know where to even start. Then she looks down at her young son, who's looking up at her with wide, bright eyes, who's never known what it's like not to be oppressed, that he doesn't even know he is being oppressed. A sob threatens to break out, but Inko stifles it with practiced ease. She takes her son's hand, and they leave wordlessly. Later, when they've almost reached home, Izuku quietly whispers, "I hope I get your quirk," he says softly. "I hope I get your quirk, and not the one that hurt you so much." That hurt him so much, he doesn't say. Izuku looks up at Inko, and his bright green eyes are full of sincerity. "I want to protect you. I want to be a hero." And at that, not even Inko can keep in the tears. But life isn't fair, and it certainly isn't kind. Hisashi had come home while the two of them were out, and he is furious at their absence. "What do you think you're doing?" he hisses, flames rolling out of his mouth with his every breath. "You think you can just run around as you please? You dare defy me?" This time he isn't just generally taking out his violent nature. No, he's focused and angry at them. At Inko, to be exact. For the first time in months, Hisashi lunges not for Izuku, but Inko. "No," Izuku yells, throwing himself in front of a wide-eyed and frozen Inko. His back is to Hisashi, trying to shield his mother from the flames that flicker from the man's furious breath. He's desperate and scared and frantic, and for a wild moment, he thinks he won't be enough. Izuku pushes with all he has, trying to get his mother out of the literal line of fire. Something bursts out from within him, and Hisashi lets out a shocked sound. Izuku opens the eyes that he hadn't noticed he'd closed to find Inko staring at him with something akin to horror. Her wide eyes clearly reflect back Izuku's reflection, and he finds that there's an almost halo of flames at his back. Izuku opens his mouth to assure her that it doesn't hurt, but Inko beats him to it. She screams. The sharp, shrill sound penetrates Izuku's heart and freezes his blood. He recoils, because she's screaming at the sight of him and his fire, and he never wanted to hurt her, he only wanted to protect her. Why? At that moment, the flames that had been burning harmlessly at his back turn against him, and now it does hurt. And Izuku's screams joins Inko's as his flesh is burned by his own quirk. Their sick harmony of screaming is cut short when Hisashi harshly slaps each of them in turn. Inko crumples to the ground, either from the force of the blow or from shock. But by now Izuku is too used to pain for the bliss of unconsciousness to take him at just one blow. And even with his back and shoulders a mess of pain, he's still alert enough to raise his trembling head and look up at Hisashi's mad grin. "Well, looky here," the man laughs harshly, flames licking at his lips. "What have we got here, boy? You're not breathing it out like I do, but I'll be damned if that's not a fire quirk." "My fire quirk." Hisashi leans down to Izuku, his black curly hair brushing against the child's forehead and his black eyes boring into his very soul. Then he breathes the words that will haunt Izuku for life, that burn themselves onto his beating heart, that plague his every hopes and dreams. Like father, like son. When Inko wakes up again, she's lying down with a blanket pulled over her, Hisashi nowhere in sight. "I'm sorry, Mom," a quiet voice calls out, and Inko whips her head around. Izuku is standing a few feet away from the foot of her blanket, like he's unsure of whether he's allowed to come near her. His head is hanging, his hands are clasped in front of him, his shirt is torn and kept together by awkwardly looped bandages, and he reeks of the familiar smell of burned cream. A sob catches in Inko's throat. "No, darling, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Izuku." Izuku opens his mouth like he wants to say something, then closes it. Inko waits, but her son says nothing, so she opens her arms wordlessly. not trusting herself to be able to form any more words. He steps closer to her, shoulders sagging in relief, and Inko holds her son around his waist, careful of the loose bandages and burn cream on his upper back. After a moment, Izuku slowly raises his arms to cradle her head. She's not sure if the slow movements are because of the pain in his back, or because he's hesitating from the uncertainty that she might reject him since she's already screamed at him. The vulnerability in his trembling body breaks her heart all over again. Inko wants to apologize again. She wants to tell him that she's sorry that she freaked out, that it's not his fault, that she's sorry she birthed him like this, that she's sorry he feels like he has to protect her and not the other way around. All that makes out of her mouth, though, is a broken sob. Being a bad person is not the same thing as being a villain. Hisashi had been a bad person, a bad father and a bad man, but he hadn't been an outright, public villain that got heroes chasing after him. But Hisashi used to not be violent, and then he became violent. Just like that, this changes too. And not too long after Izuku realizes his quirk, a new villain makes himself known to the world. Perhaps seeing Izuku with his quirk had changed something in Hisashi. Perhaps he just got bored of keeping his violent nature hidden in the confines of their small home. Izuku doesn't know why, and for the longest time he doesn't even know what. All he knows is that Hisashi comes back home late more often, smelling of smoke and ashes and wearing a satisfied grin that usually only comes after he'd distressed with a thorough beating session with Izuku. Months pass before Izuku and Inko clue into the fact that Hisashi has become a villain, and they don't even learn it from the man himself. They are too afraid of him to ask anything, and he thinks so little of them to actually tell them anything after all. It happens like this. Hisashi hasn't come home in 3 days, and the bruises Izuku got from his last beating are slowly starting to fade away. But neither he or Inko dare hope their luck will last and are waiting with bated breath, tiptoeing on thin ice. But then they see the news about a fire-breathing villain being caught by some hero. They see the blurry picture of a man with curly black hair, snapping black eyes and flames spilling out of his mouth, cuffed and led by the police. They both see, they both recognize, and for a long, long time, all they can do is stare at the screen. It's anticlimactic. It almost doesn't feel real. Inko and Izuku still jump whenever heavy footsteps approach their front door, even if it turns out to only be the mailman. Still have a habit of talking softly even though there's no one in the house that will beat them for being loud. And still have a light, if any phobia can be called light, pyrophobia. Wounds don't heal easily, after all, and scars take even longer to fade. But Izuku will take it. Even if they're jittery and jumpy and nervous, it's worlds better than being bruised and bloody. It's worlds better than having to watch someone else become bruised and bloody. The hero that caught Hisashi is not well known. Their name isn't even mentioned in any of the press. But Izuku digs until he finds them. Then he finds everything he can about them. The information a 5-year-old can dig up is admittedly little. Not to mention that there isn't much about the hero in the first place, but the heart of a determined boy isn't easily put down. Izuku finds all he can about this hero. He learns their name. He learns that they've just recently made their formal debut. He finds and prints out a blurry picture of the hero that looks like it's from a paused footage of a security camera. He carefully tacks it on his wall, right next to his favorite poster of All Might. They move, with Hisashi unceremoniously leaving and their sole source of income abruptly cut off. Inko has to work and leave Izuku alone. But still, even struggling to make ends meet, they move. Neither of them has any love for the place where Hisashi taints their memories like bloodstains on a wall. So they move to a smaller apartment in a different town. There, Izuku meets Bakugo Katsuki. Izuku sees him standing over a crying child in the playground, laughing with youthful cruelty. And Izuku knows that Bakugo isn't Hisashi, that this child isn't Inko. But he looks at the blasts firing in Bakugo's hands, at the tears on the child's face, and does the only thing he knows to in this situation. He steps between them. You playing at hero, Deku? You don't even have a quirk. I have a quirk. Yeah, then show it. Izuku doesn't, because he really, really wishes he didn't have this quirk. Izuku doesn't want anything to do with his quirk that so obviously came from his father. That's so destructive and painful that made his mother scream, but he still inadvertently comes to know some facts about it. Quirks are as much a part of you as your limbs are. So accidental bursts of flame erupt from time to time until Izuku learns to keep a tight lid on it. In doing so, though, he learns more about his quirk. Hisashi had commented on how Izuku's fire quirk was different than his own, and it's true. Hisashi had breathed fire only from his mouth, but Izuku can emit it from any part of his body, though he can still breathe it out like a dragon. It feels less like making fire and more like pushing it out of his own body. He also learns that there's another side to the coin. When he accidentally uses his quirk and emits a burst of flame, thankfully when he's alone in the bathroom, because he never wants to use this in front of his mother again, never wants to remind her of his father again, never wants to make her scream like that again. He feels a tug of something that leaves him almost breathless. He feels like he's just let out a long breath, but hasn't taken in another breath yet. His hand twitches involuntarily, and a toothbrush comes soaring towards him. It smacks him in the forehead before falling to the ground, and Izuku can only look down at it dumbly. It takes a moment to click, and when it does, Izuku laughs and laughs until he feels sick because he doesn't know what else to do. He remembers that day when he was 4, when he'd been walking home with his mother from the doctor's. "I hope I get your quirk," he had told her. "I hope I get your quirk. And not the one that hurt you so much. I want to protect you. I want to be a hero." But it looks like he got both quirks, the one that hurts and the one that could protect. He's not sure what to think of that. Of course, things aren't as easy as just using one side of his quirk, because life isn't fair and it certainly isn't kind. Izuku tries training his ability to pull things towards him, but it soon becomes clear that he can't only do that. Once he uses half his quirk to pull something towards him, the other half of his quirk struggles and wants to push out fire. He tries to control the impulse, but it's physically taxing to keep it in. It feels like trying to inhale, then inhale again without exhaling. You just can't keep doing it. At some point, you have to let out that breath, else you choke and suffocate. Pull and push, in and out, like breathing. Once Izuku pulls something towards him, he has to push out a bit of fire. He can't use one part of his quirk without using the other. And that almost crushes him, because Izuku promised his mother he'd protect and become a hero. But he also promised himself that he'd never use the fire that reminds them both so much of Hisashi. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know what he can do without becoming like his father. Izuku enters middle school and he's in the bathroom once more, this time staring at his own reflection in the mirror. He thanks whatever higher powers there are that he doesn't look much like Hisashi. Midoriya Izuku takes after Midoriya and Ko so much that even strangers would look at them and know their relation at first glance. They have the same soft round features, the same big eyes, and the same green irises. But Izuku looks at his hair. Ko's hair is straight, and the color is a solid green. Izuku's hair is curly, and the color is more black that has a green sheen when the light hits it. It's similar enough to his mother, but at the same time it has undeniable traces of him. His curly black hair, the image of which is still burned into Izuku's memories even after all these years. He doesn't want his mother to look at him and see his father. He doesn't want himself to look in the mirror and see his father. Izuku slowly raises a hand and rakes back the hair from his forehead, smoothing it out on top of his head. He had grown out his hair so that it's at a length that it just barely brushes his chin. He can comfortably take it and twist half of it into a small messy bun, mimicking his mother's hairstyle. He sticks some bobby pins in to hold it in place and considers the end result in the mirror. Most of the curls that used to make up his wild, fluffy hair are slicked back and pinned into the bun. There are some strands that fall out and frame his face, but they're not overly curly. Surely a far cry from the fluffy mop of hair it was before, and nodding more to Ko's hairstyle than Hisashi's own mess of curls. Izuku nods to himself. He is not going to be like his father. When Izuku walks into the kitchen and Ko first sees his new hairstyle, she almost drops the plate of dumplings she has in her hands. Izuku just shrugs with a half smile. "It was getting in my eyes," he says by way of explanation. Then he wavers, because he knows she can see the similarity, and asks in a smaller voice, Does it look weird?" Ko stares at her son for a moment more, before putting on a brave smile. "You look lovely, dear." Another year passes, and Izuku confronts his hero. Can you become a hero without a quirk? No, All Might answers his desperate question. No, echoes a voice that sounds like the half-buried memory of his father. "You are nothing without me." "You're wrong," Izuku tries to tell the voice, brushing away his tears. "I won't use your quirk. I won't become like you." But this cruel phantom only laughs and envelops Izuku's hunched form in a mockery of an embrace, caressing the scars branded on his back, breathing flaming poison in his ear, reminding him, like father, like son. But yes, All Might tells him later. Izuku had seen Bakugo, the one person in the world who reminds him the most of his father, besides Izuku himself, in the suffocating embrace of the slime villain, and he didn't think. He just did what he had always done. He stepped. Well, he couldn't exactly step between them yet, given that Bakugo was practically inside the villain, but he ran towards them, reaching with his quirk and pulling Bakugo despite the fact that he well knew the backlash would make him push out the flames he hated so much. At that moment, he didn't care. He couldn't care. Bakugo was tugged out of the villain's grasp, coughing up slime from his mouth. Izuku shoved the other boy behind him, finally stepping between him and the villain. The buildup of his quirk had him panting, and Izuku knew he would have to push out some fire soon lest he suffocated, so he clenched his teeth and pushed as small a flame as he could out of his hand. It felt similar to the sensation of trying to swallow down instead of coughing up blood bubbling up his throat. But at least now his quirk felt more balanced and he could breathe again. Not that it helped the situation with the slime villain in front of him, but All Might had saved the day. And now, he's here in front of Izuku, telling him the one thing that Enko couldn't confirm and Hisashi made him doubt and he himself wished for but perhaps never truly believed. You can be a hero. Daedalus crafts wings of feathers and wax for himself and his son. He ties a pair of wings to his shivering son, ignoring the boy's wince as the straps dig harshly into his flesh. Be sure to follow me, boy, Daedalus warns. Never fly too high. Just follow me. But father, Icarus whispers, I want to reach the sun. Daedalus' face suddenly twists in rage. You dare defy me, boy. He spits out, and Icarus thinks he sees a jet of flame come out of his mouth like the fire-breathing monsters he's only heard stories of. The boy stumbles back, then turns his back to his father and takes off running, until the momentum builds under his wings and he's flying. Icarus yelps, terrified at first, but then he realizes that he's actually free. He turns his face to the sun and reaches for it, flying higher, closer, until he thinks that maybe, just maybe, he can reach it. Be it. But as Icarus nears the sun, this beacon of light and hope, its heat starts melting the wax and scorching the feathers of his wings. And suddenly it's not Icarus but Izuku whose wings are burning on his back and shoulders. And he hurts so much, and there's a shrill voice that's not his screaming in his ear, and somewhere below him Daedalus. No, Hisashi laughs cruelly. You can never be the sun, boy. You belong down here, with me. The man laughs, lazily flapping his own wings, his black eyes dancing with malicious mirth. Like father, like son. And those words burn more than any physical pain ever could. So Izuku grits his teeth and straightens his hunched back. No, he says through his tears, I will not be like you. Izuku forces his chin up and faces the sun once more, reaching for it with all his strength even as it makes the wings his father tied to him melt and burn and sear and scar his skin. Tears stream down his face, but Izuku bares his teeth and strains and grasps and hopes and wishes and pulls. But then he is pushed back, pushed down, pushed away, and Izuku falls down to the sound of Hisashi's laughter and his mother's screams. He falls, and Izuku wakes with a gasp. He wakes to find his hands desperately scrabbling at his back and shoulders, and has to consciously force them down. His back burns, but he knows it's mostly only phantom pain aside from the scratches he must have given himself in his sleep. And that's not exactly good. But it's okay, because Izuku has long since learned to bear physical pain. It's a different kind of pain that makes his breath short. Izuku grasps blindly in the dark until his hand closes on his phone. He pushes back the long locks of hair tumbling into his eyes with one hand while the other frantically flicks through his contacts. The list isn't long, in fact, it's laughably short, but it takes an agonizingly long time for him to find what he's looking for because Izuku is shaking so much that his bloodied fingertips keep slipping over the screen. This is dumb, he knows. This need to confirm that meeting All Might wasn't just a fever dream is dumb, irrational, and downright pathetic. And he knows that he won't even find All Might's name in his contacts list because he made sure that it wouldn't be there. What if he loses his phone or someone hacks it? It's not impossible with his rotten luck. And he will never endanger All Might's secret like that, so at best, all he'll find is the pseudonym he saved the hero's number under. But there it is. Izuku's entire body stills as his thumb hovers over the screen detailing All Might's contact info. It has the series of numbers that Izuku religiously memorized by heart the moment he received them. It has the pseudonym he secretly saved them under. The sun. A sound that's something between a strangled sob and a wretched laugh makes its way out of Izuku's mouth. He muffles it against the back of his hand, not wanting to wake his mother. He clutches his phone tightly to his chest with both hands, and his hair spills around his face in messy curls as he hunches protectively over it. He doesn't even care that he's being pathetic anymore, because he has All Might's number on his phone, which means he actually met his hero, and he really asked Izuku to be his successor and told him he could be a hero. Izuku kneels on his bed with his phone clutched to his chest and phantom fire burning his back and silent sobs and laughter choked in his throat. He is going to be All Might's successor. He is going to be a beacon of hope. He is going to be a hero. He is not going to be like his father, even if he has to burn himself down. Izuku hasn't had many, or any, positive older figures to look up to that he could actually meet in real life and not just fan stalk on the internet. But now that the very person who's been the oldest subject of said fan stalking is living, breathing, and puking blood in front of him, Izuku doesn't know how to act. The training part is easy, because while Izuku has never had enough guidance to actually be able to train his body, and Ko couldn't help no matter how much she wanted to. Those who could help didn't want to. Izuku wasn't dumb enough to try to train by himself without professional supervision, and he would never dare ask his mother to enroll him in some gym or dojo and put even more strain on her. All Might has done all the heavy lifting for him. The man has already drawn up an entire training plan and even now is making adjustments as necessary as he gets to know Izuku's body better. All Izuku has to do is push through his exhaustion and pain enough to just stick to the plan made for him. and pain. That's something that Izuku is more than familiar with. So no, despite All Might's initial worries, Izuku is fine with the training itself, grueling and hard as it is. What unsettles him is his interactions with his mentor, he supposes. The thing is, the first time All Might had called him my boy, Izuku had almost flinched. My boy, Izuku had to remind himself. Not harsh and impersonal, not a barked boy. That's more a command than a call. But my boy, warm and encouraging and even, dare he say it, affectionate. But even so, the endearment catches Izuku off guard from time to time, and he has to take a moment blinking wildly before he can respond with an appropriate smile. And that frustrates Izuku. Hisashi has no right tainting the one pure good thing in his life, and the man does it without even trying. Without even having been present for the last 9 years. It's just so unfair. But then again, Izuku already knows that life isn't fair, and it certainly isn't kind. Everything good Izuku has ever hoped for has either been stripped away from him or left broken in his hands. He can't let that happen to All Might, so Izuku will do whatever it takes to protect his hero. All Might. Toshinori turns his head towards young Midoriya. They're taking a short break at the moment, and he must say he's impressed. Toshinori himself knows more than anyone that the training plan he set up is grueling, if not downright harsh. But this bright boy has never complained or shied away even once. He can't help but smile at the child. He's stubbornly wearing a long-sleeved shirt and pants again even in the summer sun, though today his hair isn't in its usual half bun. Instead, Midoriya has gathered all his dark hair into a low ponytail. Stray locks have fallen out of the tie, curling around his flushed face, and the ends of his bushy ponytail peek out over his shoulders. He's adorable, Toshinori confirms solemnly with a decisive nod. If the usual half bun had looked like the small fluffy tuft of a rabbit's tail, then this ponytail reminds him of something bushier. The tail of some kind of dog. Yes, but which? Toshinori peers down at the boy, concentrating so hard that he doesn't notice the bemused expression on his subject of study. Oh my, a Pomeranian. Toshinori bursts out triumphantly, and young Midoriya jumps slightly with a bewildered look. What? Toshinori blinks, then grins, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. Ah, my apologies. I'm afraid I lost myself in thought. What was it you wanted to say, my boy? And there's that little spasm. Toshinori has noticed that Midoriya tended to do that from time to time, usually at the phrase my boy. He's not quite sure as to why. Perhaps this endearment puts his fanboy heart into overdrive. But Midoriya smiles shyly at him before Toshinori can ask, and his heart melts a little at the boy's expression. Like he said, adorable. I wanted to ask you a question, if it's not too much of a bother. Toshinori smiles down at the boy. Your hesitation is endearing. The boy lets out a little eep, an embarrassed but pleased blush spreading across his face, but we've got to work on your self-confidence. Of course you can ask me a question. Midoriya smiles with tentative gratefulness, then looks down at his own hands with a slight frown. I don't. It's not that I don't trust your judgment, he starts carefully. But are you sure that it's best to pass on one for all to me as soon as my body is ready? Toshinori spits out blood. Well, whatever he had been expecting, it certainly wasn't that. Why do you say that? I would have thought you'd be anxious to inherit it. And Toshinori is truly confused because young Midoriya has been nothing but eager and willing in his training. It's just, the boy takes a breath. If I get one for all as soon as my body is physically capable of hosting it, I won't be able to use it. Even if I inherit your quirk, I won't automatically inherit your position as the #1 hero and symbol of peace as well. I'll be little more than a glorified vessel. Midoriya lifts his head now and looks straight at Toshinori. But people need the symbol of peace. People need the beacon of hope. People need you, not me. So please, keep one for all for as long as you need to. And only pass it on to me when you can't contain it anymore. I can wait. I can be an insurance and protect you and your legacy. But empowering me means weakening you, and I don't want. I can't do that. And the boy says this meeting Toshinori's sunken wide eyes, his gaze unwavering, his voice firm. He's serious, Toshinori realizes. Worse, he's sincere. He's sincerely giving up his best chance to fulfill his dream for the good of others, is casually dismissing himself, and urging Toshinori to prioritize All Might's name over his own dreams. Part of Toshinori is touched at the boy's words because it has been years since anyone had said they'll protect him. But another part of him twists in horror at the casual disregard the boy points to himself. Selflessness and bravery is the reason Toshinori chose Midoriya. But there is a point where even the best qualities turn into a vice. Toshinori places his hands on either side of Midoriya's shoulders. He stoops to look the boy in the eye and wills him to feel the truth in his words. Midoriya, my boy, you are not a backup plan. He freezes, eyes wide. Toshinori's heart aches because that's just proof that he'd hit home, but he continues, still keeping eye contact. It's true that you may not be able to fully wield one for all as soon as you receive it, but that's the point. The point is to train you so that you can, so that you become ready to take my place. You are not a backup plan, but the plan. You are not a spare, or a second choice, or an insurance, or merely a vessel. You are the one, and you will be the number one hero. Toshinori pauses, looking down into the wide eyes of Midoriya. That is, only if you yourself do your best, of course. Will you? Midoriya's eyes are suspiciously bright, but he swallows and whispers yes. He shakes his head, blinking a few times, and meets Toshinori's gaze again with a look that's less lost and more determined. Yes, he says firmly. Toshinori grins. Good. And stop selling yourself short, my boy. Humbleness and low self-worth are not the same things. Remember, you've already saved me. All I did was try to protect Bakugo, and in the end, I couldn't even do that, Midoriya protests, a thoroughly bemused look on his face. Toshinori chuckles. The day we first met, your deeds are what spurred me into action. You kept me from becoming a sorry excuse that's all talk. You reminded me what it is to be a true hero. You saved me. Toshinori gently taps the boy's chest, right over his heart. Protecting someone from bodily harm isn't all there is to being a hero. You have to look here, too, in order to truly save them. And you, my boy, have already saved me. So don't ever let yourself believe that you're not a hero. It's one of his better speeches, if Toshinori would say so himself. But for some reason, young Midoriya looks like he's ready to cry. I'm home, Mom. Welcome back, darling. Inko's reply comes from the kitchen, her voice soft by habit even after all these years. Izuku quietly makes his way towards her. He stops by the kitchen entrance and wordlessly watches his mother work. She has her dark green hair up in its usual half-do. Her form has slowly filled out ever since Hisashi left, and she has actually been able to eat when and what she pleases, and has a pink apron thrown on top of herself at the moment. She looks so peaceful and happy. And it's because Hisashi isn't here anymore. It has nothing to do with what Izuku did. Izuku remembers his 3-4-year-old self smiling at her after the first time he took a beating for her. I protected you, he had said, smiling with elation and pride. But Inko had responded with a sob. I'm sorry, she had cried. I'm so sorry, Izuku. He had already known something was wrong then. Izuku can't regret having protected his mother. But All Might has just driven home that protecting her has never been enough. Izuku has never been enough. His back burns. Inko turns around, smiling softly at the sight of her son, wordlessly watching her with unreadable eyes. Yes, dear. Izuku takes in a long breath. Did I hurt you? Did I end up hurting you even more than you already were? What should I have done? How could I have saved you? Why did you say you were sorry? Why did you cry? Why? It's nothing. The months fly by. And before he knows it, Izuku has left the newly cleaned up beach, inherited One for All, and is now at the practical part of UAS entrance exam. He has to take down as many robots as he can within the allotted time, which is a feat that can't be done without utilizing a quirk. But Izuku has never been quirkless, regardless of what Bakugo said or he himself wished. And right now, what Izuku wants has nothing on what he needs to do. Even though he's received One for All this morning, Izuku knows he can't use it yet without his limbs going, to borrow All Might's expression, kaboom. But he's known this since he started training. He's planned accordingly. Quirk analysis has been Izuku's specialty out of necessity. First, he started studying quirks frantically in an attempt to find a way to suppress his fire. Then in desperation when he found out his quirk was a double-edged sword. And finally in resignation to find a way to be a hero without using his quirk. From what Izuku has analyzed about One for All, it stockpiles and passes on each wielder's power. But in essence, it's an enhancement quirk. With a power like that, enhancing your physical body seems like the obvious choice. But Izuku can't do that yet. So what if he enhances his quirk instead? As if on cue, a robot comes screeching around the corner towards Izuku. It's only a 1-point bot. Yet it still towers over him, easily larger and heavier than anything Izuku has ever been able to pull before. But he plants his feet, reaches out a hand, and pulls. The robot comes flying with surprising speed. It would have crushed Izuku if he hadn't purposefully maneuvered and put a sturdy-looking lamppost between them beforehand. The force of the robot crashing into it causes the top of the lamppost to snap, and the jagged edge impales the hunk of metal. Izuku doesn't even have the luxury to watch his handiwork, though, because already his fire is building up pressure, clamoring to be let out, howling and clawing like a wild beast. Let it out. A poisonous voice breathes in his ear. You know how strong fire is. A ghostly touch brushes over his shoulder blades, over his scars. Izuku grits his teeth. No, he tells it. I won't use it because I know exactly how strong, how destructive it is. I will never be like you. The buildup is a physical pain now. Just as One for All has enhanced the pull, the push part of his quirk seems to have strengthened as well. Izuku clamps down on it, forcing it as small as he can manage. He's yet to let it out, though, and it feels like holding his breath, like he's slowly suffocating. But he can't just let loose a random blaze of fire when other students are moving erratically around him and someone can get hurt. And Izuku hates it. But the perfect solution comes to mind. He clamps a hand over his mouth and lets out the tiniest flame he can manage. Fire comes spilling out of his mouth like coughing up blood. But it's blocked by his palm before it can break free into the world. His throat burns, but he knows it's less actual physical pain and more psychological at the thought that he's breathing fire the same way Hisashi used to. A few more fiery coughs rack Izuku's body, but they're over soon enough and he's able to take his hand away and straighten his back. His palm is smoking and red, but it's a second-degree burn at most. He can ignore the pain. It's not like he hasn't had worse, after all. Izuku looks from his red palm to the impaled robot. Okay, he whispers shakily, I can do this. Izuku may hate his fire, and hate breathing fire even more, but if it gives him a way to use his pull while not harming others, he'll take it. His father's quirk hurts people. His mother's quirk might be able to protect people. Just like he promised when he was 4, Izuku can do this with just his mother's power. He can become a hero with just his mother's power. The fire may be an unfortunate side effect, but he won't actively use it. He won't let it control him. He won't let it hurt anyone. Okay, he repeats, swiping the back of his hand over his mouth. Izuku squares his shoulders and takes off running. Izuku quickly forms a pattern. Find a robot. Pull it so it goes crashing into the side of a building or even another robot if he's lucky. Cough up flames into his hand like All Might coughs up blood, then take off again. The amount of fire Izuku is letting push out of him is minuscule compared to the amount he's pulling, and the strain makes itself known. It feels like taking in a long breath and letting out only a quick, short gasp. It leaves him feeling breathless and panting, but it works. Thanks to the power boost One for All grants his pull, he can manage. He even has somewhat of an advantage because as long as Izuku can spot a robot, he can pull and destroy it before anyone else gets to it. Things seem to be going well, which is, of course, the precise moment everything goes wrong. A commotion breaks out somewhere behind Izuku, and he turns to find a skyscraper on wheels. Izuku gapes for a moment. That's the 0-pointer. Are you fucking serious? And is about to make a run for it when he spots a girl crumpled on the ground, right in the path of the 0-pointer. And Izuku doesn't know this girl. He's never seen her, or talked to her, or even noticed her before. But the moment he sees the tears in her eyes, there's only one thing he can do. He steps between them. Izuku's mind is in overdrive. Pulling the girl towards him will maybe buy them a few seconds, but ultimately it will be no use since the 0-pointer will still be after them. If Izuku wants to protect, save this girl, he has to stop the robot. Izuku flings his arms straight up towards the head of the robot towering above him and pulls, hoping to embed its head in the ground. But either his pull isn't strong enough even with One for All, or he just doesn't have good enough control over it yet, because instead of the robot's head being pulled towards him, he is pulled towards it. He has just enough time to think oh shit as he rockets through the air before he's faced a giant face with the 0-pointer. Again, Izuku's mind is in overdrive. He can already feel the flame building up inside him. But what can a little fire do to a humongous hunk of metal? Neither his pull or his push will be of any use here. That leaves only one option. And if his limbs do go kaboom, well, All Might himself did say that a hero has to push through his own pain for the sake of others. And Izuku is more than familiar with pain. Izuku draws back a fist before gravity takes hold of him. One for All envelops his right arm like green lightning, crackling with raw power. Clench your buttocks and scream from the bottom of your heart. All Might's voice rings in his ears, and despite the situation, Izuku bares his teeth in a grin. Smash! The robot's face folds into itself, and it crumples like pressed garbage. Izuku feels a whoop of elation before gravity finally takes hold of him and he starts falling after the downed robot. Oh shit, he thinks again, mind once more going in overdrive. Quick, think. He shattered his right arm from that smash and it's flopping uselessly at his side now, but he still has another arm and 2 legs left. He could try breaking his fall with another smash, but if he's even a moment too soon or late, he's done for. Then what else? Oh shit. He has a solution, and his quirk is not going to be happy about it. Izuku hasn't even pushed out the fire that his initial pull cost him, so pulling again will make the backlash a bitch, but it's the best plan he has right now. From his initial move, Izuku now knows that trying to pull something greater than his capacity makes him shoot towards it, giving him mobility that he didn't have before. Pulling again without pushing is going to come back to bite him in the ass, but he can do it. Probably. Izuku reaches out his left hand to the falling 0-point bot and pulls. His free fall is broken as his body is whipped towards the 0-pointer's head. He smacks against it feet first, skidding a bit until he gains balance on the falling robot, and hangs on with one arm while it crashes to the ground. Izuku rides it like a surfboard, letting the giant hunk of metal absorb most of the impact. He grits his teeth as the shockwaves make his shattered arm wave wildly in the wind like a piece of cloth, but otherwise, he's unharmed. The dust finally settles, and Izuku stands up on top of the fallen 0-pointer's head. He spots the girl he'd tried to protect floating on top of a piece of metal nearby. She has a hand stretched out in his direction as if she was trying to reach him. Their eyes meet. Are you okay? They ask at the same time. They blink, then start laughing together. And continuing their synchronization, they both start puking at the exact same moment too. The girl drops from the air and throws up on the ground. Izuku doubles over as he reaches and flames come spilling out of his mouth. He doesn't know why, but he actually feels physically sick. The flames burn his throat and his palm, harsher and far more intense from having been kept back for so long. Izuku drops to his knees and clamps his good hand over his mouth in a desperate attempt to keep the volatile flames to himself so that they won't hurt anyone. He heaves, violent bursts of fire racking his body as it pushes out of him forcefully with vengeance. He'd been right. The backlash is a bitch. When the side effect finally runs its course and subdues, Izuku is left shaking and shivering. So when Present Mike announces the end of the test, it's almost a relief. A week after the practical exams finds Izuku discreetly swiping the envelope from UA and stealing into his room before his mother can see it. He hasn't told Inko that he'd applied to UA yet, not wanting to get her hopes up only to chance disappointing her. If he gets in, she's in for a pleasant surprise. If he doesn't, Izuku will be the only one who has to deal with the disappointment. What Inko doesn't know can't hurt her. He tears the envelope and a small round device falls out, letting loose a hologram with All Might's unmistakable face filling the entire screen. Izuku's heart simultaneously jumps to his throat and sinks to his gut at the sight of his hero. Oh shit. Izuku had known that whoever was grading the practical exam would see him use his quirk from the many cameras he's sure were littered around the arena. He was okay with the staff of UA seeing his quirk, but he'd never banked on All Might being a part of that panel and seeing his quirk too. During the months they trained, All Might had never once brought up Izuku's inherited quirk. Maybe he hadn't noticed Izuku use it against the slime villain. Or maybe training for One for All was just too urgent that he never got around to it. Izuku doesn't know. He'd been too relieved to ask. But now that All Might has presumably seen him throw around his quirk left and right, he's bound to ask about it. That is not a conversation Izuku is looking forward to. For the moment, though, All Might's projection thankfully makes no comment on that particular subject as he buoyantly runs through Izuku's results. You did fine on the written test, and at the practical you earned a decent score of 40 points. But wait, there's more. Behold this screen. And another screen pops up behind All Might, who's also in a screen. So, how many walls is this breaking? But Izuku's dry musings are cut short when he sees the familiar face of the girl he'd protected from the 0-point bot. Ooh, sorry to bother you, but do you know the boy with greenish-black hair? He tied it back in a half bun. And he looks, kinda like a bunny. Do you know who I'm talking about? And no, Izuku doesn't know, because a bunny. Is that supposed to be him? How? But despite his utter confusion, the girl continues on. Would it be possible to share some of my points with him? At that, Izuku freezes. The girl gives a sheepish smile, rubbing the back of her neck with 4 fingers. I mean, he was strong enough to take down that giant robot. And he didn't even need my help landing from the fall, so I guess someone like that might already have enough points. But I still want to do something to say thank you. The girl looks up into the camera, and her bright eyes are earnestly honest. He saved me. And those words sound like salvation to his ears. Izuku muffles a strangled gasp against the back of his hand. He saved me, she had said. She said he saved her, not just protected her. She thanked him, not apologized to him. I'm so sorry. The memory of a broken sob whispers in his mind. But thank you, says the voice of another, not loud enough to drown out the sobs entirely but enough to keep Izuku afloat. He clutches a hand over his heart that hurts so much but feels so good. All Might smiles at him kindly through the screen. More than anything, it is your actions that have touched people. He explains the concept of rescue points, showing a multitude of raised numbers. So take your 60 rescue points, and combined with your 40 combat points, that brings you up to a whopping 100 points. All Might grins, extending one hand. Come, Midoriya, my boy. This is your Hero Academia. And for once, Izuku is able to smile back instantly at the phrase my boy. Later that night, Izuku heads over to the Dagawa seaside park. He finds All Might's skeletal form gazing over the cleared beach and sea, the sand and waves reflecting moonlight with a soft glow. A surge of pride fills him. This beach is yet another thing that Izuku has managed to grasp without breaking it. The emotional high from seeing the acceptance letter and hearing the girl's thanks is only bolstered further by the sight of his hero gazing peacefully at the beautiful scenery that Izuku himself wrought with his own hand. All Might. Despite his soft voice, the man jumps and spins around violently. Goodness, young Midoriya, you sure know how to move quietly. Izuku blinks. Treading lightly to the point of having almost no presence is a skill both he and Inko had unconsciously learned in a desperate attempt to avoid Hisashi's notice and beating for as long as possible. He hadn't noticed it at home because both he and his mother were so used to it, but it seems even a decade hasn't been enough to erase the habit. Before he can stutter an apology, All Might grins brightly at him and holds out a hand. Never mind that. Now, congratulations on passing, and in first place too. I hear that it's been years since anyone has passed with a triple-digit score. Izuku flushes, both at the praise and at the fact that he's just high-fived All Might. Oh my god, he feels like he's shooting straight to heaven. The way you utilized One for All and your own quirk was quite impressive, although they both seem to have unfortunate side effects. We haven't had time to talk about your natural quirk, let alone One for All, but you use some kind of telekinesis, right? And Izuku comes crashing back down to earth. All Might is looking at Izuku expectantly with raised brows, asking for an explanation without blatantly pressuring him. But of course he feels pressure. Izuku would never lie to his hero. But that doesn't mean he can just go on and say yeah. So, my quirk also forces me to push out fire, which I inherited from my abusive father who used it to hurt me and my mother, giving us pyrophobia for a while. Not to mention that when I first used it my mother screamed, so I swore never to use it consciously. Oh, and did I mention that it scarred me for life too? That's just, you just don't do that. Even if, or perhaps all the more because, All Might is his hero, Izuku isn't going to shove his baggage down the man's throat. It's not really telekinesis, he starts hesitantly. I can only pull things in the direction towards myself, and as you've probably seen, it forces out a bit of fire as a backlash. Stick to the facts, he tells himself, desperately trying to keep his cool. This is the first time in, well, ever that he's talking about his quirk to someone, and it feels strange to the point of being surreal. Stop right there, you were throwing up fire. All Might asks incredulously. Izuku blinks. If All Might hadn't noticed any flames coming out of his mouth, then it looks like he'd been able to keep it to himself better than he'd thought. Good. The man is gaping at Izuku now like he's the most outrageous thing he's ever seen. You were vomiting fire. Then your hand. You kept it over your mouth. Does your own fire burn you? Izuku waves his arms frantically at All Might's worry, showing his fully healed left palm. Recovery Girl had literally kissed it better along with his right arm that had been shattered from One for All, so there isn't any trace of the burn right now. It doesn't burn me all the time, he says quickly to pacify All Might. And it's true. No matter how high Izuku's pain tolerance is, if he'd been burned every time he used his quirk, his hand would have been little more than a smoldering stump by the time the practical exam ended. And as for his mouth, fire has never burned his mouth. Izuku stills his hands and looks down at them. I'm not sure why sometimes it burns me and sometimes it doesn't. Maybe it's just random. I haven't used my quirk much before, so I don't know too much about it either. I just figured it would be worth giving a shot, now that I'm enhanced with One for All. All Might is still looking at Izuku like he's grown a second head or something. Still, if it burns you. He shrugs. Well, it was either that or shatter all my limbs, he points out. And the man finally stops giving him the look and sheepishly rubs the back of his neck. Oh, yes, you have a point, I suppose. He coughs, though thankfully he doesn't cough up blood this time. Well, I can see why you would have been reluctant to use a quirk like that. The pain isn't the reason, but Izuku doesn't correct him. Toshinori and young Midoriya are chatting and relaxing at the moonlit beach when Toshinori blinks down at the package the boy brought with him. By the way, what did you bring? He asks curiously. He can't help it. The small packet is wrapped in All Might printed wrapping paper, after all. Oh, the boy jumps, scrambling to pick up the packet. He hesitates for a moment before holding it out to his mentor. It's actually for you, he says, blushing a bit. It's a thank you gift for everything. I didn't have much time to prepare, so it's not much, and I'm not sure you'd even like it, but... And as adorable as it is, Toshinori puts a hand on Midoriya's shoulder, effectively cutting off his rambling. My boy, he says. And there's a fond affection in his voice again that he can't help. Whatever it is, I'm sure I'll love it. Thank you. Well, technically it's my thank you to you, but, Midoriya mumbles embarrassedly, then shoves the package into Toshinori's waiting hands as if to cut himself off before he can say anything more. Toshinori carefully tears the wrapping paper that has his own face printed all over it, and out comes a small, white, fluffy stuffed animal just a little larger than the size of his fist. He's a little taken back at first because while he doesn't dislike it, it seems a little out of the blue. But then he realizes what animal it is and chokes. Young Midoriya is fidgeting nervously. You never really talked about what you like in your interviews, so I didn't, I don't know what kind of food you like, and didn't want to get you something that you don't or can't eat. And you mentioned this one time, so I guessed you might like it. And the boy jumps then smiles tentatively as Toshinori laughs delightedly, cupping the stuffed animal in his hands. It's a Pomeranian. A Pomeranian. The man chokes on his laughter, holding the small doll to his chest. Oh God, he's laughing so much he has tears in his eyes. And that hasn't happened in ages. This child is priceless. I like bunny rabbits too, he tells the boy through his laughter, eyeing the small tuft of green hair that looks so much like a rabbit's tail. It's obvious from Midoriya's bewildered expression that he has no clue whatsoever why Toshinori is laughing so much, and it makes the situation all the more adorable. Come to think of it, that girl from the practical exam had also described Midoriya's bun as a rabbit's tail too, hadn't she? What was it she said? He looks kinda like a bunny, was it? Toshinori laughs. The next time they meet, young Midoriya gives him another wrapped gift. It's a small, white, fluffy stuffed animal again. But this time, it's a rabbit. Toshinori laughs so hard that he straight up starts puking blood and has to hold up the bunny over his head as he vomits in order to not get blood on it. But oh, is it worth it? Even with blood in his mouth and Midoriya fussing over him, Toshinori smiles. He wonders if this is the joy of having a child. Izuku's high school year begins by being accosted at the front door of Class 1 by a tall spectacled boy. "Hello, I am Ida Tenya from Saume Junior High School," he says, gesturing wildly in Izuku's face. Izuku thinks he vaguely remembers him zooming around in the same arena during the practical exams. Midoriya, wait, he knows his name. I must hand it to you. You divined the actual nature of the practical exam, didn't you? I was blind to it, and you came in first place. I hate to admit it, but you were the better man. And thanks to Ida's remark about Izuku coming in first place, now everyone in the class is looking at him, including Bakugo, whose look is more of a murderous glare. Thankfully, Izuku is saved from having to say anything and disrupt the sudden silence himself when the very girl he met at the exam comes in. She exclaims happily as she steps inside the classroom behind Izuku. It's you, bunny hair guy. And just what? Bunny hair guy. How? Izuku stares blankly at her as the girl practically radiates happiness. I'm so glad to see you. I wanted to say thank you in person. That shakes Izuku out of his blank disbelief. I heard that you tried to share your points with me, he says softly, and then he smiles at her. Thank you. The girl looks taken back at Izuku's expression for a moment, perhaps not expecting the sheer sincerity in it, but soon she beams back. I was trying to thank you, silly. She laughs. But no, Izuku isn't just thanking her for the points. He's thanking her for her words, for her smile. She had proved to him that he can be a hero that saves people's hearts, not just protect them from physical wounds while leaving their hearts shattered on the ground. She has shown him salvation. Before he can find a way to articulate that into words, someone else cuts in. If you want to go hunting for friends, do it elsewhere. A voice drifts up from the ground behind the girl. Izuku turns his head towards the chronically tired voice and sees a giant caterpillar. No, a sleeping bag, he belatedly realizes. He looks at the face poking out of the dull yellow folds to find Eraserhead. He sputters. The man blinks up at him from the ground. That's Aizawa-sensei to you, the hero says, still blinking slowly on the ground. Got anything to say? Izuku wonders for a wild moment if he can get away with saying I've had your face taped to my wall for the past decade. Probably not. Izuku is a hardcore fan of heroes and quirks in general, but there have only ever been two individuals he would call my hero even in the confines of his own mind. The first is, of course, All Might, the symbol of peace, the beacon of hope, the #1 hero, the one who gave him the courage to step between people like Hisashi or Bakugo and their victims, the one who taught him to keep getting up, and the one who, now, is his mentor. The only other hero who's been elevated to that same pedestal had gotten and stayed there since the moment Izuku and Inko watched Hisashi's arrest on TV. Izuku had followed Eraserhead's career as religiously as All Might's, so he'd known that the hero is a teacher in UA. It had been another reason he was desperate to get in this school, after all. But knowing that isn't the same thing as actually meeting his hero and finding out he's their homeroom teacher, Izuku follows Eraserhead's, no, Aizawa's instructions to change to their PE uniforms in a daze. He notices in the back of his mind that while the others' sleeves only come down to their elbows, save for a few whose bodies don't allow for sleeves in the first place, Izuku's own PE uniform has long sleeves that come all the way down to his wrists, just like he'd requested. The quirk assessment test that follows is just barely enough to shake Izuku out of his daze. Izuku has never really used his quirk at all, let alone in a test, before the UA entrance exam. Already he's at a disadvantage to his other classmates who have been living and training with their quirks for their entire lives. Izuku, on the other hand, is almost as foreign with his own quirk as with One for All. Almost being the key word. Thanks to the fiasco with the zero-pointer, Izuku now knows that with his One for All enhanced pull, he can pull himself towards things with surprising force. Landing is going to be hard because he has nothing to counteract the pull. Not to mention he's going to have to puke fire into his hand again to keep it to himself and not burn any of his classmates. But it's better than nothing. For the 50-meter dash and the standing long jump, Izuku pulls himself towards whatever building is on the other side of the track. He lets go of the pull as soon as he's cleared the finish line and has to wildly skid forward a few meters before the momentum dies. Then he's coughing flames into his hand again. For the grip test, he just pulls the grip toward him. And, of course, vomits fire again. The hardest actually turns out to be the sustained sideways jump. He tries pulling himself towards the school building on the left, then the gym on the right, then back again to the left, and so on in quick succession. But as he'd already proved in the practical exam, Using his pull repeatedly without paying the price of the push only makes it build up until it's a physical pain and the backlash is downright punishing. Izuku ends up having to stop halfway through the exercise to drop to his knees and retch, a hand clasped desperately over his mouth as his whole body shakes with the force of his heaving. He ends up in last place for the sideways jump. Some of his classmates worry for him and ask if he's alright. Izuku just wipes his mouth on his sleeve and stands up with a shaky smile. Luckily, or unluckily, depending on how you look at it, Izuku's quirk isn't of any help in the endurance running or the seated toe touch, so he just does it normally without a quirk and takes the opportunity to take a breather. By the time the last event comes around, Izuku feels better. His left palm is burned again, but it doesn't matter since he'll be using his right hand for the ball pitch. His pull isn't going to be of any help here either. Maybe he can use his fire to push, like Bakugo used his explosions, but no, Izuku squashes that thought before it can progress further. He will not actively use his fire. It may be an unfortunate part of his quirk, but he's going to use his mother's and All Might's quirk to become a hero, never his father's. Izuku quickly does the math in his head. So far, his results are decent. He did place dead last in the sustained sideways jump, but in all the others he is usually at the top 10, if not the top 5. As long as he doesn't drop the ball at his feet, he'll be safe from expulsion, at least. His name is called for the ball pitch. Izuku takes in a breath and steps forward. Aizawa knows the look of pure awe and unadulterated admiration. He's met plenty of other heroes and even works with well-known heroes as colleagues. After all, he's seen it often enough in the faces of students, mostly pointed to Midnight and even present Mike. So yes, he knows what it looks like. He's just never had it pointed at him. And it's not all. Not to mention that he recognized Aizawa as a racerhead at first sight. But the look Midoriya Izuku gives him isn't just flimsy hero worship or even vague admiration. It's almost reverent. And Aizawa has no idea how to deal with that, so he ignores it. What he isn't going to ignore, though, is Midoriya's quirk. The kid has an undeniably useful quirk that can be versatile with the right imagination and application, as he's proved both in the entrance exams and this quirk assessment test. But the problem is that it comes at a cost. Every time the kid uses his quirk, he has to double over and clamp a hand tightly over his mouth as he coughs violently. It's not uncommon for quirks to have downsides. Uraraka threw up at the end of the practical exam. Aoyama can only use his laser for 1 second at a time, and even Aizawa himself suffers from dry eye. So while Midoriya's quirk has drawbacks, quirks can be trained, just like muscles. The kid himself has potential and resolve, so Aizawa is betting that with the proper training he'll manage. His potential is not zero, that's for sure. He doesn't warrant an expulsion, but an early warning might be in place. As Midoriya prepares his first ball pitch, Aizawa reaches into a deep pocket in his jumpsuit and pulls out a small bouncy ball. As soon as Midoriya throws the ball, Aizawa erases his quirk and tosses his bouncy ball at him simultaneously. Midoriya shows impressive situational awareness and reflexes when his left hand comes flying up to snatch it out of the air before it can hit his head. Even as the softball he'd thrown lands a meager 46 meters, he turns to look at Aizawa in confusion, although there's still that underlying layer of sheer admiration and reverence in his gaze. Aizawa does his best to ignore it as he points at the bouncy ball in the kid's hand. "I erased your quirk," he says. "I've noticed the side effect of your quirk. If you used your quirk just now, you would have been too busy throwing up to catch that. And if that ball was a bomb, you'd be dead. Not to mention that you had to drop out halfway through the side jump because of your backlash. If it was a real situation, you'd be doubly dead." He looks the kid in the eye. A villain isn't going to politely wait for you. They'll beat you while you're down. If you want to become a hero, you're going to have to figure out a way around your limits before they get you killed. Aizawa beckons with a hand, and Midoriya hesitates before gently tossing the bouncy ball back at him. He plucks it out of the air and nods to the pile of softballs. "Keep that in mind, kid, if you don't want to die. Now, I gave you back your quirk. Hurry up and do your second ball pitch." Midoriya hesitates though, bowing his head with the ball in his hand as if thinking. From what Aizawa has gathered, his quirk seems to be some kind of telekinesis. Now that he has his quirk again, he would probably use it to enhance his throw. Aizawa isn't going to erase his quirk this time. He's just going to toss the bouncy ball at Midoriya's head while he's busy throwing up and make another dry remark about how that would have killed him in a real situation, just to drive home that he needs to refine his quirk. Midoriya finally raises his head with a determined look. He steps forward, drawing back his arm, and Aizawa readies his bouncy ball. But contrary to his expectation, Midoriya doesn't use his telekinesis. Instead, he seems to pool raw power into a single fingertip that he uses to smash the ball into the air at the last possible second. Midoriya catches the bouncy ball deftly with a smack. Not a hint of the violent coughing fit to be seen. His right forefinger is swollen and broken, but the kid doesn't even seem to notice the pain as he curls his hand into a victorious fist. He turns towards Aizawa and bares his teeth in a grin. I'm not dead yet, sensei, he says, brandishing the bouncy ball in his left hand. And Aizawa didn't expect it from the previously quiet and polite kid. But that grin is downright savage. 705.3 meters. The device beeps and informs him. Aizawa stares at the kid. But then, he grins right back. Izuku comes home after having his right index finger and left palm healed by Recovery Girl. Inko is waiting for him with a package wrapped in All Might printed wrapping paper. It was in front of our door, she says softly, wringing her hands. It doesn't say who it's from, so I was worried. But Izuku recognizes that wrapping paper. It's okay, Mom. I think it's for me. It's the same wrapping paper he'd used to wrap All Might's thank you gift. He brings the box into his room and away from Inko, just in case it isn't from who he thinks it is and actually turns out to be dangerous. He opens the box, and an All Might card greets him first. He flips it open to find solid bold writing. Lesser than dear young Midoriya. I was watching the quirk assessment test. Good work, both with your own quirk and with harnessing you know what. This is just a little thumbs up encouragement. And also congratulations on officially getting through your first day at UA. Keep up the good work. Greater than. The card isn't signed, but Izuku knows exactly who it's from. He smiles and sets the card carefully on his dresser. He also pulls out the yellow bouncy ball Aizawa had thrown at him from his pocket and puts it beside the card. Then he shifts his attention to the other contents of the box. He finds 2 plushies, both about the size of his head. One is a Pomeranian, the other is a bunny. They both have fluffy tails, and they're both very, very green. Toshinori first officially meets Class 1 on the second day of school. He comes in for their foundational hero studies class, namely the trial of battle, and tells them all to gear up in their hero costumes. He's in the process of complimenting everyone's costumes when he chances a glance at Midoriya and promptly does a spit take. Young Midoriya's costume is a green jumpsuit with a sturdy white mask covering his lower face, completed by a hood with 2 appendages sticking straight up. Some small part of Toshinori recognizes that it must be a tribute to his own tufts of hair. But the rest of him is caught up at the sight of Midoriya's half-bun poking out of the back of his hood like a fluffy tail and the 2 appendages waving in the air like ears. There's no denying it. With his bunny ears and fluffy tail hair, young Midoriya looks exactly like a green rabbit now. And judging by his face, he has no clue. This child is priceless. Toshinori turns his back to the class and stuffs his fist into his mouth in a desperate attempt to choke down his laughter. His only saving grace is that his students are too busy gawking at UA's extensive facilities to notice that the symbol of peace is shaking pathetically in the corner. Well, most of his students. Toshinori notices that young Uraraka has a hand over her mouth and her eyes are practically shining as she stares at Midoriya's costume and hair with something akin to delight at all. He has a feeling she's saying the same thing he is. Izuku watches worriedly as All Might explains the combat simulation. Until just a moment ago, All Might had his back turned to the class, a hand over his mouth while shaking uncontrollably. Thankfully, no one other than Izuku seems to have noticed. But he's worried that the hero might be overdoing it. The fact that there doesn't seem to be any blood coughed up at least soothes his worry a little. Sir, Ada raises his hand after All Might explains the exercise. How will we form pairs when we have an odd number of students? A hush falls upon the class as everyone is reminded of yesterday. True to his word, Aizawa had expelled the lowest-ranking student on the spot, who happened to be Minta Minoru. It had only been the first day of class, so no one really knew each other yet, and what little they had seen of Minta hadn't been all that complimentary, but it was still jarring to see the expulsion of a fellow classmate on the first day. All Might attempts to expel the gloom by beaming his signature smile. You have a point, young Ida. It will simply be that some teams have extra members. That doesn't sound really fair, Ribbit. Nonsense. Of course it isn't. But life isn't fair, you embryos. And it certainly isn't kind, Izuku thinks as he eyes the matchups. Hero team, Midoriya and Uraraka versus villain team, Bakugo and Ida. Izuku's eyes unconsciously travel across their assembled classmates to find Bakugo. The other boy is already looking at him, red eyes burning amidst the black of the mask he has over his eyes. Their eyes meet. Not a single word passes between them. Izuku is 5 years old, and he and Inko have just moved away from their old town as if trying to flee the very memory of Hisashi. They're quietly walking home after getting the groceries when a bright, strong voice calls out to them. Oh, hiya there. I didn't know there was anyone else around here with a munchkin of their own. The 2 Midoriyas turn to find a woman with red eyes and ashy blonde hair smiling at them with her own bag of groceries in miniature replica. Just as any passerby would look at Inko and Izuku and know they're mother and son, Izuku and Inko look at the pair and instantly know that they are mother and son. Oh, Inko starts nervously. We just moved in today, you see. The woman beams. Welcome, then. I'm Bakugo Mitsuki, and this midget here is my Katsuki. She smiles, pushing down her boy's head in a bow with her hand without even looking at him. The boy looks disgruntled but used to it. There's an easy dynamic there. born through familiarity and affection, something that Inko and Izuku have been too cautious to dare have. I'm Midoriya Inko, and this is Izuku. Inko manages instead. Asashi is still too fresh in Inko's mind for her to be anything less than a jittery mess, but Mitsuki doesn't seem to mind as she smiles brightly. It's a pleasure. Say, do you want to chat for a bit? It's not every day I get to meet someone my age around here. I'll fill you in on all the gossip around town. Katsuki can show Izuku-kun the playground in the meantime. Inko looks down at Izuku with a lost expression. Izuku meets her eyes, then looks across at Bakugo Mitsuki for a long moment as if sizing her up. Eventually, Izuku slips his hand out of Inko's and takes a step away. He smiles up at her. It'll be okay, Mom, he says. Go have fun. Inko looks so incredibly lost for a moment when her son says words that usually a mother should say to her son. But she is saved from having to make a reply when Mitsuki happily claps her hands. All right, come on then, Inko. Can I call you Inko? Katsuki, you take care of Izuku-kun, you hear? Yeah, the little boy grumps, but then turns to Izuku with a grin. The others should already be at the playground. Come on. Izuku's heart skips a little, and he tentatively smiles back. For the first time, he thinks he might have a friend. But of course he doesn't, because life isn't fair and it certainly isn't kind. Bakugo turns out to be fond of showing off his flashy quirk. And when Izuku clamps his mouth shut whenever he's asked what his own quirk is, the boy takes to taunting Izuku that he must be a quirkless loser and starts looking down on him. Izuku bears his taunts and cruel nickname with silence because it's better than showing his quirk. At this point in life, all 5-year-old Izuku knows about his quirk is that he inherited the destructive fire from his father and that it made his mother scream. But when Bakugo starts bullying someone else in front of Izuku, he does the only thing he can. He steps between them. Bakugo looks astonished at first. Then he laughs with youthful cruelty. You playing at hero, Deku? You don't even have a quirk. I have a quirk, Izuku says on reflex. Yeah, then show it. Izuku doesn't, because he really wishes he didn't have this quirk. But his silent defiance only seems to enrage Bakugo. The boy practically fumes, and explosions crackle violently out of his palms. I said, show it. He spits, but Izuku is too frozen at the sight of the explosions that look so much like fire to even be aware of Bakugo anymore. Bakugo seems to instinctively notice that Izuku's attention isn't on him. He rectifies that by running full force at Izuku with palms blazing. Izuku makes it back home to find Inko and Mitsuki seated side by side with a plate of cookies between them. The snacks were probably brought by Mitsuki since neither Izuku or Inko had the concept of food being pleasure yet. The two women are laughing together over something. Mitsuki loud and free with her head thrown back and Inko softly and cautiously from behind her hand. But she's still laughing. Izuku stands there frozen, staring at his mother like he's never seen her before. Eventually Inko notices him, as she's more attuned to his silent presence. Oh, welcome back, darling, she says as she catches sight of him, and she's still smiling. But then Inko's eyes widen as she takes in Izuku's dirtied clothes. A tinge of familiar fear enters those green eyes that had been filled with mirth just a moment ago. What happened, dear? Inko asks in a whisper. Izuku looks at his mother who's looking at him with fear, and then at the woman who had been able to make her smile and laugh. Izuku has only ever been able to make his mother worried, afraid, or cry. But Bakugo Mitsuki has managed to make her not only smile but actually laugh in just the short time they've been together, like it's easy as breathing. And as much as it hurts, he realizes then and there that he could never do anything to take that away from her. So Izuku clasps his hands behind his back to hide the burns and bruises on his arms and plasters a smile on his face. I just fell, Mom. Baku. But no, Izuku realizes with startling intellect for a 5-year-old. If he's going to sell this, he's going to have to do better than that. Kakin and I were playing in the sandbox. Sorry for the mess. It's instantly apparent that it was the right move. Inko visibly relaxes, and Mitsuki starts cooing. He lets you call him Kakin. That's so adorable. Mitsuki begins talking excitedly again with Inko smiling tentatively at her new friend. Izuku quietly backs out and heads to his own room to treat his wounds in privacy. Izuku had already made a habit of wearing long sleeves because of the numerous scars and wounds Hisashi gave him periodically. But from that moment, he begins wearing long sleeves at all times, even inside the house, even in front of Inko. Bakugo continues picking on others to assert himself at the top of their secluded food chain. Izuku bears the bullying pointed at himself silently, but when Bakugo goes for another target, he steps between them. He never really fights back. He's never learned to fight back. Bakugo reminds Izuku so much of Hisashi, and his explosions look so much like violent fire that Izuku pretty much freezes up when confronted with them. He just gets back up in between Bakugo and his would-be victim without protest, without even a cry of pain at the bruises and minor burns. It's nothing compared to Hisashi's abuse, after all. Izuku's silent defiance somehow seems to enrage Bakugo all the more. But each time Izuku wordlessly faces down his rage and explosions, All he can think is you have nothing on my father. Izuku steps between Bakugo and the children he tries to bully time and again. Just like Hisashi stopped going for Inko and started coming straight for Izuku, eventually Bakugo stops trying to bully other children and just singles out Izuku for ridicule and bullying. And really, as powerful as Bakugo's quirk is, he still has nothing on Hisashi. All Izuku has known before this point is violence, after all, and bullying just pales in comparison. If this is the price Izuku has to pay so that Inko thinks they're friends and can enjoy her own new friendship with Mitsuki, then he'll put up with it. He'll gladly put up with it. So Izuku never stops following the blonde around dutifully and quietly. After all, Hisashi had taught him to step between people, to get up no matter how much fear shakes his limbs, to push aside and ignore pain. But he's never taught him how to run away. So Izuku stays by Bakugo's side. Izuku is 9, and he keeps 3 steps behind Bakugo as they both walk home. Inko has become best friends with Mitsuki, and currently the two have gone out for a dinner date so can't pick them up. Izuku is happy for his mother because now that Hisashi is gone, not only can she indulge in human contact outside their house, but Inko can finally discover the joy of eating what and when she wants with the enthusiastic help of Mitsuki. Inko has changed so much in the few years since Hisashi's arrest and their move. She's less jittery and nervous, doesn't jump at every single footstep, has filled out more, and actually smiles. She still hasn't completely gotten over her pyrophobia like Izuku has managed to, but of course, a cruel phantom breathes in Izuku's ear. How can she, when you yourself are a living reminder? No, Izuku protests faintly. I will never use your fire. I will never be like you. The phantom laughs. You know what they say, boy. Like father, like son. No, I won't, I'll never. Will you shut the fuck up, you fucking nerd? Quit your mumbling. Bakugo snaps, and Izuku clicks his mouth shut. Izuku is in middle school, and this time, instead of stepping between Bakugo and his would-be victim, he steps between a slime villain and Bakugo who is his would-be victim. Later, Bakugo catches Izuku by the scruff of his neck and slams him into a wall. What the actual fuck, you quirkless shit. Deku, where did you pull that quirk out of? All this time I tell you to show your quirk, and you only use it now. He's referring to how Izuku had pulled him out of the slim villain's grasp. Izuku realizes. Of course, even half suffocating and scared witless, Bakugo is not an idiot. Of course he noticed. But that doesn't mean Izuku is going to explain his quirk, his fire, because no matter if Bakugo's smoking hands are near his throat, or he's frothing right in Izuku's face, he still has nothing on Hisashi. I never said I was quirkless, Kaken, is all he ends up saying quietly. He doesn't even flinch at the small explosions that go off near his face. He's long since gotten over his pyrophobia. After all, Bakugo himself had made sure of that. Bakugo keeps him by his collar, face twisted in rage and frustration. Is that hurt? No, he finally says. I guess you didn't. Bakugo lets go of Izuku as if he's been burned, still looking at Izuku with those unreadable eyes. Stop looking down on me, Deku. You fucking arrogant bastard. And with that accusation, he turns around without another word. Izuku is 15 and a new going through the quirk assessment test. Every time he uses his pull and violently coughs up fire into his hand in a desperate attempt to keep it back. He feels 2 sets of eyes on his back. One is Aizawa, who probably can't let his glaring weakness slide as a teacher. The other, though, is Bakugo, who has been glaring murderously at Izuku since Ida's comment about Izuku placing first in the practical exam. Bakugo watches Izuku's casual display of his quirk with almost frightening intensity. He doesn't say a word or approach Izuku, but his gaze burns almost more than Izuku's fire. Izuku is still 15, still in UA, and is now going up against Bakugo in their battle simulation. He and Uraraka are stationed outside the building the villains are holed up in, waiting for the signal to proceed. For the first time, just stepping in front of Bakugo isn't going to be enough. Izuku can't just let him have his way and wait for his rage to burn out. And he can't depend on the fact that this is only a class activity for Bakugo to hold back. No, for the first time, Izuku is actually going to have to confront Bakugo. Izuku sighs, lowering his mask from his lower face to let it rest on his collarbone. Uraraka, he calls quietly, and the girl instantly focuses on him. He had caught her staring at his costume earlier as if transfixed, muttering about bunny ears and tails. But when he had asked if his costume looked weird, she had vehemently denied it. It's perfect, she had insisted solemnly with almost frightening intensity. Izuku had no idea what was going on, but he'd been too intimidated to ask. Yeah, Deku. She smiles, and the way the nickname rolls off her tongue sounds so different from how he's used to hearing it. A strange half-smile comes upon Izuku's face as he thinks of the person who gave him that nickname in the first place. Kaken, Bakugo is most likely to come after me. I can lead him away from you. Do you think you can find the nuke in the meantime? Uraraka looks questioning. Are you sure? Izuku doesn't know if she's asking if he's sure that's the best course of action, or if he's sure Bakugo will come after him. Whichever it is, though, the answer is yes. The worst case scenario for us is facing off Ada and Bakugo at the same time. Ada's speed will make both him and the nuke hard to capture, and Bakugo has raw firepower. Divide and conquer is our best strategy. And as for whether Bakugo will come after Izuku, well, like it or not, Izuku has known the boy for the past decade. He'll come. Uraraka doesn't seem to notice Izuku's grim thoughts as she claps and beams. Oh, divide and conquer. That sounds so cool. Alright, I'll find the nuke in no time. Leave it to me. Izuku smiles back at her softly. Can you tell me more about your quirk? We can work on a plan. The timer is up, and Izuku and Uraraka steal into the building. They part ways as soon as they get in, and Uraraka takes the stairs as Izuku winds around the floor, straining his ears. Not too long after, he picks up on the sound of footsteps and breathing around the corner. It looks like Bakugo has been looking for him too. Probably planning on an ambush. Unfortunately for him, Izuku has spent his early childhood holding his breath and attuning his entire being to Hisashi so that he could either hide from the man or step between them when he started beating and co. In terms of experience in this game of cat and mouse, Izuku simply outclasses Bakugo. He doubles around the corridor to find Bakugo waiting to ambush him. He creeps up silently from behind, and then Izuku ambushes him. Izuku shoots toward Bakugo with the capture tape in his hands, and Bakugo narrowly avoids getting his legs entangled in the tape by blasting himself into a wall. He curses loudly as he hits the wall hard, and Izuku also curses internally. He'd been hoping to take Bakugo out as quickly and efficiently as possible, but now that the ambush has failed, things are bound to get messy. Diku. Bakugo roars as he gets to his feet, as if to prove Izuku's point. Fucking fight me, for once. He spits. Fight me with your quirk. Izuku would like to avoid that as much as possible. Thank you very much. So when Bakugo rushes at him with his signature right hook, instead of using his quirk, Izuku grabs the blonde, flips him over his head, and throws him. But it looks like Bakugo has learned from the ambush, and is ready this time. Even as he goes flying, he uses a blast from his palms to break the fall and come rushing at Izuku again. You shitty, he throws a punch, arrogant, aims a roundhouse kick at Izuku's head. Bastard, he hisses, thrusting both arms forward and firing a blast. Izuku dodges the blows, slowly inching back and leading Bakugo away from the staircase Uraraka headed to. She hasn't contacted him yet, so he needs to either capture Bakugo or stall for more time. So instead of keeping silent, Izuku decides to start talking back. I really don't get it, he says. Between you and me, I'd have thought you were the arrogant bastard. Why do you insist on calling me that? It's the most lip Izuku has given Bakugo in all their 10 years of acquaintance, and Bakugo looks so bewildered that he outright stops his assault. He stares at Izuku like he can't even believe what he's hearing, and that reaction startles Izuku in turn. He'd just been trying to buy Uraraka more time by stalling Bakugo. It is the first time he's really talked back to the boy, but he'd never thought what he'd just said would garner such a reaction. Why? What do you even? You don't even. Bakugo kind of gapes at him, then starts laughing harshly. He presses the palms of his hands into his eyes. Fuck, he says. Fuck. All this time I've been trying to, and you don't even. Fuck. Bakugo lowers his hands and glares at Izuku. His eyes are accusing. Hurt. All these years, you never once deigned to even show me your quirk, and the one time you do use it, you use it to save me. How the fuck is that not looking down on me? He laughs again, a harsh bark that sounds like it hurts. And it's not all. You keep stepping in front of me but never use your quirk, like I'm not even worth it. And the thing is, you never even look at me. Bakugo is snarling now, raising his right arm and pointing it at Izuku. He hooks a finger into the pin sticking out of the grenade-like support item on his arm. Fuck it. I'll make you look at me. I'll make you use your quirk. A mad grin takes over Bakugo's features, and Izuku can only watch frozen with wide eyes. Fucking look at me, Deku. Look at me. He pulls the pin. The blast rocks the entire building. Izuku barely manages to shake himself out of his shock just in time to dodge behind a corner out of the way of the explosion, though not before his left arm is hit by the blast. But pain has never really bothered him, and he can't focus on it all the more now. He really hadn't been expecting much when he'd asked Bakugo that question. The boy had a grudge against Izuku since they were little, seemingly for no reason at all, and Izuku had been too used to Hisashi's causeless violence that he'd never questioned it when the same came from Bakugo. But that had been the problem, he realizes. Bakugo had reminded Izuku so much of Hisashi that he'd seamlessly transitioned his mindset from one tormentor to the other. But the thing is, Bakugo isn't Hisashi. He had never been Hisashi. Bakugo had taken the fact that Izuku had a quirk but wouldn't use it as an insult, as a way of saying he wasn't even worth it. And of course Izuku didn't mean it like that, but he can understand how Bakugo could have taken it that way. And then there's the other thing he'd said. Stop looking down on me, he had said. And Izuku never meant to, but maybe he had. Because every time he faced down Bakugo's rage and explosions, All he could think had been, "You have nothing on my father." Bakugo's desperate and almost hurt expression comes to mind again. Look at me, look at me. Let it never be said that Bakugo Katsuki is not sharp. He had known, even before Izuku himself, that Izuku wasn't seeing him as he was. Izuku had been seeing Bakugo almost as a substitute Hisashi, and that had been why the blonde had always been so mad at him. And that doesn't change what Bakugo did. It doesn't change the fact that he was a bully, that he was a bad friend, that he was a bad person. But it does change Izuku's perspective. After 10 years, he finally feels like he understands Bakugo. And he feels sorry. Uraraka's voice comes in through his earpiece as Izuku gets up, letting him know that she's found Ida and the nuke. She's almost right above where Izuku is now. But Izuku has more pressing matters at hand at the moment, no matter what kind of person Bakugo is or was. And no matter whether Izuku meant it or not, the fact still stands that he hurt Bakugo. And Izuku, well, he's never been able to leave someone in need of help. "All right, Kaken," he calls, stepping out from behind his cover. "You win. I'll fight you." His hood has been blown away and his left arm has been grazed by the blast. But his mouthpiece is still hanging in place around his neck and resting at his collarbone. The mask is the one part he deviated from his mother's handmade costume and commissioned for a support item. It's a sturdy white mouthguard with stripes on the side and a midsection with holes, and it goes over the lower half of his face, fully covering his nose and mouth. The important part is that it's fireproof. Izuku had hung it around his neck, but now he brings it up in place over his mouth. If he has to breathe out fire, the mouthguard will keep it in even without Izuku having to desperately clamp his hand over his mouth and half smother himself in a desperate attempt to keep the fire from touching anyone else. The mask itself is fireproof, as is Izuku's mouth, so as long as the support item does its job, it should allow Izuku to freely spit out fire without fear of it burning anyone. It's effectively a muzzle that lets Izuku use his pull without having to worry about breathing out fire. Bakugo needs help, but the kind of help he needs or wants from Izuku isn't hugs or words. No, if Izuku wants to help Bakugo, this is what he needs to do. He spreads his feet in a battle stance and raises one hand towards Bakugo. "Come on then, Kaken," he says, baring his teeth in a grin behind his muzzle. "I won't bite." Bakugo looks surprised, like he didn't think he'd actually be able to get Izuku to fight him. But then his entire face lights up. Finally, the fight that follows is surprisingly short considering how heavily loaded it is. Izuku pulls, and Bakugo is yanked towards him with a yelp that turns into a delighted laugh. He grins while bringing around his right palm midair. But Izuku has been on the receiving end of that particular move too many times to fall for it. He dodges around the blast, getting behind Bakugo. Pressure from his quirk builds up, but this time, Izuku readily spits out the fire pooling in his mouth. He lets out the flame, and the coughs hack through his body. Tendrils of smoke rise out of the holes in the midsection of his mouthguard, but not a flicker of fire is seen outside it. But the most important thing about this mask is that it keeps the fire in without Izuku having to force it back with his own hand. In other words, it frees up both his hands. Bakugo is already turning to face him, but even as his body is shaking from the coughs that racket, Izuku grabs the collar on Bakugo's costume with both hands and swings him around into a wall. Even while faceplanting, Bakugo shows his remarkable battle sense and manages to aim a palm behind his back and blast Izuku. He hisses, forced to retreat, but he pulls Bakugo after him, catching the blonde in his arms in a parody of a hug. The only thing is, Izuku's hands are holding the capture tape. What the foo? Bakugo doesn't even get to finish his sentence as Izuku deftly wraps the capture tape over most of his body and his lower face, effectively trapping his arms and legs and gagging his mouth. Izuku has idolized Eraserhead for 2/3 of his life, after all. As a hardcore fanboy, he'd practiced his hero's favored weapon a little. Villain Bakugo, captured, a mechanical voice rings out. Bakugo squirms, but the capture tape holds strong. Izuku coughs up some fire and grins down at Bakugo, though he probably can't see it through the mask that's still covering his face. The glare Bakugo gives him is less murderous and more resigned. "It's progress. Uraraka," Izuku calls. "Are you still in the same place?" "Deku," a relieved voice comes over his earpiece. "Oh, thank God. Yes, but Ida keeps moving the nuke out of my grasp. I don't know what to do, and we're running out of time." Izuku looks up at the ceiling. He could join Uraraka against Ida, as was his original plan, but he's not sure if he'll be able to use his pull against Ida's speed. And there's not enough time for trial and error. So, keep close to a wall and tell me where Ida is. When you see the signal, float yourself and go for the nuke. What's the signal? You'll know it when you see it. Izuku then proceeds to drag Bakugo to a corner of the room, being tied up like a cocoon. There's nothing Bakugo can do about it except futilely kicking his legs. Izuku sets them in position, mindful of the stream of Uraraka's voice as she details Ida's position for him. When Uraraka informs him that Ida has taken to the opposite wall from her, Izuku takes Bakugo's left arm and points it to the middle of the ceiling where neither of them will be caught directly in the blast. The grenade launcher in Bakugo's right arm has already been used, but the one on his left is still intact and full of his explosive sweat. Bakugo's eyes widen in realization and outrage. Izuku grins again. Sorry, Kaken, but if you didn't want me to take advantage of it, you shouldn't have shown it to me in the first place. He hooks his finger in and pulls out the pin. The ceiling is blasted apart, and Izuku thinks he hears a startled yell from Ida. He waits a moment more, and that mechanical voice calls out again. Nuke retrieved. Winner, hero team. Izuku is sent to Recovery Girl to get his left arm patched up, even though in his opinion it's not anything worth fussing over. Recovery Girl seems to disagree, though, and tuts at him disapprovingly. Didn't I tell you not to make this a pattern? It's only the second day of school, and already I've seen you 3 times including the entrance exam. She continues fussing over him as she treats the burns and blisters Bakugo's blast left on him. But as she peels away more of the sleeve of his tattered costume, the woman stills. These are some old scars, she says quietly. Izuku looks down to see what she's talking about, then has to hide a wince. There was a reason he always wears long sleeves. Yes, he says awkwardly, pointedly avoiding the questioning eyes boring into the side of his face. He knows the old, jagged, crisscrossing scars on his forearms aren't pretty. But he's not about to tell her that Hisashi had gone through a phase where he was particularly fond of jackknives. At least she hasn't taken a look at his back yet. There's an awkward moment as Recovery Girl scrutinizes Izuku with questioning and heavily loaded eyes, while Izuku does his best to avoid meeting her gaze and fidgets. Eventually, Recovery Girl ends their one-sided staring contest with a resigned sigh. Fine. Heaven knows you teenagers can be stubborn as mules. But from now on, if you get hurt in any way, you come to me and don't just try to tend to it yourself like these. She lightly taps the web of scars. You hear, young man? Izuku ducks his head. Recovery Girl is a professional. She seems to have deduced just from seeing the way his scars formed that his young self had tried to awkwardly treat the wounds himself instead of getting proper medical attention. Yes, ma'am, he dutifully whispers. He's soon let off with a firm kiss on his cheek. But even as he leaves, Izuku still feels her gaze weigh heavily on his back. When Izuku gets back to class, his classmates flock toward him like excited puppies. Oh hey, Midori is back. Man, that was some awesome stuff back there. We couldn't hear what you guys were saying, but that was heated. It was so cool how you reverse ambushed Bakugo, and how you used his own attack to win. Divine retribution. The first match was so intense it got the rest of us all fired up. I guess that's to be expected since you two placed first and second in the practical exam. And the way you were so quick with the capture tape was really impressive too, Ribbit. It almost looked like how Aizawa-sensei used his capture weapon yesterday. Izuku hides a wince at that last startlingly accurate observation from Asui, or Tsuyu as she insists. They go around making introductions until Uraraka approaches him a little nervously. Hey Deku, I'm not sure if this is the right thing to do, but, that Bakugo guy asked. Well, told us to tell you that he'd be waiting for you outside. Izuku blinks. That's new. Uraraka, bless her kind soul, looks worried for him. Are you sure it'll be okay? It looked like he wasn't really nice to you. But Izuku smiles at her. Thank you, Uraraka, but I think I'll be alright. Deku. Izuku turns to find Bakugo straightening up from the wall he'd been leaning on and approaching him. He has his bag slung over one shoulder, shoulders slouched, his hands in his pockets, and that signature scowl on his face. But Izuku knows Bakugo well enough to recognize that the expression on his face is nowhere near actual anger. He looks conflicted, like he's received a present only to be told he can't open it until Christmas. I've been trying to get you to use your quirk since we were 5, he begins. And I finally did, but even then you only used part of it. You didn't use that fire that I know you have. And Izuku's heart leaps to his throat. His fire. How does Bakugo know about that? Even when using his pull he'd kept it smoldered so well that even All Might found out about it only after Izuku told him. Oh, of course, Bakugo must have seen it when he first saw Izuku's pull. Back when Izuku had faced the slime villain, he hadn't yet thought to breathe fire out of his mouth, so he'd had to risk pushing out a bit of flame in his hand. And Bakugo had been right behind him. Of course Bakugo had to be the one to see his fire. Of course it had to be the one person who wouldn't rest until he got what he wanted out of Izuku. Because life isn't fair. And it certainly isn't kind. Bakugo continues, running a hand over his face. And even so, you still beat me. And then there's that ice guy. And that ponytail bitch too. Just shit. He looks up and meets Izuku's gaze. But fuck them and fuck you too. I'm not going to lose to them. And I'll make you use all your quirk. And beat you at your best. I'm gonna be number 1, you hear. Then he stalks off. But his shoulders aren't as bunched up as they usually are. Izuku watches his childhood friend. Can he call him that? Walk away silently. For the first time in 10 years, he feels like he understands Bakugo. Being a bad person is not the same thing as being a villain. and sharing a few traits does not make Bakugo into Hisashi. Kaken, he calls out. Bakugo pauses his steps to look over his shoulder. Izuku gives him a half smile. I'm not going to use fire. Bakugo bristles at that, but Izuku continues on, but that has nothing to do with looking down on you. I never meant to. And, I'm sorry for not seeing you as you are. Bakugo looks at Izuku for a long moment at that apology. Then he scoffs and turns back around, though there's something about his posture that's even more relaxed and lighter than before. Whatever, I'll make you use it. And you'd better keep looking at me, you arrogant bastard. The corner of Izuku's mouth quirks up slightly at the insult. I'll make you use it, he'd said. Good luck with that. After classes have let out, Aizawa is looking over the written report of Class 1A's trial of battle that All Might oversaw earlier that day. He's doing his best to ignore All Might's All Mightness sprinkled throughout the report when the intercom rings. Aizawa, he says as he picks it up, almost glad for the distraction. This is Recovery Girl. The elderly nurse's voice comes over the line. I need to talk to you about one of your students, Midoriya Izuku. Of course she does, and of course it's him. Midoriya has been the only one in Aizawa's class to have seen the nurse. After all, both yesterday and today. No matter how bright and well-intentioned he may be, Aizawa has the creeping suspicion that this one's going to be a problem child. He sighs. How bad was it this time? A first-degree burn, blisters, cuts, and bruises. But that's not the reason I'm calling. And oh, does that sound promising? I noticed something while treating him today, so I pulled out his student file. It looks like he requested long sleeves on all his uniforms, including the PE and summer uniforms. But today he came in with half the left sleeve of his costume tattered, so I got a look at his left forearm, at least. Normally I wouldn't break patient confidentiality, but these are children, students, and we are their teachers. You are his teacher, so I think you should know this. She pauses, and Aizawa feels as if his breath stills with her. Aizawa, he had scars all over his arm. The breath he'd held comes out in a low hiss. Recovery Girl continues. They were old. I'd say at least 5, maybe even over 10 years old. Treated by an amateur, too. And he didn't deny it when I guessed he'd treated it himself instead of getting proper medical attention. And they're not just from ordinary scrapes. Those were knife marks. They were focused on the outside of his forearms, suggesting he'd been trying to shield himself from someone larger wielding a knife. And Aizawa, Recovery Girl pauses once more, and Aizawa feels his breath catch in his throat again. That was just his left forearm. I didn't even get to see the entire arm, let alone the rest of his body. And I fear what I might find. Silence falls between them. Aizawa pictures Midoriya in his mind. He remembers how the kid had immediately recognized him, not as a teacher, but as the hero Eraserhead. He recalls how he'd looked at Aizawa as if he'd hung the moon, how he hadn't even flinched at pain and even smiled through it, as if far too used to pain for one shattered finger to bother him. And now the scars. There's one vague yet glaringly obvious answer that links all those things together. Did he say how he was scarred? The nurse sighs at Aizawa's quiet question. No, I wouldn't have been as worried if he had. Aizawa hides a grimace in the folds of his capture weapon. Yeah, he'd thought the kid wouldn't talk. Even from what little Aizawa has seen of Midoriya Izuku, he can tell he's not the type of person that goes around showing off his wounds and scars, both literal and figurative. I'll keep an eye out and see what I can do. Thank you for telling me, Aizawa finally ends up saying. Of course, Recovery Girl replies. It's our duty to look after our students, after all. Oh, and I'll be telling this to All Might too, just so you know. Aizawa's eyebrow quirks up. Aizawa himself has been teaching and dealing with teenagers long enough to know that this kind of problem, a student perhaps having been a victim of a villain activity, the possibility of abuse, probably lingering trauma, has to be treated with care and caution lest they worsen the situation. Children are malleable, after all. But All Might lacks the experience in teaching to know to be delicate instead of his usual loud and bright self. Don't worry, Recovery Girl assures, as if picking up on his unease. I'll talk to him, tell him to approach this carefully. And he needs to know this. Well, then. And it's not like Aizawa hasn't suspected there might be something between his problem child and the #1 hero. It's clear that All Might is trying his best to stay unbiased and fair. But he's the type of person who wears their heart on their sleeve, for better or worse. His fondness for Midoriya is painfully obvious. And as for Midoriya, well, his adoration for All Might is only rivaled by that for Aizawa himself, which Aizawa can't afford to ignore anymore. He bids a subdued farewell to Recovery Girl and hangs up. Aizawa stares blankly at the phone for a long moment. Then he slowly reaches out a hand to pick up the receiver again. He punches in a line of numbers he hasn't called in a long time. This is Eraserhead, he says as soon as the line is picked up, not even pausing for a greeting. I need a favor. Every arrest, scuffle, or incident I was a part of from the past 10 to 5 years. I need a file on every single one as soon as possible. He pauses, especially anything that's related to a child. Izuku is confused. When Aizawa is in the vicinity, it's only natural for Izuku's attention to zoom in and focus on his hero. He can't help it. He's already gone through this phase with All Might too. Though months of exposition has at least toned down the sheer starstruck awe that surfaces in the presence of the #1 hero, it's yet to wear off for his other hero. But the confusing thing is, Aizawa is looking at Izuku too, now. It's not obvious. It's subtle. And even Izuku might not have noticed it if he himself hadn't already been hyper-aware of Aizawa. But no matter how secretive Aizawa is about it, it's undeniable that he does. It probably says something about Izuku that at the realization that his hero is watching him, his heart jumps with fear rather than joy. His mind races. Why? What did he do to single himself out? Izuku did get elected as class president only to promptly hand over the position to Ada. But Aizawa's scrutiny had begun even before that incident. Maybe it had something to do with something that happened in the trial of battle. But then, wouldn't he have said something when he was giving them feedback? Then what? Why? Could it be that he's made the connection between Izuku and Hisashi? No, Izuku tells himself forcefully. He can't have. It's not possible. Hisashi may have been the domineering shadow looming over Izuku's life, but to Aizawa he has only ever been one of the many villains Eraserhead took down, and that was a full decade ago. No matter how good Aizawa's memory may be, there's just no way he can possibly remember Hisashi. That's what Izuku tells himself as he gets on the bus for their trial of rescue, and Aizawa's gaze lingers on him for a moment too long. It's not that he hasn't thought about telling Eraserhead that he'd saved him and his mother and thanking the hero. Of course he has. But now that he's Izuku's homeroom teacher, things aren't as simple as that. Izuku is worried that if he tells Aizawa, he'll remember Hisashi. That he'll remember how Hisashi had breathed fire. And look at how Izuku holds back the flames in his mouth. Izuku is worried that Aizawa will think he's like his father. He fingers his mouthguard nervously. Thankfully, his unease is mostly dispelled by the rowdy cheer of his classmates and the novelty of Bakugo being teased. Izuku smiles and laughs with his friends during the bus ride. And by the time they arrive at their destination, Izuku is calmed down enough to get properly excited at the sight of the space hero No. 13 and go into fan mode side by side with Uraraka. His good mood is brought down a notch when he notices 13 subtly signaling to Aizawa that All Might is out of time and won't be joining them. But his attention is soon grasped by the space hero's speech. My quirk is called Black Hole. No matter what material may get sucked into its vortex, I'm afraid it will turn into dust. I'd use this to remove wreckage and save people from disasters. However, it is also a power that can easily be used to kill people. The hero pauses, and in that way, it is no different from the quirks of everyone else here. At those words, a shiver goes through Izuku. His back burns. 13 continues talking about quirks in present-day society. How one misstep is all it takes to accidentally kill someone. Izuku listens with his left fist clenched, nails digging into his palm. Recovery Girl has healed all the burns on his palm. But for some reason, it still itches. If he hadn't blocked the flames with his own hand, then someone else may have suffered for it. But then, 13's grim speech takes a turn. In this lesson, we'll be studying how to use those quirks for the sake of human life. Izuku's fist unconsciously unclenches. Your quirks emphatically do not exist to hurt others. Please leave this exercise having fully understood that your quirks exist to help people. His classmates burst into enthusiastic applause as 13 takes a bow. But all Izuku can do is stare at the hero. He already knows, of course, the duality of quirks. There are countless villains with strength enhancement quirks, but All Might used his to become the #1 hero. Even Endeavor, the #2 hero, has a fire quirk yet uses it not for villainy but heroism. But the thing is, Izuku has never been able to think of his fire in the same way. Izuku's fire is his father's, and he has seen it hurt in Ko too many times, has felt it burn himself too many times to dare think of it as anything other than pain and destruction. It has only ever hurt. It can't possibly protect. His fire has been tainted even before it was ever his. But for some reason, 13's words jostle something inside him. Before he can think more about it, though, he hears Aizawa shout out in a panicked voice he's never heard from the usually calm hero. Keep together and don't move. He barks suddenly. No, 13. Protect the students. His classmates are mostly confused, but Izuku's blood runs cold, because he knows Eraserhead. And he knows the hero wouldn't be acting this way for anything less than a mortal crisis. Stay back, Izuku warns as he flings an arm in front of Kirishima, who'd been trying to step closer and get a better view of the people suddenly emerging in the square down below them. Aizawa's gaze briefly flickers to Izuku, and he thinks he sees approval and gratitude underneath the tension in his gaze before the man fixes his goggles over his eyes and turns to the people spilling out onto the plaza. Midori is right. Don't move. Those are villains. As if to prove this, a misty black man muses after looking over them. Eraserhead and No. 13. According to the teacher's curriculum we procured yesterday, All Might was supposed to be here and yet And doesn't that sound ominous? A thin man with severed hands clinging all over his body throws his head back. Where is he? We went through all this trouble and wrestled up so many to bring along. You can't tell me All Might, the symbol of peace, isn't here. He cocks his head to one side. I wonder if he'll show up if we kill the kids. A shock seems to go through the entire class as they finally realize what they're facing. Villains. Some panic, while some speculate about one of the villains jamming the intruder alarm sensors. Through it all, Aizawa steps forward with his back to his class. 13. Do the evacuation procedure and try calling the school. He instructs as he grasps the capture weapon around his shoulders. Sensei. You're not going to fight them all alone, are you? Izuku calls in alarm, because he knows Eraserhead, and knows that his fighting style isn't suited for group combat like this. But the hero, his hero, just glances back at him with a tiny quirk of a smile that's mostly hidden in the folds of his capture weapon. A hero always has more than one trick up their sleeve, and with that, he turns away and launches himself into the midst of the villains. Aizawa. No, Eraserhead proceeds to decimate their ranks, erasing quirks and using his formidable hand-to-hand combat and capture weapon on any he can. Some of his classmates breathe a sigh of relief, but Izuku is still rooted to the spot and has his heart in his throat, because he knows that this isn't Eraserhead's forte, and Izuku can't even tell anyone how much danger their teacher is actually in. Because as much as he understands just how dangerous his situation is, Izuku also understands exactly why he'd still taken the risk. The hero must have purposefully thrown himself into the fray in order to set them at ease, and Izuku can't disrespect that by calling out his ruse and throwing everyone into worry and panic. Izuku is the only one who knows. Izuku is the only one who worries and panics right now. Come on, Midoriya. Ada calls. Let's leave it to Aizawa-sensei and evacuate. Izuku grinds his teeth. Ada has a point. If they can get out and call for reinforcements, then Aizawa will have a better chance. So he forces himself to turn away from the hero. But of course life isn't fair, and it certainly isn't kind. I'm afraid I can't allow that. A deceptively polite voice rings out as black mist spreads out before the class, blocking the nearest exit. Greetings, the villain says demurely. We are the League of Villains. I apologize for the intrusion, but we took it upon ourselves to enter UA Academy in order to engage All Might, the beacon of hope. We were wondering if we may be allowed to extinguish it, you see. And Izuku's blood runs cold. Not only do they already have Eraserhead in a tight spot, but they want to kill All Might. They want to kill All Might. It feels like the worst nightmare. And it only worsens when Bakugo and Kirishima rush at the villain. Izuku pulls them back in turn, having noticed 13 flip open the casing on their finger. With the students out of the way, 13 is free to aim their black hole on the warp villain. But even as Izuku smothers the flames that swell up in his mouth against his left palm, he watches in horror as the villain opens a warp gate behind 13, making their own quirk turn against them. The eyes reflected on 13's helmet are wide with surprise and horror. Izuku knows that feeling only too well. No, he shouts desperately, reaching to pull 13 out of the loop. But before he can, the villain seems to deem 13 incapacitated enough that he removes the warp gates on his own volition, dropping 13 to the ground. And this time, he turns his attention to the class. Run, someone shouts as the black mist envelopes them. Izuku grabs Asui, who's the closest to him, and pulls them to the other side, just narrowly escaping the dark grasp of the mist. He frantically turns around as soon as they tumble to the ground. Eda and Shoji seem to have been able to grab a few people each, including 13. But most of his classmates are missing. I wonder if he'll show up if we kill the kids. The villain's words come back to Izuku. He pales. The others, he whispers, almost gasps as he smothers fire in his mouth. We're scattered and in disarray, Shoji tells him, his many arms spread wide with multiple ears and eyes swiveling on their ends. But we're all still within the facility. A choked breath of relief leaves Izuku's mouth. As soon as the instant panic leaves him, Izuku's mind goes into overdrive. Stupid, idiotic, useless. He should have been more alert. He should have pushed through the backlash and pulled 13 out of the way instead of being busy trying to swallow down the flames. You're going to have to figure out a way around your limits, he recalls Aizawa saying on the first day of school, before they get you killed. Worse, before they get someone else killed. Izuku grits his teeth. He can't afford to wallow in self-disgust now. With Aizawa fighting in the plaza down below and 13 injured, they have no guiding figure. It's up to them. Ada, he calls tightly, his hand lifting up the mouthguard from his collarbone and settling it over his face, his eyes never leaving the villain. Ada, I'll hold off the warp villain. When you see your chance, run. Go get help. Because now more than ever, help is what they need. 13 needs medical attention. Their classmates may need saving. Eraserhead needs reinforcement. But Ada looks to Izuku with an almost lost expression. In a startling moment of clarity, Izuku understands. The earliest memories he himself has are those of fear, pain, and destruction. This means that when faced with malicious intent, he doesn't freeze up and panic because he's used to it. Because to him, it's nothing new. But his classmates are different. They haven't grown up with a budding villain controlling their lives. They haven't tiptoed through their childhood with bated breath. They haven't known constant pain or fear. They're normal. And just like normal children, they're at loss now that they've lost their teachers and are faced with a real threat. Izuku sweeps a glance over his remaining classmates. It's only been a few seconds since 13 collapsed and Izuku instructed Ida. But they're all looking at him, looking to him, because they instinctively feel like he's the only one who's even remotely calm in this situation. And of course he isn't. Of course he isn't calm. Of course he's just as terrified as every one of them. But just like Aizawa jumped to battle the villains for the sake of putting their minds at ease, Izuku can keep up a front for them too. He sets his mouth in a determined line and turns his eyes to Ida. I know you don't like it, but Ida, you aren't running away, you're running to get help. And that's something only you can do, class president. Their eyes meet. Izuku drills all the sincerity, conviction, and faith he can into Ida through his gaze. It's like 13 said. Use your quirk to save others. Ida seems to hesitate for one more moment before steeling himself. Understood. He shouts as he readies himself and revs his engines, even though it looks like the very thought of leaving his classmates behind physically pains him. The warp villain tuts in false sympathy. You may still be just children, but I'm still surprised you spout all your plans in front of me. Izuku bares his teeth in a grin behind his mask. It doesn't matter if you hear. You won't be able to stop Ida because you'll be too busy with me. No, Uraraka says as she steps up next to him along with all his other classmates that are here. They look shaken and scared, but also determined. You'll be too busy with us. Izuku looks at them, surprised, but then his grin becomes more genuine. Asui, try to capture him. Izuku calls out as he dodges a warp gate forming under him and Shoji envelops another that opens right behind. Asui doesn't even pause to quip her usual call Mitsuyu before she whips out her tongue. Zero joins in with his tape, but both that and Asui's tongue pass through the villain's mist-like body. The villain chuckles as if amused. He didn't even bother to get out of the way. Izuku's mind is in overdrive. Zero and Asui are their only long-range fighters at the moment. Anyone else would have to get close and risk being hurt, except it looks like even if they do get close, they won't be able to have any effect. But if the villain is completely invulnerable, why did he redirect 13's black hole away from himself? Why not just stand there and mock them like he's doing to them now? He must have a true body in there somewhere. Izuku grasps out with his quirk. He can only pull corporeal things, but there has to be at least some substance to the mist villain. Like that suspicious piece of armor. He grabs it and pulls. The villains come flying towards him with unbelievable speed. Izuku's startled yelp is mixed with the villain's own surprised gasp. Izuku barely manages to jump out of the way and sidestep the villain, making him shoot past and tumble into the ground behind. A moment of silence settles on them, only broken as Izuku coughs up fire into his mouthguard and the villain slowly rises to his feet with narrowed eyes. What did you just do? He asks, his false politeness chipping away. Understanding dawns on Izuku, and the bare bones of a plan forms in his mind. Even as flames lick his lips, Izuku bares his teeth in a grin. The lighter something is, the easier it is for him to pull. The mist villain seems to be mostly incorporeal, making most physical attacks useless against him. But that also makes him very, very light, which only means that Izuku can toss him around like a rag doll. He pulls again, and this time is prepared to jump out of the way as the villain goes flying past him. Before he even touches the other side, he pulls again, probably giving the villain whiplash as he's forced to change his direction mid-flight. The villain sputters, outraged, and wisps of black mist start forming around him, but he seems too disoriented to properly open a gate, and Izuku pulls him away from his pitiful attempt at escape. Izuku feels like a matador, luring the bull towards him only to release the pull and step out of the way at the last moment so the villain goes soaring past him instead of crashing into him. It's just as deadly a game as a real bullfight. He can only pull things towards him, after all, so if he's even a moment too late to relinquish the pull and jump aside, he'll be sent sprawling along with the villain. But he can't afford to let up and give the villain time to open a warp gate either. Ida, go, Sato shouts. Izuku is too focused to be able to spare even a glance at his friends, and everyone can tell that every moment is costing him. Ida shakes off his shock and takes off running, making it through the doors just before Izuku hits his limit and can't keep pulling successively anymore. He loses control of the pull halfway through, dragging the warp villain across the enclosure. The backlash from pulling consecutively hits hard. He doubles over, retching into his mask as the fire roars out of his throat with vengeance. He tries to clamp down on the fire, put a tight lid on it, make it as small as possible. His mask is fireproof, but he'd been warned that it can only take so much heat before its functions start breaking down. And Izuku can't afford to lose his mouthguard now, so he forces the fire roaring to push out of him as small as possible. It feels like trying to stop a crack in a dam with his bare hands. He's doubled over from the force of the fire trying to push out of him, and him trying to push it down. Eventually he's forced to his knees, then has to drop to all fours as he gasps and chokes on mouthfuls of fire. Smoke gushes out of the holes in his mask, almost clouding his vision. It's worse than when he pulled the 0-point robot. Worse than the time he'd tried to side jump in the quirk assessment test. Izuku had pushed himself to the limit in a desperate attempt to buy Ada time. And now he's paying the price. Deku, Uraraka calls, approaching with a worried look on her face. But soon her expression turns to horror. Deku, Midoriya. Izuku just barely manages to lift his head to see the warp villain swoop down in front of him. The slits of light that are his eyes are narrowed dangerously. And his previously amiable voice is a furious hiss now. Oh shit. That's quite enough with you, boy. And black mist bursts out from him, enveloping them both. The alarmed shouts of his classmates fade away as Izuku is rushed through the portal. He lands heavily on the other side, disoriented for a moment as he scrambles to his feet. What's this, Kirigiri? Izuku turns at the bland, almost bored voice to find the villain with hands all over him. Shigaraki Tamura, the warp villain, Kirigiri, says, and his voice shows clear deference. No, 13 is incapacitated. But this boy. He spits out in Izuku's direction, distracted me enough to allow one of the students to escape the facility. The villain, Shigaraki, stills for a moment before starting to furiously scratch his own neck. Kirigiri, if you can't be a proper warp gate, now dozens of pros will come. Then it's game over for us. Game over. He pauses, then turns his head towards Izuku, who's been watching him warily. But before we go, maybe I can squeeze in a bonus match. I've never seen Kirigiri so rankled up. You sure must have done something to get this unflappable guy like this. Hey, won't you tell me what you did? I hope you're at least more fun than your teacher. Shigaraki trails off with a meaningful sideways glance. Izuku risks taking his eyes off the villain for a moment to steal a glance in the direction. But once he looks, he can't look away. A giant, hulking black villain with popping eyes and an exposed brain is crouched on top of Aizawa. A bruised, bleeding, broken Aizawa. Izuku's whole world stills. Eraserhead slips out in a disbelieving whisper. Aizawa doesn't even stir. Yeah, Eraserhead didn't even make a proper toy for Namu. I hope you'll at least last longer. Shigaraki keeps droning on about something, but Izuku isn't even listening. Eraserhead is a hero. His hero. He saved Izuku and Inko. In Izuku's subconscious, he's on par with All Might. But when Izuku looks at him now, the image of his broken and beaten mother overlaps his hero. In that, he can't. No. Izuku hurls himself at Aizawa and the Namu, ignoring Shigaraki's indignant protest. He pulls at the villain because he can't pull Aizawa. Not in that condition, not with arms bent in strange angles and blood pooling around him. But the Namu doesn't even budge. A shocked sound escapes Izuku. The Namu is big, sure, but it should still be lighter than the robots Izuku had been flinging around with the help of One for All powering up his pull. Then, does that mean the Namu is resisting with sheer strength? Izuku's mind goes in overdrive. In the span of the heartbeat, 1,000 thoughts race through his mind. His pull doesn't work on the Namu, but he can't afford to use One for All and break his limbs because even with the Namu gone, there's still Shigaraki and Kirigiri and who knows how many more villains. That leaves only one option. But he can't. Izuku swore to himself, to his mother, to the laughing memory of his father that he would never use his fire. He especially doesn't want Aizawa to see even a flicker of flames coming out of him, lest the hero is reminded of Hisashi. But that's not the reason. It's not that Izuku won't break his oath for Aizawa. He would burn himself 1,000 times if it means he can save his hero. But the thing is, this fire he has isn't the kind of power that can save anyone. It only hurts and destroys. It's tainted. It's a quirk that can't save anyone. But then, 13's words come back to him. Your quirks emphatically do not exist to hurt others. Please leave this exercise having fully understood that your quirks exist to help people. The words he himself spoke to Ada come back to him. Use your quirk to save others. Izuku's fire has only ever destroyed what he held dear. It made his mother scream, it made his father laugh, and it burned him. But, can destruction lead to salvation? The backlash from trying to pull the Namu is building up. The fire in him surging upwards and howling to be set free, trying to push out. Still, he hesitates. Man, it's not polite to ignore people when they're talking to you, you know. Shigaraki drawls. Namu, bash his head. The Namu lifts Aizawa's bloodied head by his hair and smashes it back into the ground. And at that, Izuku snaps. All his life, Izuku has been pushed. He has been pushed away by his mother when she locked him in the broom cupboard. He has been pushed down by his father every time Hisashi beat him. He has been pushed around by Bakugo for 10 years. He's been pushed away, pushed down, and pushed around. For the first time in his life, Izuku pushes back. The students left near the entrance of the USJ are in disarray. With no teacher, no leader, no Midoriya, no one has any idea what to do. No, 13 is still breathing, but they're not responding to me. Ashido calls from the hero's side with tears in her eyes. Zero looks around nervously with Sato. The warp guy isn't here anymore. Should we evacuate? Or should we try to find the others? I don't know. Deku would. A small voice whispers in Uraraka's mind. But he's not here. Another voice furiously snaps back. Uraraka bites her lip to keep in a sob. Ever since the teachers have been out of commission, Midoriya had been guiding them, whether he knew it or not. Everyone followed his lead without question. Even all the usually independent or headstrong people. Midoriya had been the one to instantly come up with a plan and direct them. His calmness had soothed everyone's panic. His quick thinking had assured everyone's doubts. His strength against the villain had given everyone hope. He had saved everyone here, and they couldn't save him. You'll be too busy with me, Midoriya had told the warp villain. No, Uraraka had said, both to the villain and Midoriya. You'll be too busy with us. But in the end, despite all her pretty words, that's not what happened, is it? All of them knew from the quirk assessment test and the battle simulation that Midoriya's quirk has a crippling side effect. All of them saw how taxing it was for him to keep tossing around the warp villain to disorient him. And yet none of them could do anything to help him. She couldn't do anything to help him. Uraraka's teeth sink deeper into her lip. I found him. Shoji bursts out, and everyone instantly stills and turns to him. Uraraka can see the desperate hope and fear she herself feels reflected on everyone else's face. Shoji's tentacle-like arms are spread wide like a radio dish, ears and eyes on the ends, tense with concentration. Midoriya is down in the central plaza with the warp villain and someone else. I think it's their leader. It's the guy that was talking about killing us. They all exchange a fearful look. No, not Midoriya. Please, not Midoriya. They need him. They can't. But then, something explodes. Uraraka whips around to turn to the plaza. A column of fire is blazing in the center, so bright and intense that she can't make out what's going on or who's making the fire. It roars like a fiery dragon clawing its way up to the sky, furious and awe-striking in its ethereal rage. A tremble goes down Uraraka's spine as the pillar of flames blaze away where she knows her friend is. Deku, Shigaraki, and Kurogiri jump back as they shield their eyes against the blazing light and whipping wind. The pair watch in almost awestruck silence for a moment as the intensity of the flames completely obscures the kid from sight. The sight is terrible in its brilliance. Is that how he got under your skin? Shigaraki asks Kurogiri. No, the warp villain answers, his misty form flickering in unease and surprise. I didn't even know that fire is part of his quirk. This is a cheat, Shigaraki hisses, narrowing his eyes against the glare. What is this? Phase 2. This kid isn't even a boss. His gaming jargon seems to be lost on the older villain, but the sentiment is shared. Just then, the fire dies down. The flames recede back into the kid, only little flickers running up and down his skin. The light throws his previously soft features into sharp relief and gives his green eyes a strange glint. The white mask that had been over the kid's lower face is charred and smoking. He raises one hand to lift it off his face and lower the mangled mess to his collarbone. His eyes seem to be fixated on Namu and Eraserhead before they slowly shift to Shigaraki. Step away from him, he says softly, and somehow his voice carries with uncanny clarity. His words are pointed to Namu, but they're addressing Shigaraki, those fiery green eyes boring into the villain. It's as if he's already figured out that Namu only takes orders from Shigaraki in the short time he's been here. If you want to play a game, then fine. Let's play, but leave him out of it. Shigaraki pauses, then smiles eerily. So the kid cares about Eraserhead? I don't think I will. It's more exciting when the stakes are higher. No. He points a finger at Eraserhead. Namu. But before he can give the order, the kid reaches out a hand towards him and makes a sharp pulling gesture. Shigaraki is yanked forward, stumbling and choking on his words. The force itself isn't very strong, but it's just enough to unbalance him and cut him off. Shigaraki raises his head and looks at the kid with a murderous glare. He kinda sees why even Kurogiri got pissed at this kid. The kid bares his teeth in a grin. Just you and me, Shigaraki. Let's play. He cocks his head. Or are you not game? And oh, if you put it that way. He's not sure how the kid did it, but he's pushed all the right buttons to make Shigaraki laugh in malicious excitement. Fine, Kurogiri, Namu, back off. Shigaraki Tamura, Kurogiri tries. But Shigaraki doesn't even spare him a glance. I said, back off. Kurogiri wordlessly steps back after his attempt and the Namu raises its giant body off Eraserhead to meander off. Shigaraki turns with a grin of his own to face the kid who somehow manages to look almost serene for all that his smile is more or less a snarl. Say, what's your name, mini-boss? The kid blinks. Then his lips stretch wider. Midoriya Izuku. And then a burst of flames comes flying into his face. Izuku grins. He bares his teeth and grins, and uses it in the stead of the mouthguard that's now broken and dangling at his collarbone. He hides behind it like a mask, uses it to bury all his fear and doubts and insecurity of the fire pushing out of him, puts it up as a front to shield himself, and brandishes it like a weapon. he's sure he'll have an appropriate breakdown and freak out about, well, everything once he makes out of this. If he makes out of this. For now, though, all he can focus on is the fact that Aizawa has been left alone. He's facing off the leader of the villains, and he needs to buy as much time as possible. He can't afford to break down now. The fire had burst out of him like his emotions had physically manifested. But now it's smoldered down back inside him. Izuku can't afford an outburst like that again. Not with Aizawa so close, but he can't just rely on his pull and open himself up to attack while he rides out the consequences anymore either. Instead of pulling, Izuku consciously pushes a blast of fire out of one hand. Shigaraki dodges out of the way with surprising agility and comes for Izuku with a hand outstretched. But this time Izuku pulls, and Shigaraki stumbles as the momentum forces him faster than he'd expected. Izuku thinks he hears the villain hiss cheat but ignores it in favor of bringing around his fist to connect with Shigaraki's stomach. The villain coughs, but instead of pulling away he takes advantage of their closeness to grab at Izuku's face. He pulls himself back, just barely dodging the grasping fingers, and Shigaraki's hand brushes the mouthguard on his collarbone instead. It disintegrates in a matter of seconds. Izuku scrambles back frantically. The broken remnants of the mask fall to the ground with a pitiful clatter. A chill goes through him at the thought that that could have been his face. A burning rage passes through him at the realization that that's what happened to Aizawa's raw and exposed elbow. Shigaraki is flexing his fingers, grinning through the severed hand on his face. So close. He jumps out of the way as another jet of flames come at him. They continue on like this for a few more tense moments. Izuku is at his limit, not used to using this side of his quirk. Quirks are like muscles, after all, and his are comparable to that of a newborn babe. Finding the balance between push and pull is not easy, especially doing it for the first time in the heat of battle. Not to mention that some part of his mind is still freaking out about the fire blazing at his command. He's both mentally and physically straining himself. It's the first time he's actually pushed out the fire instead of having it push out of him. Not since that very first time when he was 4 and his mother screamed. And perhaps that thought causes him to slip. Shigaraki closes in again, one finger just barely grazing Izuku's skin. Izuku flings out his left arm in panic and pushes. But instead of the villain dodging the stream of fire like every other time, he recoils with a scream. Izuku freezes. He'd consciously, or perhaps unconsciously, been avoiding aiming the fire directly at the villain, only using it to intimidate and change his course. Because no matter if this is a villain, no matter if he wants to kill All Might, no matter if he broke Aizawa, Izuku would still never wish this fire on anyone. The familiar smell of burnt flesh hits Izuku's nose. The hand on Shigaraki's face has been knocked off by the blast, and he holds one hand near his burned face while the other wildly groups around for it. "Father," he says, and suddenly, Izuku is burning. He chokes on a gasp as the fire in his left hand abruptly scorches his palm. He flings his hand away from himself as if trying to shake it off. But in his moment of inattention, Shigaraki has already put the severed hand back on his face and is coming back at Izuku with his hand outstretched. Izuku pulls himself out of the way, but this time doesn't dare follow up with a jet of fire. Shigaraki grins madly through the hand on his face, his eyes glinting and his left cheek red with a burn. "Oh, what's this? Are you burned by your own fire? In that case, change of tactics. Namu." Shigaraki pivots violently. Izuku is confused for a moment before he realizes that he's headed straight for Aizawa. At the same time, the Namu awakens from its docile state and springs to action, also headed for the hero from the other side. Izuku's heart stops for a moment. He can only pull one thing at a time, which means he can only stop one of them if he only pulls. And, just know, whatever fear Izuku has about burning anyone on principle, Shigaraki can't have him. Not Aizawa, not Eraserhead, not him, not him, not him, not him, not him. One hand grasps out and pulls Shigaraki back, while the other flings forward and pushes a blast of flames at the Namu. The Namu shrieks an inhuman sound. Izuku bites his lip as he does his best to ignore it and is already running to put himself between Aizawa and the villains when he hears Shigaraki's delighted laugh. A warp gate opens in front of Izuku. His own flames come rushing out of it. Oh shit. So this was his plan. Checkmate, comes Shigaraki's gleeful voice. Izuku turns his back to the flames, trying to shield Aizawa as much as possible with his own small body. He grits his teeth and waits for the familiar white-hot pain and scorching agony. And the burn, but it never comes. A silent beat passes. "That was cool, Eraserhead," comes Shigaraki's grudging acknowledgement. Izuku opens his eyes to find Aizawa still on the floor with his head barely raised, his eyes red and looking straight at him. He erased Izuku's quirk. He saved Izuku, again, even while he himself is on the brink of death. A shaky breath escapes Izuku as Aizawa slumps back down, unconscious, his face planting on the floor again. Izuku is trembling from emotions he can't even name, mouthing words he doesn't even recognize, a sob and a gasp choked in his throat. He pushes it all down and turns to face the villains again, firmly putting himself between them and Aizawa. Shigaraki is still on the floor where Izuku had deposited him with his pole, and Kurogiri is hanging to the back. But the Namu is rearing up and screeching. There are still licks of flame tearing its skin, yet it still comes dashing towards them. The momentum is so strong that Izuku isn't sure that even the push of fire will stop it. But a hero always has more than one trick up their sleeve, Aizawa had said. In Izuku's case, he has 3. Sorry, sensei, he whispers as he picks up Aizawa as gently as he can. He's wildly glad for all the weight training All Might made him go through in the junk heap as he bears the hero's full weight in his arms. Izuku flicks a one-for-all charged finger in the direction of Shigaraki and Kurogiri, sending a blast of air so that they can't do anything to interfere like last time. He waits for the last moment before the Namu is upon them, then jumps up and jumps off the Namu with a one-for-all powered kick. Smash! Gusts of wind billow out and Izuku lands clumsily, far from the Namu, doing his best not to jostle Aizawa. He'd been willing to sacrifice his leg to save Aizawa, even though it would make the fight later on harder, but to his shock his leg isn't shattered. It feels like it's only fractured, maybe. Not that he's complaining. What? Telekinesis, fire, and now super strength too. You're a cheat, Shigaraki complains. I'm the cheat. You're the one who broke the rule of playing one-on-one. Izuku shoots back, not daring to set Aizawa down lest they come after the hero again. But I'm a villain, Shigaraki points out. Well, fair point. The villain scratches his neck. Man, I mean this is fun and all, but you keep getting distracted because of a racer hat. What are you trying to be, a hero? Izuku barks out a laugh. He knows he can't be one. Not with Hisashi's tainted fire burning at his back. No, I'm holding on to one and holding out for another. A boom sounds near the entrance of the USJ, and Izuku's grin widens. And it looks like I bought just enough time. All Might emerges from the smoke, ripping off his tie with a thunderous scowl. Have no fear, for I am here. With the Namu's movements hampered by the numerous burns riddling its body, All Might makes quick work of the artificial human, and with Eda bringing the reinforcements, Shigaraki and Kurogiri have no choice but to retreat by themselves. Shigaraki's eyes glare at All Might as he sinks into the warp gate. We've failed this time, but we'll get you next time, All Might, symbol of peace. And you, he suddenly turns to Izuku. Shigaraki smiles. Let's play again. A shiver goes through Izuku. He clutches Aizawa's bloody body to his chest as he stands there, almost numb in the aftershock. The adrenaline comes crashing down, but his senses are still in frantic overdrive, messing up his cognition and dulling his mind. His ears are ringing with Inko's screams and Hisashi's laugh, but his arms are holding one of his heroes. As exhaustion washes over him, he can't think. Oh my god, Aizawa. Someone calls as they approach quickly with outstretched arms. Somewhere in the back of Izuku's foggy mind he recognizes him as Present Mike. But the majority of his mind is still running high on survival and protective instincts. What he sees is a threat that's trying to take Aizawa away. And no, not him. Izuku bares his teeth and steps back, tightening his arms carefully around Aizawa. Something in his leg makes a resounding snap. He doesn't even flinch. The threat, Present Mike, stops still where he is, evidently noticing that something is wrong. He looks around, then frantically calls to some people and waves them over. Izuku stays where he is, trembling slightly, clutching his broken hero protectively. A wall of cement swells in front of Izuku, cutting off everyone else. Izuku still doesn't let himself relax, though. But then All Might is there, not buffed up and towering, but skeletal and bloody and crouching to meet Izuku's eyes without looming over him. In this small secluded sanctuary of cement where only he and his heroes are, Izuku finally feels a little less on edge. Midoriya. All Might calls, and it's hard to tell on that gaunt face, but Izuku thinks he looks almost as emotionally broken as Aizawa's body. Midoriya, my boy, it's all right now. You're safe. But Izuku just stares at the hero. It's not that he doubts All Might. Even muddled and swaying on his feet as he is, Izuku still implicitly trusts his hero. But with the broken body of his other hero in his arms, dizzy from coming down from his high, and instincts in overdrive, he just can't understand what All Might is saying. All Might blinks as if he's just realized something, and then looks like he's on the verge of crying. My boy, he calls again, voice rough and ragged. He's safe. He's all right. Aizawa, Eraserhead is safe. And oh, Izuku understands that. He smiles. It's the last thing he remembers. Toshinori is lying quietly on the hospital bed next to young Midoriya. Aizawa and No. 13 have been carted away to the hospital. None of the other students have been harmed much, and he and Midoriya have been entrusted to recovery girls' care. The nurse tuts from her chair. You pushed yourself too far. I won't be surprised if your time went down again. Though, considering the circumstances, I won't say more about that right now. What I will say, though, is that you need to start setting a better example for your successor. Toshinori glances over at young Midoriya. He's still unconscious after having passed out in the USJ. According to Recovery Girl, it has less to do with his physical injuries and more to do with the mental and emotional strain he's gone through. The boy's hair is out of its usual tuft of a half bun, spilling in dark green curls over the pillow. The dark hair contrasts with the pallor of his face, making him look smaller and paler. Something in Toshinori aches. When it looks like Toshinori isn't going to answer, Recovery Girl continues. He's being smart with one for all and not throwing it around willy-nilly. But I have a feeling that it has less to do with self-preservation and more to do with the fact that it makes him useless after. He already has another self-destructive quirk, and he's been throwing it around without a care for himself. And after what happened today, I'm worried. Recovery Girl sighs as Toshinori keeps gazing at Midoriya, following his gaze. I see why you chose him. I really do. He's selfless, brave, and caring. But Toshinori, before he's a hero in training, before he's your successor, he's also just a child. The elderly nurse gives Toshinori a look. He's just like you, in some ways. And Toshinori, while that might be a good thing for a hero, it's not for a person, especially a person you care about. And Toshinori understands. He props himself up on the bed, turning so he can properly face Midoriya. He hears Recovery Girl sighing again in sympathy and compassion, but he doesn't have the presence of mind to properly talk to her right now. Just yesterday, she had told him about Midoriya's scars. She had told him what she had seen, what she hadn't seen, what she suspected, what it implied. And she had also cautioned him not to approach this subject with Midoriya rashly. Just yesterday, he had been told that his bright, kind, caring heir with a heart of gold has scars that dig deep, deeper than any child should have. Just yesterday, he'd had his heartache for his protege. And today, his heart feels like it's being slowly and methodically dismantled. He remembers how he found young Midoriya facing off the three main villains with an injured Aizawa in his arms, eyes wild and teeth bared in a desperate grin. He remembers all the blood, smoke, and burns that covered his body. He remembers how protective he was of his teacher even while half unconscious and delirious. He remembers how the boy had only looked relieved at the words that Aizawa, not himself, was safe. All Might understands more than anyone that a hero, and that especially the beacon of hope and the symbol of peace, must push aside their own well-being for the sake of others. As the former wielder, he couldn't have made a better choice for the next successor of One for All. But as a mentor, the weight of passing on his duty finally crashes into Toshinori as he realizes that seeing Midoriya as his successor is not the same thing as seeing the boy as his. Just then, Midoriya stirs. His lashes flutter a few times before blinking blearily up at Toshinori. All Might. Toshinori swallows around the lump in his throat. Yes, my boy. Midoriya stares up at him tiredly as if confused for a moment. But then he beams. I'm glad you're all right. And at that, Toshinori he can't. He should probably say something. He should applaud Midoriya's courage, or thank him for weakening the Namu, and tell the boy that he's so proud of him. But in the end, all he can do is climb over to the boy's bed and envelop the child in his arms. Midoriya stiffens as if not used to being hugged. And that just breaks Toshinori all the more as he cards one hand through the boy's curly hair falling freely to his chin. It takes a moment, but Midoriya finally wraps his arms around Toshinori as well. He's hesitant, as if unused to physical contact and also unsure why Toshinori is acting like this all of a sudden. He doesn't care. Toshinori hugs his boy tightly to his chest. They have the next day off from school. Aizawa is let out from the hospital, albeit with bandages covering his entire body, turning him into a mummy. Yamada is here to help him out, cheerily ignoring Aizawa's long-suffering protests that he's just fine. Go on, I'll get your stuff, he grins. You don't want to keep your kid waiting for you, do you? Aizawa blinks, and when he gets down to the hospital lobby, he finds none other than Midoriya Izuku sitting with his head bowed on one of the waiting chairs. He sighs. Then he slowly makes his way over and plops down next to the kid. Midoriya absent-mindedly raises his head, then does a double take. Erase, Aizawa-sensei. He gapes. Aizawa notes that the kids almost called him by his hero name again. Shouldn't you be in bed? And shouldn't you be at home? He returns, slouching and leaning back in the plastic chair. He shuffles his casts so they lie more comfortably on the stomach of his black t-shirt, then peers at Midoriya out of the side of his gaze. They sit in silence for a while. Midoriya doesn't look like he's about to breach a topic soon, so Aizawa ponders how to go about handling his problem child. He could mention how reckless it was for the kid to try to face three of the main villains on his own. He could reprimand him for not leaving Aizawa and getting wounded. Or he could try to get him to talk about that blazing fire he saw when he briefly woke up. So, he begins. You never told me you can use fire. The kid winces. No, no, I didn't tell you. Not that I can't use it. I'm sorry. Aizawa blinks. For what? Midoriya looks up at him with something akin to bewilderment. The fire. I know that it only causes destruction. It's not a quirk that can save anyone. I kept it down for so long, and I never should have used it, but I couldn't think of anything else at that moment. I'm so sorry. And well, that doesn't explain much. Aizawa doesn't understand fully what's going on, but he hasn't been teaching teenagers for years with nothing to show for it. He pieces together what he remembers and what he's heard since waking up with what the kid is saying now. It looks like part of Midoriya's quirk is fire, and he's absolutely traumatized by it. Aizawa was going to scold Midoriya for being so reckless, for having no self-preservation, for valuing a pro's life over his own. But at this moment, he looks at this kid who's hunched over with despair draped over him like a physical weight, who's crushed by insecurity and shame even after having almost single-handedly dealt with the situation after himself and 13 were out of commission, who's just so broken and realizes that's not what the kid needs right now. He gives a mental screw the plan. If anyone should be apologizing, it should be me. I failed to protect you. But from what I remember, and especially from what I've been hearing, you saved me. And All Might. The fire weakened the Namu enough for All Might to pull through, and there wasn't a single burn on me. So Midoriya. Aizawa waits until the kid hesitantly raises his head to meet his eyes. Thank you, he gasps. But you had to save me again, he says disbelievingly. Aizawa files away that again for later pursuit. Outwardly, he shrugs. It's called teamwork, Brad. And I did tell you to find a way around that puking. That was your fire, I presume. He still remembers the burns on the kid's palm. After all, he can make an educated guess. Midoriya nods numbly, and Aizawa gently plops his cast on top of his head. Good to see you take advice to heart. Midoriya slowly raises his hands to the top of his head, all the while staring up at Aizawa like he can't believe he's being praised and thanked. The lost look in his big green eyes makes Aizawa want to do something ridiculous, but thankfully both his arms are in a cast so he physically can't do anything too touchy-feely. Instead, he lightly rubs the end of his cast on the top of Midoriya's head in an awkward pat. I don't know what you think about it, but you saved me and All Might with your fire, Midoriya. You did good. Don't forget that. And for the look that Midoriya gives him, he might as well have told him he'd hung the moon. Yamada comes back with Aizawa's hero costume and other belongings. He grins at Midoriya and the kid smiles tentatively back. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you yesterday. Present Mike, he says while stooping into a low bow. Yamada waves it off. Don't worry about it. I understand that emotions and instincts can get high in stressful situations. But then his smile takes on a devilish turn. Though I do wish I took pictures when you were holding Aizawa bridal style, Yamada says with a wink. Midoriya sputters. Aizawa blinks. Then he slowly turns to stare at his student as if to say, you did what? Midoriya's face is turning into an impressive shade of red, and he knows the truth without having to hear a word. He can almost picture it. Himself, slack and unconscious, with Midoriya holding his almost too long form in an awkward bridal style. The mental image is something else. My hero, Aizawa deadpans, and the kid looks like he wants to sink right into the earth. Aizawa lowers his head to hide his grin in the folds of his bandages. As soon as Izuku arrives at school, he's swarmed by a horde of his classmates. Deku, Midoriya. Oh man, hey guys, it's Midoriya. Izuku blinks in bewilderment. Did something happen? Uraraka looks at him like she can't even believe him. Did something happen? Are you kidding me? You got kidnapped by the warp villain right in front of our eyes. And the next time we saw you was when you were being carried out of the USJ on a stretcher. And you're asking me if something happened. What Ochako is saying, Asui supplements Uraraka's almost tearful exclamation, is that we were worried about you, Ribbit. Though, of course they were, Izuku realizes with a start. The students clustered around him with the most worried and relieved expressions are the ones who had been with him at the entrance of the USJ. And the last time they saw him, yeah, he wasn't in that good shape. Izuku can't help it. He smiles. Sorry for worrying you. But, thank you, too. I'm alright. Zero and Sato make a show of patting him down as if to check, and Izuku laughs out loud. God, it feels good having friends. We saw a huge fire down in the plaza. You didn't get caught in that, did you? And just like that, Izuku's emotions come plummeting back down from its high, because life isn't fair, and it certainly isn't kind. He should tell them that it was his quirk. They deserve to know. He opens his mouth. Aizawa-sensei erased it before it burned me, is what he ends up saying. Which is true, but it isn't the truth. His classmate's sigh of relief makes Izuku hate himself. But the fact is that even with All Might hugging him and whispering that he's so proud in his ear, even with Aizawa patting his head and thanking him, it's still not quite enough to overwrite more than a decade of negative reinforcement. The others are oblivious to Izuku's inner turmoil and continue chattering. You know, I was really worried yesterday since I couldn't even contact you and check if you were alright. And that got me thinking, why don't we exchange numbers? Hey, great idea. We can make it a whole class thing, like for emergencies and stuff. Things take off from there. It takes a few crazed moments of everyone passing their phone to the next person before Yaoyorozu suggests everyone just give their number to Ida. and he can send a group text of the entire list to everyone else. Yo, Bakugo, hurry up and give the class prees your number, man. Kirishima calls. Huh, as if I'd let extras like you have my number. Their classmates grumble, almost used to Bakugo's crassness by now. Izuku just hums and scrolls through his own phone. Here, I have his number. You can add this under his name, Ida. Deku. Bakugo gives him a look that's positively betrayed and Ashido openly laughs at his face. Izuku smiles to his friend's laughter. He feels so blessed to be among them. He told All Might and Aizawa that half his quirk is fire. Maybe someday, he'll work up the courage to tell them too. A mummified Aizawa informs them of the sports festival, and excitement is at an all-time high. Even Uraraka, who's usually an amiable ball of sunshine, is smoldering with competitive zeal. Midoriya and Ida hear her reason for becoming a hero while on the way to lunch, and she seems embarrassed at first but beams with gratitude when both boys assure her. Say, Deku, I just told you my reason for wanting to become a hero, and we know Ida's from a hero family, but what about you? Good question, Uraraka. If you don't mind us asking, of course, Midoriya. Midoriya hesitates for a moment, but before the silence can stretch on too long, All Might appears around the corner. Midoriya, my boy. And after that buoyant call, the hero almost shyly holds up a bento wrapped in a bunny-printed handkerchief that looks far too cute and small for his hulking form. Would you care to have lunch with me? Uraraka does a spit take as she laughs. Are you a schoolgirl? Even after Midoriya has left with All Might, Uraraka can't keep in her chuckling. I never thought I'd see the symbol of peace act like a scene from a shoujo manga, though I do wonder why he called Deku. Ida hums and adjusts his glasses as they get in line at the cafeteria. Perhaps it has to do with what happened at the USJ. Uraraka instantly sobers at that. Midoriya is the one who made the plan and bought me enough time to get the other teachers, after all. And I hear that he held off the leader of the villains until All Might got there. It would be no surprise if All Might took an interest in Midoriya. Ida muses as he picks up his lunch, but he belatedly notices that Uraraka is uncharacteristically quiet. Uraraka begins with her head down. He shouldn't have had to. He shouldn't have had to fight the warp villain or the creepy leader on his own. I should have helped. I was right there. He saved me, and I couldn't save him. And I feel so useless. She angrily brushes a fist over her eyes. Ida is at a loss. He's never been good at social interactions, too honest and eccentric to fit in. Midoriya and Uraraka have been infinitely understanding and kind, but he's still completely at lost on how to comfort a crying girl. He finds himself wishing for Midoriya. But thankfully, Uraraka is a strong-willed hero in training and soon lifts her head on her own without Ida having to embarrass both of them with his awkward attempts at comfort. But from now on, I'm going to do better. Be better, she says determinedly. And at those words, Ida is instantly ashamed. He thinks of how utterly lost he was without Midoriya, how he'd had to have the other boy instruct him even though he's the class president, how even just now he'd instinctively looked for Midoriya's help. He sets his jaw. As will I, Uraraka. They will do better, be better. Ida glances down at Uraraka. She has a determined expression on her face, but her eyes are still tearily bright and she's sniffling. Would you like another matcha? Ida tries, offering his dessert. Uraraka beams at him. They're too engrossed in their conversation to notice that one Todoroki Shouto has heard every single word. Toshinori guides young Midoriya to a private room, then locks it before reverting back into his true form. He takes a seat across from the boy, pouring them each a cup of tea. He's stalling. He knows this. And yet, Toshinori had originally called the boy in order to tell him that the sports festival is the best chance to spread his name to the world, to take the first step in becoming the #1 hero and symbol of peace. But he remembers what Recovery Girl said. He remembers how utterly terrified he had been at the sight of his protege facing off villains on his own. It's one thing to see Midoriya as his successor. It's another to see the boy as his. As the previous wielder of One for All, Toshinori knows what he needs to do, what Midoriya needs to do. But as someone who's come to care for the boy, he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to put more pressure on this child who's already burdened by so much. He doesn't want to expose him more when already Shigaraki has his eyes on him. He doesn't want to put him in danger when he's already ridden with who knows how many scars. Toshinori is conflicted between his duty and his emotions. And the worst part is that he already knows what Midoriya will choose in a heartbeat. Too much like Toshinori himself, the boy will choose to do the right thing without a second thought to his own well-being. All Might, is something wrong? Midoriya asks quizzically once the silence stretches on too long. Toshinori looks at how the boy is holding the cup of tea between his hands like a bunny holding a carrot between its paws, at the greenish dark hair pulled back into a half bun like a rabbit's tail, and at those big green eyes. Well, it's just a sports festival. It's not like he can be hurt too severely in a school event, right? He clears his throat. No, I just wanted to talk to you about the sports festival. Considering what happened at the USJ, do you have a better hold on your quirks than before? Midoriya frowns slightly, looking down at his hands. I've been thinking about it too, and I think so. When I used one for all to kick the Namu, I didn't get much of a backlash. Toshinori spits out his tea. Your leg was cracked in 3 different places. He protests. Midoriya just blinks. Oh, then he shrugs. That's probably because I kicked off the ground first before kicking the Namu. Well, at least it wasn't shattered and flopping around like a rubber chicken. And Toshinori can't even. He gave the power to Midoriya knowing that the boy probably wouldn't be able to use one for all as naturally as he himself did. But he'd never known just how casual and dismissive he'd be about his own well-being. Midoriya continues as if he's said nothing wrong. It's the first time I tried to use it on a person, even if it was an artificial human, so maybe that put a brake on my subconscious. It feels like trying to cook an egg in a microwave. Too hot, in it. Or rather, I'll burst. And as for my original quirk, he hums, a crease forming between his brows. I've only ever tried to use my pull, and never tried to push out fire consciously. Even when I had to let it out because of the backlash, I've always tried to make the fire as small as possible. But when I freely used fire and my pull at the same time without restraint against Shigaraki, I didn't feel any backlash at all. I think it's like a water hose. Whenever the fire tried to come out, I've tried to stop it at the nozzle. And that made the pressure build up and swell the pipe, eventually making the hose burst. Or in my case, violently throw up flames. Toshinori stares at the boy that's full on muttering away now. He has 2 powerful quirks like super strength and fire. And he compares it to mundane objects like a microwave and a water hose. This boy is unbelievable. The man snorts, then shakes his head. Well, it's good that you figured out a way around. Especially because, and now he's going to have to do it. As the next symbol of peace, the sports festival is the best opportunity for you to announce that I am here to the world. Midoriya looks at him for a long moment, and then, just as Toshinori had predicted, he nods. I understand. Toshinori swallows down the bitter taste in his throat and tries to smile. Good. I hope you have your representative speech ready. The boy looks like someone pushed the pause button. My what? An absolutely horrified expression crawls on young Midoriya's face. This time, Toshinori doesn't have to fake the mirth and throws his head back to laugh out loud. During the weeks following up to the sports festival, Izuku divides his time between doing schoolwork, training, trying to figure out his quirk, and freaking out about the speech. The student who placed first in the entrance exams annually makes the opening speech as the student representative. Izuku knew this, of course, but he's just never thought of it in context with himself. At one point, Ida suggests asking Aizawa for advice. Izuku looks at him like he's just told him to go tickle a sleeping dragon. Why not? Ida asks, perplexed. He's our homeroom teacher, after all. Aren't teachers here to guide us? And, well, if you put it that way. But the thing is, Aizawa is still Izuku's hero before he is his teacher. The thought of just casually walking up to the man is still foreign. And besides, Izuku has never had the concept of looking to adults for help. Eventually, though, it's Uraraka who takes initiative. One morning after homeroom, Uraraka grabs Izuku's shoulders and shoves him towards Aizawa. Deku has something to tell you, sensei, she says with a cheery grin before bolting out the door. Since their next class is P. All the other students file out to go change until the only people left are Aizawa and Izuku, who's frozen in place. The hero turns and raises an eyebrow. Izuku gulps. Well, now that it's upon him, might as well, right? And if his fanboy heart is a little excited about talking to Aizawa privately again, well, sue him. It's just, I have to make the speech at the sports festival. And, I have no idea what to say, he admits. Aizawa looks like he's relaxing minutely, as if he'd been expecting something of a far more serious nature. You know, you don't have to give a tear-jerker or anything, right? Most people aren't even going to remember the speech. It sounds almost crass, but somehow that eases Izuku's nerves. Aizawa hesitates, then gently bumps Izuku's head with the end of his cast. Keep it simple. Don't worry about it too much. Izuku unconsciously raises his hands to rub the spot Aizawa bumped him as if committing the feeling to memory. He still has no idea what to say, but even so he's already feeling much better. Maybe Ida was onto something. Thank you, sensei. He beams. Aizawa avoids his eyes. Izuku thinks he hears too bright mumbled into the folds of Aizawa's bandages, but he's not sure. With his nerves at least slightly calmed down, Izuku feels a little better. But there's another thing that bothers him, though. Thanks to spending his early childhood being hyper-aware of Hisashi's every breath, glance, and footstep, Izuku has pretty good situational awareness, if he says so himself. And lately, his instincts have picked up on the feeling of being constantly watched. And the culprit is none other than Todoroki Shoto. It's confusing, to say the least. He and Todoroki don't really have any point of contact. Forget him. Izuku doesn't think Todoroki has anything with anyone. and Izuku doesn't remember doing anything particular to garner his attention between the time Todoroki started watching him and before, yet here they are. One day he turns at the sensation of being watched yet again to catch Todoroki staring at him. "Do you have something to say, Todoroki?" he asks. The other boy blinks slowly. "No, at least, not yet." "Well, isn't that enlightening?" Izuku doesn't get a proper explanation until the day of the sports festival. And when he does, what an explanation it is. "Midoriya," Todoroki calls in the waiting room. A few people turn curiously since it's rare for him to speak up. But he doesn't even give them any notice. His eyes are focused solely on Izuku. "Objectively speaking, I think I'm above you in terms of practical strength by a margin, if only because my quirk doesn't rebound as much as yours. But even so, you've not only placed first in the entrance exam and faced off the leader of the villains at the USJ, but you've also got All Might's attention." At his last words, Izuku freezes. But before he can deny or deflect that accusation, Todoroki is already moving on. "I won't pry into that, but know this. I'm going to beat you." Todoroki's mismatched eyes bore into Izuku. Izuku can only blink back blankly. "Where on earth did that come from? Where the hell did that come from?" Izuku starts, but then confirms that no, it wasn't his own mouth that said that. Bakugo has stood up from his chair and is seething as he stalks towards Todoroki. "This bastard," he jerks his thumb at Izuku while not taking his eyes off Todoroki for a second, "is mine. You don't get to jump in out of nowhere and just declare him your rival. He's mine, and I'm going to beat you and him, got that?" Todoroki narrows his eyes and opens his mouth as if to say something back. But Izuku decides to interject before things can get too heated between the two. "I feel so loved," Izuku deadpans dryly, doing his best impersonation of Aizawa. The look Bakugo and Todoroki give him is priceless. Man, if he'd known it would be this fun. Izuku should have started talking back to Bakugo years ago. Some of their classmates are snickering behind their hands or just outright guffawing without restraint. It seems like the nervous air that has been curling around their ankles has been dispelled, including Izuku's jittery nerves. "While it's an honor that you think highly of me, I'm not the only competition, Todoroki, Kaken. Everyone will be doing their best." "You bet we will." Kirishima agrees with a toothy grin and a fist pump while Ashido, Kaminari, and a few others cheer along. But Izuku bares his teeth in a grin. "I won't lose." He turns, leaving behind a frozen Todoroki and Bakugo. There's a beat of silence before everyone starts scrambling after him. As Izuku marches with his classmates to the arena, he finally feels ready to face the world. And it does indeed feel like the world. As soon as they step inside the stadium, their ears are assaulted by the noise. Izuku almost winces, but does his best to keep his head up as they approach the center where Midnight is waiting. The hype around Class 1 seems to be driving the crowd mad, and Izuku really does feel sorry for all the other classes. "All right, fair play, everyone," Midnight calls as she cracks her whip. "Now, player representative, Midoriya Izuku of Class 1A." The people from other classes grumble around them at yet another call for Class 1A, but Izuku's classmates grin and give him a thumbs up or a pat on the back as they part for him. Their encouragement and the thought that his mother, All Might, and Aizawa are all watching keeps Izuku's feet steady as he walks up to the podium. As the next symbol of peace, "Announce that I am here to the world," All Might had said. "Keep it simple," Aizawa had advised. And at this moment, what Izuku needs to say, what he wants to say is, he looks around the stadium. He looks at the spectators, the students, the teachers, the press, the heroes on patrol duty or even just here for scouting. All of them are part of this society held together by heroes. And he must be next. All Might is the symbol of peace. His very existence suppresses villainy and saves us. He begins. But he's not the only hero. Izuku thinks of Aizawa, of 13, of the countless other heroes he's heard of on the news, of all the other people that help them. Even if they are not the number one, even if they are not on the front lines, all heroes and supporters work tirelessly to protect our lives, our dreams, our loved ones. They save us, and that is what makes them heroes. And we. He sweeps out an arm over the assembled students, not just Class 1, but all 11 classes from all departments. Finally, his hand comes to rest upon his own chest. He bares his teeth in a grin. "We're next." The crowd explodes. The public will explode. Side-by-side comparison videos of All Might's declaration and Izuku's speech will break the internet. Speculations will run wild about the number one hero and the first-year representative. The first stage of the sports festival is an obstacle course. Todoroki makes good on his declaration of war by doing his best to make even more obstacles with his eyes. But Class 1A is too used to his tactics by now to fall for it. Izuku pulls himself across the ice and over the frozen 0-point bots, hitting the ground running. He already feels the fire trying to push out of him and desperately wishes for his mouth guard. But it's been sent to the support department after being mangled from too much heat when Izuku fought against Shigaraki. And besides, support items aren't even allowed for students from the Department of Heroics that don't expressly need them. Izuku has learned that freely letting out the fire instead of trying to keep it bottled up gets rid of the violent fit. But he can't just let it blaze away in open sight. Not now, not with his mother watching. So Izuku brings his left hand in front of his body, curling the fingers as if holding an invisible ball. He carefully pushes out fire through his palm, not trying to stop it but guiding it instead. Now that he isn't trying to suppress it, the fire is pliant, obeying his will without any violent outburst. Izuku pushes out a constant flow of flames out of his palm but makes it curl into itself, forming an orb that's cradled within the cage of his fingers. This is what Izuku has been working on for the past few weeks between the USJ incident and the sports festival. Aizawa was right. He can't afford to waste precious time heaving during a battle. And the fight with Shigaraki got him thinking and experimenting until he found a reasonable substitute for his mouthguard. The constant and steady flow of pushing keeps the output balanced enough to allow Izuku to keep using his pull, but it's still contained enough that he doesn't have to worry about burning anyone else. And if the fire decides to start burning him again, the only area that will be burned is his left palm and fingers. It does completely occupy his left arm, but he's willing to sacrifice the mobility of one arm for the use of his pull. Izuku keeps his left hand that's holding the ball of flames close to his chest so that the back of his hand hides most of the light, and reaches out with his right hand to pull himself forward. Once he's negated the backlash, it's almost laughable how easily he clears the obstacle course. It may be made for speed, but with all the obstacles his engines don't have the opportunity to shine. Bakugo can blast himself forward, but it's only short bursts of speed, and Todoroki may have had the initial lead, but he can't really do anything as Izuku practically flies past him on the minefield without even touching the ground. Credible. Ladies and gents, we have our winner, and boy did he make it look easy. Give a round of cheers for Midoriyaizuku. Izuku skids through the finish line, still not having a way to counteract the momentum of his pull. Luckily, the obstacle course was an open lane, but he's going to have to figure out a way to do that or else he'll just smack right into a wall or something in the wrong circumstances. But for the moment, he pushes aside all thoughts of his quirk and looks around the roaring crowd. He finds All Might. He grins. Toshinori is so proud of young Midoriya. His heart swells as he watches his successor. No, he's lying if he says that now. He watches his boy, and he's never ever felt so proud in his life. Forget making a statement to the world. He just wants Midoriya to do his best and receive all the praise he deserves. What do you think? For starters, Midoriya's stock is going to rise immensely. Toshinori hears from somewhere behind him. He turns to find the students from the Department of Management grouped together and talking amongst themselves. We didn't get to see exactly what his quirk was, though. Some kind of transportation quirk. It could be some kind of telekinesis, too. Though he did keep one hand to his chest, so maybe it has a handicap. Suppose we were to sell his assets. How would we go about it? Well, since we don't have enough information on his quirk, we can start with his appearance. His looks are actually pretty cute. With those big eyes and freckles, we could sell his image to be kind and friendly. Good point. You know what? He reminds me of a bunny for some reason. Do you think we could convince him to wear a bunny costume? Strictly for promotional value, of course. And Toshinori is shaking, shoving a fist into his mouth as he wheezes so hard that he starts coughing up blood. But oh, does he want to butt in their conversation? He wants to tell them so bad that Midoriya's costume already looks like a bunny. And his boy still has no clue. The second stage of the sports festival is a human cavalry battle. And for coming in first place in the previous event, a whopping 10 million points are placed on Izuku's head, plus ultra indeed. With a staggering amount of individual points, the added points his teammates may bring really don't matter. The problem is convincing anyone to team up with him in the first place, because no matter how you look at it, that 10 million is a target more than anything else. But before Izuku can start to panic, familiar voices call out to him. Deku, Midoriya. Hey, Midoriya. Izuku turns, surprised, to find a group of his classmates gathered around him. They themselves blink at each other, then break into understanding grins. Zero sheepishly rubs the back of his neck. Guess everyone had the same idea? Huh, the same idea. Izuku repeats, perplexed. Ashido playfully jostles him. We want to team up with you, duh. Izuku blinks. What? But, I'm grateful, but why? And maybe he's looking a gift horse in the mouth, but it just doesn't make any sense. But his classmates don't seem to agree with him. What do you mean, why? Why not? Yeah, we already know you're strong and capable. You always have a plan, Ribbit, and we want to make it up to you. Huh. Uraraka lifts her chin and meets Izuku's eyes determinedly. I couldn't help you at the USJ. But this time, I'll do better. I'll be better. This time, I won't let you down. Izuku listens to Uraraka's vehement promise with wide eyes, then looks around to find her sentiment reflected on all the others' faces. Oh, he realizes. Uraraka, Asui, Shiro, Sato, Ashido, Shoji, all of them are from the group that was with Izuku at the entrance of the USJ. Asui gives him a smile. Ochako is right, Ribbit. Part of me wants to team up with you because I know that you're a strategic planner and a great leader. But also, this time, I want to help you like you helped me. And Izuku can tell that she's sincere, that they're sincere. And he doesn't know how to respond. They say that weathering hardship brings people together. It looks like it's true. He wants to tell them that they've already more than helped him with their support and friendship, that it's not their fault Kurogiri kidnapped him, that they shouldn't blame themselves. But he also knows that they won't believe him. Not yet. So Izuku swallows thickly and puts as much sincerity as he can into his next words. Thank you. In the end, Izuku forms a team with Uraraka, Shoji, and Hatsume from the support department. The others assure Izuku not to feel bad for not choosing them and wander away before they form a team among themselves. Thanks to having formed a team pretty quickly, they have plenty of time to discuss strategy. All right, Izuku begins as his team gathers around him. The goal of the human cavalry battle is to get as many points as possible, but we will be playing a different game. Even if one team manages to hoard all the other points, it'll still be nothing compared to our 10 million. So all we need to do is defend our headband. But the problem is that pretty much everyone will come after us. But you have a plan, right? Uraraka says, and it's less of a question as it is a confirmation. Izuku nods. Shoji will be our radar. With your eyes and ears, you can let us know where people are coming from or if there are any ambushes. With Uraraka making everyone except herself weightless, I can pull us really fast in any direction, giving us mobility. But it's only in a straight line and has no brakes. That's where Hatsume's babies come in. Hatsume, you and Uraraka will have a thruster each and use them to dodge other teams in the way or cushion our momentum before we hit a wall. If we keep this up for long enough, the others' teams will eventually get desperate and target each other instead of us to get as many points as they can before the 15 minutes are up. And less attention on us means less danger, so it will be easier to defend ourselves later on. He pauses his rapid-fire instructions to look up at them. Does that sound all right to you all? Uraraka beams. Of course it does, Deku. As expected, Midoriya, Shoji nods with a smile. Their unwavering faith in him is doing things to Izuku's stomach. And his heart, maybe even his head. Hatsume is making creepy chuckling noises out of the corner of her mouth, looking absolutely delighted. Oh, I knew it was a good choice to team up with you. And you're calling my babies babies. We're going to get along so well. Present Mike is starting the countdown. And Uraraka uses her quirk on everyone before they get into position and bolster Izuku up into the rider's seat. He ties their headband of 10,290 points firmly on his head. Uraraka, Shoji, Hatsume, he bares his teeth, and their answering grins are almost as savage as his. Let's do this. Start. As soon as Present Mike gives the signal, a swarm of teams head toward them. But Team Izuku is already on the move. Opening at 7 o'clock. Shoji calls out, his tentacle-like arms swerving around and checking all angles with the eyes and ears on the ends. Got it. Izuku replies and pulls them in that direction, far out of the way before the foremost groups can even get within range of them. A few people from another team yelp as Team Izuku comes flying in their direction. Uraraka, Hatsume, Roger. They gleefully shout as they aim their thrusters. A well-timed blast sends them whizzing past the other team instead of crashing into them. Uraraka laughs delightedly. This is so much fun. Hatsume does her creepy low cackle. And did you see their faces? Everyone's sure to be looking at my babies now. My babies are so cute. The tentacle mouth Shoji is keeping near Izuku grins. And Izuku himself laughs out loud. Do you think we should grab a few headbands too, just in case? The other boy asks. Izuku hums, looking around the arena. Not yet. It's a good backup plan. But let's wait until the targets are more dispersed and everyone starts paying less attention to us. What we really want is for fewer people to be coming after us. But if we take their headbands now, they might just take it personally and hound us till the end. Understood. They continue on like that, evading any team by a large margin. It's a good few minutes before a roar finally catches up to them. Deku. Kaken, Izuku sputters as Bakugo comes blasting towards him from the sky. He manages to shake off his shock and pulls them out of the way, trusting Uraraka and Hatsume to guide their path. Bakugo's horses, consisting of Kirishima, Gyro, and Takoyami, hurry to catch up with him. Dark Shadow plucks a grumpy Bakugo out of the air and back to his rider's seat. Bakugo struggles against its hold, though Izuku notices he isn't blasting at it, and shakes his fist at Izuku. You'd better not be thinking about that half and half, you bastard. I told you to keep your eyes on me. I was first, and you're mine. Uraraka makes a small huh and muses with a thoughtful expression. You know, that kinda sounds romantic if you take it out of context. Shut the fuck up, round face, she sputters. But Bakugo isn't even listening to her anymore. Hair for brains. Charge, he commands, repeatedly bonking Kirishima's hardened head. Man, just have some chill, dude. The boy complains. Takoyami and Gyro have a long-suffering look, though judging by the headbands around Bakugo's neck neither are regretting having teamed up with the explosive blonde. But Izuku just grins and gives Bakugo a cheeky salute. Sorry, Kaken, but I gotta go. Incoming from 2, 8, and 5 o'clock comes Shoji's warning, and Izuku pulls them far away in a heartbeat. Bakugo's enraged scream trails after them. "Dik do you fucking fight me? Get in line," he quips back. "The fuck do you mean? I've been in line for 10 years, you fucking arrogant basta." But his rant is cut short when someone from Class 1B, Monoma, swipes Bakugo's headband in his moment of distraction. And just like that, all of Bakugo's rage, frustration, and attention is promptly switched to Monoma's team. Poor things. They had no idea what they were dealing with. Hiroraka snickers into her hand as Monoma is literally bombarded with Bakugo's brand of intensity. But their moment of humor is cut short when a new team slides in front of them. Now the first half of the 15 minutes are up. Present Mike gleefully shouts among the chaos. Todoroki's mismatched eyes bore into Izuku's. "It's time. I'm taking that headband." Izuku sets his jaw determinedly. His eyes flit over the other team. Todoroki, Ida, Yaoyorozu, Kaminari. Wait, Kaminari. Oh shit. He knows exactly what Todoroki is planning. Emergency evacuate. He yells in warning to his team before pulling them as fast and far away as he can. And it's not a moment too soon. Just as they've cleared range, Yaoyorozu pulls an insulation sheet over her teammates as Kaminari discharges, stopping everyone nearby in their tracks so that Todoroki can firmly freeze them to the ground. Then he snatches their headbands for good measure before Ida puts on a burst of speed to approach Izuku's team again. A wall of ice shoots up in front of Izuku, cutting off their escape. A mini arena of ice forms all around the two teams, preventing them from pulling away. Izuku tusks. Shoji is strong, but not strong enough to punch through layers of ice. Maybe Sato could have done it, but Izuku had prioritized mobility and situational awareness over raw firepower when forming his team. After all, he can use one for all if it comes down to it, but he needs to keep his many limbs in working order for as long as possible, as this isn't even the last event. Considering that, we have two options, he says quickly to his team before Todoroki gets too close. We can try to get out of here and keep running away in open space like we originally planned. But it'll be risky because Team Todoroki won't let us go that easily. And looking for an opening while also keeping away from them is not going to be easy. Not to mention that we'll also have to deal with all the other teams even if we do manage to get out. The second option is staying here until time runs out. We'll be under Todoroki's concentrated attack. But we also don't have to worry about any other teams. We can use this situation to our advantage. Shoji nods. Understood. I trust your judgment. It's your call, Midoriya. We're with you, Deku. Uraraka confirms. And Hatsum hums in agreement. Their easy faith in him makes something warm curl in Izuku's chest. And it's not the ball of flames he's cradling against his chest. He swallows. He can't afford to let them down. Izuku eyes Team Todoroki who are approaching cautiously. Yaoyorozu's creation Quirk is versatile and tricky to deal with. Kaminari's discharge can shock them in place. Ida's speed could follow them wherever they go. And Todoroki's ice is a formidable foe. He considers his options, the risks, the gains. He bares his teeth in a grin. Let's take them on. AMMAZING. Team Midoriya has been evading all pursuers, but in that enclosed space Todoroki has set up, it's only a matter of time before the 10 million switches place. Or so I thought until 5 minutes ago. But Midoriya has managed to keep away all this time, even in this small arena set up by his opponent. Izuku can really tell that present Mike is genuinely having a field day and not just playing up his excitement for the sake of entertaining the crowd. Team Izuku has been staying on Todoroki's left, keeping Ida between them and both Yaoyorozu as well as Todoroki's right side at all times so they can't attack efficiently without harming. Kaminari's discharge is indiscriminate, so Team Todoroki has to pull the insulator sheet over themselves if he wants to use it, which also gives Team Izuku plenty of time to get out of range. And with those handicaps, they've been able to play this game of keep away. Even in all their classes, Todoroki had only ever used the heat side of his quirk to defrost his ice, never for anything more. Izuku had wondered, is still wondering why, but he can't focus on that now. At the moment, all he can afford to do is exploit it. With only about a minute left, Izuku can tell that their opponents are getting frustrated. Ida grits his teeth and seems to say something to Todoroki. Then his engines glow blue, and suddenly Team Todoroki is past Izuku. What? Izuku whirls around, a hand flying up to check his forehead. Nothing's there. Oh, look what we have here. The 10 million has finally switched hands. Or rather, heads. Present Mike screams delightedly. Ada grins at them over his shoulder, and Izuku is impressed despite himself. To have kept a move like that secret from them all this time only to use it at the last moment. But then again, no one can measure up to Izuku when it comes to keeping secrets about quirks. 20 seconds left. Present Mike calls out gleefully. Shoji, Izuku calls softly as he prepares himself. Be ready to catch me, Midori. Izuku takes a page out of Bakugo's book and leaves his alarmed teammates behind in a burst of speed as he pulls himself towards the wall of ice right next to Team Todoroki. Thanks to Uraraka making him weightless, he flies like a bullet. In that short span of a moment, his mind is in overdrive. Todoroki has placed their headband around his neck, but there's no telling which one it is. Izuku can only pull one thing at a time, and if he tries pulling them one after the other, Todoroki would clue in and just hold on to them. So pulling the headbands is out of the question. He needs to grab them with his own hands. And as for interference, quirk analysis is Izuku's specialty. He sees Ida's engines sputter and die out. A power-up like that is bound to have a heavy risk or penalty. It looks like his engines are completely shot for the moment, rendering the entire team immobile. That means he only has to worry about dealing with Todoroki. Izuku is right on top of the other team now. He plants a foot on Ida's shoulder and grasps his right hand toward Todoroki's throat with one for all charging through it. Just like a microwave. Don't let it burst. Don't let it hurt. Don't let it hurt him. Todoroki's mismatch's eyes are opened wide in alarm as he brings up his left arm. Flames swirl around his arm and Izuku grits his teeth in anticipation of the burn. But then Todoroki freezes. The flames die out in a blink. Izuku uses his moment of distraction to push aside his arm and grab all the headbands around his neck. He kicks off Ida's shoulder as soon as he has them, narrowly avoiding Yaoyorozu trying to grab him, and pulls himself away. Shoji, he calls as he flies backwards. Even if they have their headband, it'll all be for nothing if Izuku hits the ground and gets disqualified. He doesn't have a way to counter his pull midair, so he's literally taking a leap of faith. And his trust proves to have been justly placed when he feels tentacles wrap around him, enveloping him in a tight yet careful hold. Izuku grins down at his teammates. Good catch. Shoji sighs in exasperation, but the mouth on the end of one tentacle is grinning right back. Uraraka did say we won't let you down, didn't she? I didn't know she meant it literally. Izuku laughs. Time's up. Present Mike announces through their relieved joy. Now shall we see who our top 4 are? In first place, not only did they take back their 10 million but a literal handful of other headbands just to rub it in. Team Midoriya. Yes, their team cheers, Shoji lifting Izuku high up into the air. He laughs. Thanks so much, you guys. I couldn't have done it without you. Uraraka beams up at him. What are you saying? It's thanks to you. A team effort. Then, one of Shoji's mouths grins as he keeps Izuku wrapped in his tentacles, still holding him high above their heads. Izuku grins, but then he finally notices all the gazes and cameras pointed their way. He blushes. Shoji, could you let me down? And Uraraka, could you return my gravity? Please? Izuku asks in a small voice, face pink as he squirms awkwardly. His 2 teammates look at each other, then break into identical mischievous grins. Nope. Uraraka cheerfully informs him, popping the P, sorry. We promise not to let you down, after all. And then they proceed to run around the arena in a victory parade while still holding Izuku over their heads like some kind of living, squirming trophy. Izuku squawks in embarrassment and protest, but eventually ends up joining their laughter with a pink face. Hatsune gives them a long, unreadable look, then whips out a notebook and starts furiously scribbling in it. Mido Bunny Tentacle Burrito. Ooh, this is giving me so much inspiration. Uraraka and Shoji only let Izuku down once they're at the mess hall, and lunch is a rowdy event nestled between his classmates. Plenty of congratulations and encouragements go around the table. By the end of the cavalry battle, there had been only 4 teams with any headbands at all, making Team Midoriya, Bakugo, Shinso, and Todoroki advance to the final stage of the sports festival. Izuku smiles at Ida. That move you used at the end was really impressive, Ida. Ida adjusts his glasses, trying not to show it but clearly pleased by the praise. I call it reciprocal burst, and I am glad that it made an impression, although ultimately you exploited its weakness. You deduced that I wasn't able to move afterwards, correct? Oh, yes, as expected of you, Midoriya. Ida sighs. I understand why Uraraka and the others wanted to be on your team and help you. I wanted the same thing as well, but I also wanted to become independent of you. I realize that I've been relying on you too much. While having faith in your comrades is essential, dependence will only hamper everyone. That's why I joined Todoroki's team and challenged you, so that I wouldn't just be reliant on you, but become someone that you can rely on. Oh, Ida, Izuku whispers. His heart feels like it's in his throat, hurting for his friend and feeling so blessed at the same time. What did he do to deserve friends like these? Of course I rely on you. That's why I asked you to get reinforcements, because I knew you wouldn't let us down. Ada smiles gratefully at Izuku's words, and Izuku smiles back. But then he frowns. Wait, let me take that back and use another phrase. I swear, if someone uses that as an excuse to carry me around like a trophy on live television again. His classmates are roaring with laughter around him. Izuku had been immune to most of the jokes that the pranksters of the class had sprung on him, and now Uraraka and Shoji are getting pats on the back and thumbs up for finally managing to ruffle his feathers. The two take the praise with unapologetic grace, making Izuku groan good-naturedly. Todoroki quietly steps up behind Izuku and taps his shoulder amongst the chatter. Midoriya, I'd like a private word, if you're done eating. Izuku blinks. This is the person who declared war on him without a care that their entire class was watching, after all. If someone as indifferent as Todoroki wants privacy, then this really must be something. Sure, I guess, Izuku says as he rises from his seat. Todoroki nods his thanks and turns to lead him away from the mess hall. We don't have much time before lunch break is over. Make sure not to be late. Ada calls after them and Uraraka shoots Izuku a worried look. Izuku just waves back at them and follows Todoroki. Once they're in a secluded hallway, Todoroki leans back against a wall and puts his hands in his pockets. Izuku takes place opposite of him, not sure what this is about. Todoroki had already thrown down the gauntlet, and he doesn't seem like the petty type, so what else could he want to say? After a brief pause as if collecting his thoughts, Todoroki starts speaking. I originally wanted to talk to you as soon as the cavalry battle ended, but Uraraka and Shoji whisked you away too fast. He begins with a perfectly straight face, but Izuku's feels like it's burning again from the remembered embarrassment. During the obstacle course in the cavalry battle, I noticed that you kept a hand against your chest but that you weren't coughing anymore. I said before that I'm stronger because my quirk doesn't rebound as much as yours, but it looks like you've already found a way around it. And not only that, but Todoroki frowns. Neither Ada, nor Kaminari, nor Yaoyorozu, nor Shoji, nor Uraraka felt it. Only I did. I was the only one of us who saw All Might's fight with the Namu at the USJ, after all. And in that last moment, I felt from you what I felt from All Might. Izuku is frozen. Todoroki had already unbalanced him once before, mentioning All Might when he declared war against Izuku. But he'd never thought that his watered-down version of One for All could feel similar to All Might. He thinks back to the USJ. By the time All Might had arrived, he'd been too high on nerves, hormones, and instincts to really have a clear head, but he does remember what happened. Shortly after All Might had arrived, a few of his classmates like Bakugo, Kirishima, and Todoroki had also come to the plaza. Izuku had been too busy holding onto Aizawa then, and thus no one had seen him use his flames or One for All, so he'd never thought anyone would notice. Besides, they were all too engrossed with All Might's epic battle to think that Todoroki would link All Might's One for All with Izuku's. Just how perceptive is this guy? Todoroki lifts his head and looks Izuku in the eye. Are you All Might's illegitimate child or something? Izuku takes it back. Perceptive my ass. And Izuku can't help it. He laughs. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Izuku recognizes that it's a logical and plausible deduction. But to him, it's just so bizarre. So he laughs, and he laughs, and he laughs, and he laughs, because he doesn't know how else to choke out the broken glass shattering inside him. And in his head, Hisashi laughs with him. If only life was so kind, Izuku manages to gasp out. But life isn't kind. It's not even fair. Hisashi laughs in agreement. Like father, like son. But he is not your father. Izuku knows. He knows. He grins up at a bewildered Todoroki and a baring of teeth that looks like it hurts. Sorry, but was that all? Todoroki looks at him for a long moment before he shakes his head and seems to center himself. No, whatever it is, you have a connection to All Might. That's all I need as a reason to beat you. And you alarmed me enough with your strength that I almost used the fire side of my quirk when I vowed never to use it offensively. Because, you must know about my father, Endeavor. And from that point, all of Izuku's dark humor vanishes as he listens to a story that has no right being as familiar as it is. He's been the number 2 hero forever. Whatever he did, it was never enough to measure up to the living legend that is All Might. And because he knew that, he devised a plan. Todoroki pauses, working his jaw, then continues on with a purposefully blank expression. You know about quirk marriages, right? The outdated and barbaric practice of choosing mates solely to enhance the next generation's quirk. With the means and merits he had, he easily integrated himself into my mother's family and took possession of her quirk, all so that he could raise a hero to surpass All Might and claim it as his own victory. He raises his hand to cover the left side of his face. His scar. In my memories, my mother is always crying. She told me that my left side is ugly, and dumped boiling water on me. And Izuku can't breathe. The reason I aim to beat you is as a personal triumph. I won't use my father's quirk. I'll become number 1 without needing to. And that is my total disavowal of him, Todoroki finishes. But Izuku still can't breathe. He's wondered, of course, why Todoroki never used his heat except to melt the ice he'd created. But he hadn't thought much about it. He hadn't thought it with the same reason as himself. I won't use my father's quirk, Todoroki had said. I won't use your quirk, Izuku's memories echo. I won't be like you. Hisashi laughs. It's as I've always said, boy. Like father, like son. He chokes on something that's too wretched to be laughter and too harsh to be a sob. What is it with abusive fathers with fire quirks? Slips out before he can stop himself. It's barely a whisper, but in this quiet, secluded hallway, Todoroki is able to hear it with unmistakable clarity. His mismatched eyes widen. Wait, what? Does that mean you too? The sound of present mic announcing the end of lunch break resounds through the speakers. Izuku swallows thickly to ground himself and pushes off the wall he'd come to lean on. He turns away from Todoroki to head toward the stadium. Midoriya, Todoroki calls, reaching out, but Izuku catches the hand sharply before it can fall on his shoulder. We'll be late, he says curtly, not even turning around to face the other boy. His voice sounds odd even to himself, and maybe he's using this as an excuse to run away, but he just can't. He can't. He abruptly drops Todoroki's hand and steps away. The boy keeps his hand lingering in the air as if still reaching out for Izuku. But Izuku can't see that because he's too busy trying to desperately keep the shattering shards of his mind and heart together. Izuku had never really liked Endeavor. His methods were too aggressive and calculating to garner Izuku as a true fan. But he'd respected him. He'd looked up to him. He'd watched him. He'd seen him as a symbol. When he was trying to get over his pyrophobia, he'd made himself look at video clips of Endeavor for hours and hours on end and told himself, look, fire doesn't always hurt. It can do good too. But now he knows better. His back burns. Izuku looks down at his left palm. He'd been holding his flames in his hand, letting it out and yet hiding it from view. The insides of his fingers and palm are pink with a light first-degree burn. He'd been so proud of finding a way to lessen the handicap of his quirk. He'd wondered if Aizawa would be proud. But now, the thought that he'd been willingly pushing out the flames makes him sick. He'd already known that this fire is tainted. This is his father's fire after all. And it made his mother scream. But he'd also thought that it was only Hisashi that was the problem. Izuku had looked up to Endeavor as a hero who uses fire for good. He had looked up to him as everything Hisashi wasn't. But now, after hearing that he's no better than Hisashi, it feels like his world is burning down. The next and final event of the sports festival is a one-on-one combat tournament. Ajiro and a student from Class B who were on Shinsu's team decide to sit out on the basis that they have no memory, and thus no right. After a bit of shuffling, Tetsu and Shizaki from Class B take their places, and then it's time for recreation before the actual tournament. Izuku feels several pairs of eyes on him, like Todoroki, whose gaze is now decidedly far less hostile and seems to want to talk to Izuku again. But Izuku can't talk to him. Not now, not when he's desperately trying to hold together, so he purposefully averts his gaze. And Bakugo, why? And some of his friends like Uraraka and Ida who are shooting him worried looks, but he ignores them. Instead, Izuku spends his time with Ajiro in a private room, listening to his experience with Shinsu Hitoshi from General Education, who is his first opponent. It's a welcome distraction. It also feels like running away, something that Izuku has never done before. Izuku had never run from the actual Hisashi, but the very idea of him, everything he represents, and seeing him in someone he looked up to is enough to make Izuku hide tail and run, and that fact alone makes him sick on so many levels. It's with slightly unsteady feet that Izuku walks down to the stadium for the first match, and so when he hears the familiar voice of his hero right before the exit to the stadium, he almost winces. My boy, All Might calls out, and now more than ever it reminds Izuku of Hisashi's harsh bark of boy. But this isn't Hisashi. This isn't even Endeavor. It's All Might. The grin on All Might's gaunt face and whatever he'd been about to say dies as he faces Izuku. He takes one look at Izuku's face, and Izuku has no idea what he sees there. But the next moment the man is crushing Izuku against his thin frame. Izuku gasps against All Might's chest. His eyes are dry, his hands are shaking. And he's still not used to physical contact like this. And Ko had often been too afraid that she might worsen Izuku's injuries to touch him. But he still reaches out and grabs fistfuls of All Might's shirt with trembling hands. All Might, he manages. The man squeezes him in return, blessedly not asking any questions but silently offering comfort and support. And that's what breaks through the fog in Izuku's mind. What does it mean to be a hero? He whispers. It slips out before Izuku can stop himself. He feels ridiculous, like a child whining at his parent for one last bedtime story or to check under the bed for monsters or something, which Izuku had never actually done, because he already knew where the monster was, and he shouldn't even dare think of All Might as his father. But before he can extract himself from the embrace he clearly doesn't deserve and apologize, All Might gives him another squeeze and keeps him in place. I've said it before, my boy. My boy, Izuku notes anew. A true hero is someone who saves not only lives, but what's here too. He splays a large hand on Izuku's upper back, right behind his heart, unknowingly covering his scars. The warmth of All Might's hand somehow seeps through and penetrates the burning phantom pain. And remember, you have already saved me. Present Mike calls for Izuku's entrance. All Might ducks his head from on top of Izuku's head to whisper in his ear. And I said this before too, but remember it as well. Whatever happens out there, I am so proud of you. He finally gives Izuku one last squeeze before letting go and gently pushing him towards the exit. Izuku stumbles forward from the momentum, then keeps walking until he's out of the tunnel and in the open arena. WELCOME to the first match of the tournament. Let's see the lineup, shall we? First off, some people saw him on the news last year as the guy who tried to save his friend from a villain. Some people know him as the first student in years to enter the UA heroic department with a triple-digit score. But we all know that he's part of Class 1 who faced off villains and came out victorious. And we all know that he came out top dog in not only the first, but also the second event of the sports festival. Will his winning streak last for the final event? Everyone, give a round of applause for MIDORIYAIZUKU. Izuku winces as the stadium explodes. He's used to having negative attention on him. Hell, he's good at purposefully bringing negative attention to himself and away from someone else. But he's never had this much positive attention. Coupled with All Might's, dare he say, affectionate encouragement, this is overwhelming, to say the least. Especially with the memory of Hisashi still swirling around like murky water in his head, and facing against him as the only kid from general education. But other than that, sorry, nothing eye-catching or noteworthy at the moment. SHINSOU Hitoshi. The difference in their introductions is stark to the point of being brutal. The finer details of the tournament are explained. One side must be pushed out of bounds of the ring, be rendered unable to move, or say something conceding defeat. Present Mike hasn't even given the signal to start before Shinsu is already making his move. You get it, don't you, Midoriya? This is a battle to test the strength of your heart. If you have a strong vision for the future, you can't afford to save face on how you go about it. That dumb monkey talked about pride and whatnot, but REAAAAADY. Don't you think he's an idiot for throwing his chance away like garbage? Start. The signal is given, but a resounding silence rings around the arena for a moment. Izuku stares at Shinsu, who's staring, almost glaring, back at him. Anjiro had warned Izuku about Shinsu's quirk, speculating that answering the boy's question puts anyone under his control. It looks like Shinsu had figured Izuku would already be warned and is willing to do or say anything he can to get under Izuku's skin and make him talk regardless. And while those words anger Izuku, he's also had years of experience silently taking all verbal and physical abuse thrown at him. He'd never been able to stand someone else being hurt. But it's only himself who can hear Shinsu's malicious words at the moment. So he narrows his eyes and silently takes a step forward. The other boy seems to get a little urgent as Izuku wordlessly steps closer. His easy stance tenses and his words quicken. But what about you? That was quite the intro from Present Mike. First place in the entrance exam, the obstacle course, and the human cavalry. You must have been blessed with some amazing quirk. And Izuku stops dead. Shinsu continues, looking almost gleeful at the fact that his words have found purchase on Izuku. What is it? Telekinesis. It sure must feel great to have a power like that. No wonder you're first place in everything. But in my case, there was no gateway to success, not with a quirk like this. Every time someone hears about it, they say it's a villain's quirk. Do you know how that feels? Of course you don't. Someone born with a perfect quirk like you will never understand. By this point, it looks like Shinsu himself has lost some control. In trying to rile Izuku up, he himself has been riled up. And with thoughts of Todoroki's revelations, Shinsu's words of a villain's quirk, Enko's screams, Hisashi's laughter, and the memory of the burn swirling inside his head, Izuku can't. He breaks. Izuku laughs out loud, burying his face in his hands. His burned left palm stings at the pressure, but he doesn't even care. He ceased caring about physical pain a long time ago. He laughs like choking out broken glass, and finally he lifts his head to meet Shinsu's eyes. He bares his teeth in something that's too savage to be a grin but too broken to be a snarl. My quirk made my mother scream. And his mind goes blissfully blank. Shinsu gulps as he stares at Midoriya. The boy has a blank expression on his face, just like he's seen countless times before, proof that he's under Shinsu's control. But for some reason, those big green eyes that are staring right at him still manage to look accusing. Hurt. Shinsu swallows thickly again. He'd lost his cool, facing off a kid who he'd thought had been born with everything he hadn't. He admits it was only partly a desperate attempt to get Midoriya to talk and partly genuine frustration and envy. But when Midoriya laughed and talked, for some reason, he'd been intimidated. He'd felt like he'd overstepped and done something terrible. Shinsu grits his teeth. It's just like he's told Midoriya he can't afford to save face or hesitate, not with a quirk like his own. so he makes an effort to banish the creeping feeling in his gut that feels uncomfortably like guilt and harshly barks an order to Midoriya. Turn around and walk out of bounds. Midoriya, still blank-faced, starts to do as he's told. He turns around and takes step after step towards the edge of the arena. For some reason, Shinsu relaxes as he confirms that his mind control is working as it should. But just one step from the edge, Midoriya stops. He plants both feet on the ground with his back to Shinsu. He seems to stare at the entrance of the tunnel leading out of the stadium. Then, slowly, his head turns to the side to look up at the relay base where Present Mike should be. And ever so slowly, his head turns even more to look at Shinsu over his shoulder. How? He's frozen as he meets Midoriya's green gaze. And then something explodes. Anjiro had told him that he can't remember anything during the time he was under Shinsu's mind control. But for some reason, after a brief moment of blissful blankness, Izuku can't do anything but remember. He remembers his mother's broken sobs of "I'm so sorry." He remembers her scream when she first saw his flames. He remembers Hasashi's cruel sneer as he raised his hand. He remembers the chilling laugh as the man had breathed the words that branded themselves on his beating heart, like father, like son. He remembers Todoroki covering the left side of his face, his scar, and vowing the all-too-familiar promise of "I won't use my father's quirk." He remembers dreaming of burning wings as he falls for having dared reach for the sun. But then, he remembers the hologram of Uraraka when he was admitted to UA. "He saved me," she had said, and her words had sounded like salvation. "I won't let you down," she had also said, thanking him and promising him at the same time. He remembers Ida talking about the USJ and how he depended on Izuku. "I want to be someone you can rely on," he'd confessed. He remembers No. 13 telling them that every quirk has the potential to harm, but also to save. "Your quirks emphatically do not exist to hurt others," they had assured. He sees All Might poking his head out of the entrance of the tunnel. "I'm so proud of you," his hero had whispered in Izuku's ear as he crushed him in a hug. "Remember, you have already saved me." He slowly moves his unresponsive body to look towards the relay booth where Aizawa. "Thank you," his other hero had said while patting Izuku's head. "You saved me and All Might with your fire, Midoriya. You did good. Don't forget that." He remembers, and Izuku feels like a downright idiot. He would laugh if he could, but at the moment, it's all he can do to crane his neck over his shoulder to look Shinsu in the eye. He also remembers the things the boy had said, almost screamed out in rage and frustration. "No gateway to success," he had said. "You'll never understand. A villain's quirk." And despite whatever Shinsu thinks, Izuku does understand. More than that, he empathizes. Shinsu is hurting. And Izuku, well, he's never been able to leave someone in need of help. It's that thought that gives him the final push of willpower to break free of Shinsu's control. One for all courses through him, and Izuku flicks 2 fingers on his left hand. The force of its 100% shatters his fingers and lets out an explosion of wind powerful enough to knock him completely out of Shinsu's control. He turns fully to face Shinsu once more. The boy is gaping. "How? You shouldn't have been able to move at all in the first place, let alone get out of the mind control. What did you do?" As if Izuku is going to answer him again. Shinsu seems to have the same thought as his face takes on a desperate look. "So you have that much power in just your fingers. Count me jealous." Izuku steps forwards. "People like me are born with a villain's quirk. And people like you have the perfect hero's quirk." He closes the distance between them. "Even so, I can't help dreaming about being a hero. But I've never even been given a chance. How is that fair? They're only a few steps apart. Damn it, say something. Or am I not even worth?" Izuku grabs Shinsu's collar and arm and throws him over his head. The boy lands on his back with an oof, coughing as the wind is knocked out of him. Izuku stands near his head and peers down at him, baring his teeth. "I'd say you've talked your share. Now it's your turn to listen." Shinsu glares up at Izuku and struggles to get up. "Why would I?" Izuku kicks Shinsu's stomach before he can finish the question. The blow isn't strong enough to send him flying, but it's just enough to make him double over and cough. More importantly, it's enough to cut him off. For some reason, Izuku feels calm. Everything Todoroki said, everything Shinsu said doesn't feel like it's breaking him apart anymore. It's a strange sensation, this calm, but it's also familiar. Izuku had felt it every time he stepped between Hasashi and his mother, every time he stepped between Bakugo and a crying child, when he stepped between the slime villain and Bakugo, when he stepped between the 0-point bot and Uraraka, when he took 13's place to lead his classmates against Kurogiri, and when he faced off Shigaraki to save Aizawa. It's a kind of lull on his mind that makes everything else reorient itself. All the fear, panic, and pain fades away and leaves the only important thing at the moment, the need to save someone. Shinsu probably doesn't even want to be saved. Not by Izuku, at least. But damned if he's going to give up because of that. After all, Izuku has been told all his life that he can't, but that has never stopped him. He uses the window where Shinsu is too busy coughing to ask a question to strike first. "Let's start with what you said in the beginning. You said something about not saving face to realize your goals, was it? I'm the one asking questions. Nope. Izuku informs him with another kick to Shinsu's stomach. This time, it's hard enough to make Shinsu dry heave. Listen, for once. Now, going back to what I was saying. I don't get what you mean by it. You want to be a hero, right? Then the means always matter as much as the ends. Shinsu wipes the spit and bile off his chin and struggles to his feet, and Izuku lets him. If you forego the means for the ends, that's what makes you no better than a villain. Not your quirk. Shinsu freezes. His mouth is open, as if he was about to say something, but no sound comes out. But then he grits his teeth and glowers. How would you can? Izuku sweeps Shinsu's legs out from under him before he can form a question again. The boy lands on his back and Izuku is crouching by his head in a flash, his right hand covering Shinsu's mouth and pushing his head back into the ground while he raises his left hand to his mouth, putting a broken finger to his lips. SHH. I'm not done talking yet. Shinsu looks up at Izuku as if he's crazy, his eyes fixated on the almost grotesque purple hue of Izuku's shattered finger against his pink lips and bared teeth. Izuku lifts his hand from Shinsu's mouth experimentally. The boy swallows, swivels his eyes around, then tries to provoke Izuku again. What if I forf? Izuku slaps his hand over Shinsu's mouth again. Oh, no you don't. You don't get to even fake forfeiting on me. You wanted life to be fair, didn't you? Well, you spewed what you wanted to say. It's only fair that you listen to what I have to say too, no. And he laughs, because life isn't fair, and it certainly isn't kind. And I know, Izuku breathes, because I actually inherited a villain's quirk. At that, Shinsu's eyes snap up to Izuku's. His normally drooping eyes are wide with surprise, and Izuku feels like he's ripping out and bearing his soul to him. Izuku has never said this to anyone. Not his friends, not Aizawa, not even All Might, but Shinsu is the first and only person who needs to hear this. Izuku smiles, and even to him it feels broken. I inherited a villain's quirk, he says quietly. I hated it. It hurt me, and it made my mother scream. And believe me, I wished I was rather quirkless. But then, I used that quirk to try to save someone. And they thanked me. He lets go of Shinsu and stands up. The boy stays frozen for a moment before also getting to his feet, warily eyeing Izuku as if expecting him to kick or throw him again at any moment. He doesn't even try to open his mouth anymore. He's listening. Good. Don't you get it? No matter what kind of quirk it is, no matter who it came from, it's not the quirk, but how you use it. It's not the quirk, but you. So let me ask you. Izuku looks Shinsu straight in the eye. What have you been doing? Shinsu gulps. His eyes are wide as he stares back at Izuku's unforgiving green eyes that seem to be boring into his soul. He instinctively takes a step back. A whistle blows. Shinsu is out of bounds. Winner, Midoriya. Midnight shouts. Shinsu whirls around. What? And there you have it, folks. After delivering an absolutely savage beating, Midoriya is the first to advance to the second round. Present Mike confirms. Shinsu looks down, and sure enough, he has stepped out of bounds. With his own 2 feet. It's exactly what he'd tried to get Izuku to do. He looks up at Izuku with a strange face. Izuku grins at him and points a thumb to the stands around the stadium. Heroes and civilians alike are talking about Shinsu's quirk, about how useful it could be. Hear that? Izuku says, bringing Shinsu's attention to himself again. It's not the quirk, but how you use it, and Shinsu looks like he's actually listening. He stares at Izuku like he can't even believe him, then starts laughing. Don't tell me, he gasps as he clutches his side with a wince, probably bruised from when Izuku kicked him. Twice. You were actually trying to help me. Izuku shrugs. You look like you needed it. Oh shit. He's under Shinsu's control. Shinsu grins at him and lets him go. I can't even. You beat me up to stop me from asking questions. And now you answer without any apprehension. He pauses, then asks more quietly this time. Do you really think a quirk doesn't define you? And that sounds too familiar to Izuku. He's asked himself the same thing thousands of times. After all, he'd never been able to give himself a definite answer. But when someone else asks, he is able to grin for them. Well, I beat you up without even using any quirk, didn't I? Oh shit. Shinsu laughs again, once again releasing Izuku from his control. I guess you did. And Midoriya. He has a peculiar expression on his face, but soon he smiles. Thanks. That single word leaves Izuku breathless. As Shinsu walks off the arena, Izuku swallows thickly. Then he turns his head to scan the crowd. There, Todoroki is watching him, just like he had been for the past few days. But unlike before, his eyes are different, reaching out, in a way, longing, maybe even wistful. Izuku said before that Shinsu is the first and only person who needs to hear this, but he was wrong. There's one more person who's hurt and in need of Izuku's help too. Todoroki needs him. And yet, despite Izuku having absolutely thrashed Shinsu around the arena, it's actually Izuku himself who's worse off between the two of them. Shinsu is bruised and battered, But despite him not being able to lay a single finger on Izuku, he's only given some bandages and bruise cream while Izuku has to suffer Recovery Girl's disapproving look while she kisses him firmly on the cheek. One for All has absolutely shattered 2 of his fingers, after all. After Recovery Girl patches him up, Izuku sits with Uraraka and Ada to watch the rest of the first round. His heart plummets when Todoroki walks into the arena. Just until a moment ago, Todoroki had been looking at Izuku like he wanted to reach out to him. There had been something, not quite friendly, perhaps, but a sense of hesitant kinship and closeness in his eyes. But now, as he's facing off Aoyama, there's nothing but ice-cold fury. The change is so absolute that Izuku panics. What could have happened in these few moments to change him so thoroughly? The only thing Izuku can think of would be if Todoroki met Endeavor and the man spouted his poisonous nonsense. While everyone else watches Todoroki embed Aoyama in a giant iceberg with awe, Izuku watches with dread. Todoroki needs help. He needs Izuku's help. And yet, Izuku is in turmoil as he watches the rest of the first stage. Ada is played by Hatsune but still advances to the next stage. But Uraraka goes against Bakugo, and she does not make it. Izuku goes to prepare for his own match and finds her in the waiting room. "Guess I lost, huh?" She smiles. "I told you I won't let you down. And I thought I could do it, but man." She keeps chattering with a bright smile. But Izuku is too familiar with the sensation of smiling through tears to be fooled. And while he's still not comfortable with physical contact, he can do this for her. He kneels in front of Uraraka and takes her hands in his. "Uraraka," he calls softly, gently cutting off her jumbled rambling. She abruptly falls silent. Izuku remembers Aizawa's pat on his head. All Might's hug. He looks her in the eye. "I am so proud of you." Uraraka gasps. Her eyes shine, and soon tears swell up and spill over her cheeks. She laughs through her tears. That's so not fair, Deku," she sobs. But she squeezes his hands as she breaks down and cries. Because Uraraka is sitting in a chair and Izuku is kneeling in front of her, he can still see her face even though she has her head bowed down. She can't even cover her face because both her hands are still lightly enveloped in Izuku's. But she doesn't seem to mind. Izuku stays there, kneeling in front of his sobbing friend and looking up into her face, holding her hands as she desperately clutches onto him, silently offering support and comfort. Eventually her sobs die down and Present Mike's voice rings over the speakers for the second stage of the tournament to begin soon. Uraraka chuckles weakly and makes to extract her hands from Izuku's grasp. "Guess that's you. You're up first, right? Better go, else you'll be late. Don't worry about me." But Izuku catches her hands before she lets go. Uraraka looks down at him again, and Izuku looks up into her eyes. His voice is soft but firm. "I mean it, Uraraka. I'm so proud of you. Don't forget that." Her breath hitches again, but she gives him a watery smile that's sincere this time. "I won't. And, thank you." He smiles back, then slowly rises and leaves the room. He takes a few steps down the hallway before he hears Uraraka's voice again. She's probably on the phone. Her voice is strong. Izuku leaves her behind to walk forward, and promptly meets Endeavor. "Oh," the man says, literally looking down on him. "Here you were." Izuku freezes. Generally speaking, most people don't have any memories from when they were only 3 years old. But Izuku does. He remembers the first time Hisashi slapped his mother, the first time he earnestly beat her, the first time he got locked in the broom cupboard, and the first time he stepped between his parents. He remembers it all with startling clarity. He remembers how Hisashi had looked at him without seeing him. Endeavor has the exact same eyes. "I've watched your match. That's an astounding quirk to be able to make such wind pressure with just the flick of a finger. In terms of raw power, it's a quirk to rival All Might's," he says, pointing right into Izuku's face. Izuku stares up at the man. He notices that he's only ever talking about quirks. Endeavor waits for a moment as if expecting Izuku to say something. But when he just keeps staring at him silently, the man continues. "My Shadow has a duty to surpass All Might. His match against you will be an excellent test. So do your best not to make a disgraceful match." And then he's off with the slightest of farewells. Izuku stays rooted on the spot for a moment more. Shinsu needed help, so Izuku shoved aside all the panic and pain he'd been feeling and even talked about Hisashi being a villain. Uraraka needed help, so Izuku ignored whatever reservations he had about physical contact and reached out for her. Todoroki needs help. But Izuku. If Izuku is to help Todoroki, truly help him, then he will need to use his fire. But he can't. Not because he won't break his vow for the sake of helping someone, but because his mother is watching. And he can't do that. He can't do that to her. But Todoroki needs his help. He swallows thickly. He hesitates for a moment before he pulls out his phone. He scrolls with shaking fingers for the contact the son, and hastily types a message. Thankfully, All Might responds promptly without even asking for details. Though Izuku knows the man must be confused and worried by his out-of-the-blue question. Try to lessen the damage as much as possible. Other than that, follow your heart. Izuku mouths those words a few times. Lessen the damage. He hesitates one last moment, because he knows how much this will worry her, but in the end, he makes the call. Mom, he chokes out as soon as Inko picks up the phone. Mom, I need you to trust me. Turn off the TV. Todoroki stands opposite to Midoriya on the arena. He's cooled down from his last meeting with Endeavor now and feels a little bad for going overkill on Aoyama. But he doesn't regret it. He had to win one way or another anyway. And no matter how much he wants to talk to Midoriya, he needs to win this match. Talking to Midoriya can come later, but showing up his father, his eyes involuntarily drift to the stands. Endeavor stands out even among the crowds, blazing his flames for the world to see. Todoroki's eyes narrow. Todoroki, who are you looking at? His eyes snap back to Midoriya. The other boy is looking at him with a peculiar expression. Midoriya lets out a huff of laughter that's devoid of any humor. To think a day would come where I empathize with Kaken, he murmurs, more to himself than Todoroki. Todoroki has no idea what Bakugo has to do with any of this, but Midoriya doesn't elaborate, so he brushes it aside for the moment and prepares himself. Todoroki doesn't know everything about his classmates' quirks. Take Ida, for example. He'd known the class president's quirk was engines, but that recipro burst was a surprise, and he's not exactly sure how Midoriya's quirk even works. But he does know that he's fast. Whatever rebound his quirk has, Midoriya seems to practically fly at times. Todoroki has two chances. Catch Midoriya in his ice as soon as the start signal is given before he gets away, or wait for an opening when he's slowed down by the backlash of his quirk. But then again, it looks like Midoriya has found a way around the latter, so that leaves only one choice. Start. He stomps the ground with his right foot as soon as the signal is given, sending a wave of ice streaking towards Midoriya from all directions to cut off his escape. But Midoriya doesn't even try to escape. Instead, he aims his right arm in front of him and braces it with his left, then flicks a single finger. The blast shatters all the ice, and the wind pressure even pushes Todoroki back. He might have been pushed back all the way out of the arena if he didn't hastily form a wall of ice behind himself. He narrows his eyes and raises one arm to shield himself from the wind. He'd felt this power once from Midoriya during the cavalry battle, and confirmed it during his first match, but it's still unnerving to see so much power from just the flick of a finger. Then he notices Midoriya. His face is calm and unmoved, if a bit blank compared to his normally kind air. But one finger of his right hand is utterly shattered, bent and bloody and rapidly turning into a ghastly purple. But his face betrays none of the pain. A bemused breath of air escapes Todoroki. You're willing to get that injured just to. But he grits his teeth and sends another wave of ice. And just like before, Midoriya smashes it apart with wind pressure from another finger. It happens a third time, and a fourth. Now all the fingers on Midoriya's right hand are broken, though you wouldn't know it from his face. Todoroki grits his teeth and dashes towards him. He jumps off a shaft of ice towards Midoriya. But Midoriya looks up at him and bares his teeth, and suddenly Todoroki is being pulled towards him with more speed than can be attributed to gravity. What? Before he can regain his balance, Midoriya's kick connects with his side hard. With the combined force of the momentum and the kick, Todoroki is sent sprawling. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Todoroki registers present mic and the crowd going wild, but he ignores it and focuses on Midoriya. He coughs as he struggles to get up, and he hears Midoriya coughing as well. When Todoroki gets his footing again, Midoriya cocks his head at him. You didn't send ice at me but charged instead. Even though I bet you're not as experienced in close combat as ranged. Does that have something to do with how you're shivering? Todoroki doesn't answer, but Midoriya doesn't seem to mind. When you talked to me before, in the waiting room and again at lunch, you said your quirk doesn't rebound as much as mine. Midoriya shows Todoroki his left palm and fingers, which are more red and burnt than they'd been a moment ago. The bandages that were on his fingers have been burned away as well. He bares his teeth in a grin. Not as much, not at all. He's figured him out. Todoroki grits his teeth and pulls back while sending another wave of ice. But Midoriya smashes it again with the already broken fingers of his right hand. You won't have any trouble if you use your fire to negate the cold, am I wrong? But you're still handicapping yourself. For what? For pride, defiance, fear. Midoriya laughs, and it's not a nice sound. Todoroki has never heard such a broken and harsh sound come from the normally kind and soft boy. Actually, no, that's not true. He's heard it when he'd talked to Midoriya about All Might and Endeavor. Midoriya had laughed then too, and it had sounded like shattering glass. Everyone is giving it their all, Midoriya continues, and there's something blazing in his green eyes. Did you even see all the other matches? Everyone was giving their all, their best. Shinsu tried his best even if the way he was going about it was a bit crooked. Uraraka gave it her all until she literally passed out. All the others held nothing back. They were doing their best. And you come here, saying you'll only use half your power. Do you know how insulting that is to them? The jab finally gets a rise out of Todoroki. What are you trying to say? Todoroki explodes, sending another futile wave of ice that's inevitably smashed. I thought you'd understand. Oh, believe me, I do. Midoriya shoots back, dodging shards of broken ice. That's why I am here. Then why? Because it's not your best. Midoriya cuts him off in a roar. Sure, maybe you can become the best with just half your power, but you won't be your best. How many more people could you save if you use all your power and not cripple yourself? How many lives would a split second of hesitation cost? Why do you even want to be a hero? Todoroki freezes at that. A half-forgotten memory of his mother clouds his mind. You want to be a hero, right? It's okay, Shadow. You. His breath hitches, and he can't remember her next words. Midoriya is looking at him with something like understanding. You don't want to use your quirk to disavow your father. I didn't want to use mine because I don't want to become like him. I get it. I do. But Todoroki. He smiles then. And it's a strange expression, like he himself doesn't quite believe what he's saying, but he desperately wants to, and wants Todoroki to believe it too. It's not the quirk, but you. It's how you use it, even if it came from him. I promise not to use his quirk, but I also promise to become the best hero, and I can't do that without doing my best. He looks straight at Todoroki. Neither can you. Todoroki is left speechless. He had suspected that they might have similar situations, of course, when Midoriya had whispered despite himself about abusive fathers and fire quirks. And Midoriya still hasn't said anything outright, but he's said enough for Todoroki to understand that he's bearing his own wounds and scars to Todoroki. For Todoroki, why do you even care? He whispers. Midoriya grins, and this time, it's not as sharp or cutting as a knife. You reached out to me. You needed help. And besides, his voice is softer now. That's what heroes do. And suddenly, Todoroki remembers. His mother had smiled down at him, and she had told him, "It's okay, Shadow. You can be a hero." Tears gather in Todoroki's eyes, and he feels something warm nestle in his chest and something hot explode from his left side. Flames cloak the left side of his body, and Todoroki stares at Midoriya, who's smiling. I can't even believe you," he says incredulously. But his eyes are still teary as he looks at Midoriya, at his savior, and he chokes out his true wish. I also want to become a hero. Midoriya grins. Good. So do I. Nice to finally meet you, Shadow. And Todoroki. No. Shadow hears the soft voice of his mother calling his name overlap Midoriya's voice. Midoriya huffs out a sigh and looks down at his hands. One a mess of burns and one a mess of broken bones and blood. You've literally been half-assing it. But I'm worse, because I've only been using a quarter. And Todoroki doesn't understand exactly what he's saying. But Midoriya keeps talking, almost as if to himself. My pull is a quarter and one. The super strength is a half. I only ever used my pull freely, and never even used the remaining quarter except at the USJ. He barks out a short laugh. We're a disgrace to the rest of our classmates. But that stops now. Midoriya bares his teeth in a grin. I'm going to go at you with my all, and you'd better do the same. Todoroki grins back at him. What do you think I'm doing? You're the one that made me use my all. Midoriya laughs delightedly. I did, didn't I? I guess it's time I stopped being a hypocrite and push. He raises his chin. Not a just quarter, not a just half. This is my all. The arena explodes in a violent burst of flames for the second time. Unlike the shroud that's covering Shadow's left side, Midoriya's fire roars and curls around him, then finally forms a wreath at his back. A blazing halo burns at Midoriya's back. Except no, not a halo, Shadow realizes, even as he watches in awe. The ring of flames at Midoriya's back splits in the middle and unfurls, stretching to either side and branching out. Not a halo, but wings, Shadow realizes. Midoriya grins, the flames flickering behind him, throwing his normally soft and kind face into sharp relief. He looks like a vengeful angel reigning among mortals. Shadow, he calls, face free and grinning as if he doesn't even know what an awe-striking sight he is now. Ready, Shadow swallows and charges up his ice and fire. He wonders if Midoriya would let Shadow call him Izuku. Thank you, he breathes just a moment before they collide. The stadium explodes in a burst of light. Izuku's original quirk is a hybrid of pull and push, making either component half of his quirk. Add that to one for all. And one for all becomes half his entire power, while his original quirk becomes the other half, which makes each of the pull and push a mere quarter of his overall power. He had never used all three parts, all his power, at the same time until now. In the final moment, Izuku had been pushing out his flames, pulling himself forwards, and using one for all at the same time. It felt strangely cathartic. Cementos had created several walls between him and Todoroki, but they all seemed to have been shattered as Izuku can see the sky clearly. Izuku is lying on his back, and somewhere near him he can hear the ragged pants of Todoroki. You know, the other boy starts quietly. When I was little, I watched a show on TV with my mother. All Might said that even if quirks are usually inherited, from the moment they're passed on, it's not the parents, but your own quirk. And of course Izuku, being the hardcore fanboy he is, knows exactly what show he's talking about. Izuku turns his head, and finds Todoroki also on his back and looking at Izuku. His eyes are clear. You told me that even if it's our father's quirk, what matters is how we use it. So, let me tell you, that even if we inherited it, it's our power, not our father's. Izuku gasps. Then he laughs. And he still isn't comfortable with physical contact. But for some reason he gropes around blindly until his hand finds Todoroki's, and he grasps it tightly. Thank you. They lie there looking up at the clear blue sky. Izuku doesn't know if he's even within bounds or not. He doesn't even care. Because just as he's already learned more than a decade ago, defeat can taste like victory. Except Izuku hasn't been defeated. Winner, Midoriya Izuku. Midnight announces from somewhere nearby. And Izuku starts in surprise. What? He lets go of Todoroki's hand and tries get up but just ends up flailing around a bit, still on his back. He feels like a starfish, or an upturned turtle. In the end, he doesn't make it up but manages to crane his neck enough to get a view of where he is. The steam that had formed from the collision of the cold and hot forces is only now just starting to thin, and Izuku is able to see where exactly he is. Izuku finds himself just barely within bounds nearby where Midnight is standing, whereas Todoroki is just barely out. The heat of Izuku's fire has melted the ice braces Todoroki had made, resulting in Todoroki being blown back by the shock and wind pressure from their blows connecting with Cemento's walls. But Izuku had been pulling himself forwards, which is why they ended up on the same side of the arena. It looks like his pull was just enough to get him through the debris and still stay within bounds, which is almost funny, because winning had been the last thing on Izuku's mind at that moment. Todoroki manages to get up first, seeing as his arms aren't a mess of burns and broken bones. He looks down at Izuku, and Izuku finds no hard feelings in his mismatched eyes. If anything, they look lighter and clearer than he's ever seen before. There's a faint quirk in the corner Todoroki's lips, as if the ghost of a smile is hiding in it. He offers his hand to Izuku. Izuku unthinkingly starts to reach out for it, then freezes before catching it. There's just the slightest flicker in Todoroki's face. Izuku doesn't know how he knows, but he recognizes that Todoroki is hurt. No, he hurriedly reassures. It's not you. It's just that the back of my clothes are torn up, and I can't show that, much less on live television. The back of my clothes is really putting it generously, because by this point all that's left of Izuku's PE uniform jumper and the shirt he'd been wearing under it are the chest and part of the right sleeve. The rest has been burned away by his flames or ripped off by one for all. Really, all he has are some scraps on his chest and a bit on his right arm. Thankfully, the steam has hidden them from sight till now, but it's starting to dissipate and Izuku can't afford to show his back all the more. He doesn't say a word about the actual scars on his back. But just like Izuku somehow understood Todoroki's subtle facial expressions, Todoroki also seems to understand the words Izuku leaves unsaid. He blinks slowly, his eyes falling on Izuku's bare arms. It's the first time Todoroki has seen them this close, and even with blood, grime, and tatters of cloth covering them, quite a few scars are still visible on his arms. Todoroki isn't dull. He's probably already made the connection between the scars on Izuku's bare arms and the reason he doesn't want to show his back. The line of Todoroki's mouth tightens, but then he retracts his left hand and extends his right. Trust me, he says quietly. To anyone else, Todoroki might look impassive. He might even look confident. But Izuku can hear the slight nervousness lingering in his voice, see the uncertainty in the twitch of his outstretched fingers, feel the subtle fear of being rejected in his mismatched eyes, and the willingness to risk being hurt despite all that. Trust me, he had said. But it's actually Todoroki who's putting his trust in Izuku. The magnitude of this simple gesture takes Izuku's breath away. He can't help but take Todoroki's hand. Todoroki's eyes lighten with relief and the corners of his lips curve slightly upwards. But other than that, his expression remains the same as he sends a wave of coolness down their connected hands. As Todoroki helps Izuku up, a thin layer of frost spreads from their joined hands and crawls up Izuku's left arm, across his shoulders, down his back, and all the way to his right arm. Izuku turns his arm around and watches in fascination as a thin layer of frost glitters in the light, crinkling as he moves but icing over enough to keep his scars hidden as Todoroki sends a fresh wave of chilling power. It's like a second skin or a thin shirt of ice. This is so cool, he breathes, pun not intended. Todoroki shrugs, but Izuku catches the faint dusting of pink on his cheekbones. Endeavor wears flames, after all. I used to play around with the idea of wearing ice. Izuku laughs. He feels light and heady. And while he normally might not have made light of something so sensitive like this, something in their shared moment loosens him up enough to be able to make a joke and give him the certainty that it'll be alright. You already do. Doesn't half your costume look like an icicle? Todoroki seems to be feeling the same way, seeing how he almost playfully pokes Izuku's frosted shoulder as he replies easily. At least I don't look like a rabbit. Izuku blinks at his comeback. Who looks like a rabbit? You, what? They stare at each other, Izuku not understanding and Todoroki not understanding how Izuku can not understand. until midnight approaches and ushers them off the arena, telling them to go to Recovery Girl. Only then does the utter chaos of present Mike and the crowd screaming register to Izuku, and he hastily obliges and steps into the tunnel leading indoors. The steam had kept them hidden from view earlier, and Todoroki's ice covered his skin after that, but having worn long sleeves at all times for 10 years makes him feel vulnerable with his arms and back bare. He sighs in relief as the cool shadow washes over him, safely out of the public eye. He turns to look at Todoroki, who is quietly following him. "I'm going to go grab a shirt before going to see Recovery Girl," he tells the other boy. Todoroki nods. "I'll come with you." Izuku doesn't argue. They walk quietly side by side. It's strange how comfortable it feels considering they've tried to beat the crap out of each other just a few moments ago. But everything else that happened before, during, between, and after that collision seems to be more than enough to tip the scales towards friendly kinsmanship than hostility. It feels nice. But of course, before they even make it far, Endeavor finds them. Because life isn't fair. And it certainly isn't kind. Izuku feels Todoroki stiffen beside him. After all, even if they've had a breakthrough, Izuku knows better than anyone that a few words are nowhere near enough to erase years of abuse. Endeavor looks like he hasn't even noticed Izuku, too focused on his son. The man is scowling fiercely at Todoroki, possibly for losing at the second stage of the tournament. He looks like he's about to open his mouth and say something. Before he can, Izuku does the exact same thing he's always done when he'd found a tormentor and a victim. He steps between them. Izuku feels the surprised gaze of both Endeavor and Todoroki fix onto him. Last time, Izuku had been too wrecked by the memories of his own father and wavering between Todoroki and his mother to even say a single word to Endeavor. But this time, he has someone to protect. And Izuku has always been at his strongest when standing with someone to protect at his back. He bares his teeth in a grin that's just a tad too sharp to be polite. "Hello, I didn't get to introduce myself earlier." He hears Todoroki's sharp intake behind him at the revelation that they've met before. He keeps his sharp grin on his face as he faces Endeavor and the flames writhing around him. Endeavor narrows his eyes at Izuku. The man is wholly focused on him and almost looks like he's flat out forgotten about yelling at his own son. Izuku feels the same satisfaction as that day when he'd successfully turned Hisashi's attention from Inko to himself. "You," the man hisses. "You also have a fire quirk." Of course that's what he's focused on. From what Todoroki told him, and from how the man had only talked about quirks when they first met, it looks like Endeavor has pride and almost an obsession with quirks. In that case, Izuku knows exactly where to aim. Izuku bares his teeth. "I do." And he'd never thought the day would come when he'd say this, not to mention with a smile on his face, but so did my father. He pauses for a beat to let it sink in, then goes in for the kill. "Not as special as you thought it was, huh? And oh, that looks like it burns." He casually turns away from Endeavor's enraged face, dismissing him in favor of Todoroki. Izuku had called the other boy Shadow almost without thinking during their match. It had been natural, but this time, it's as much a calculated move as the first time he had called Bakugo Kaken. "Come on, Shadow," he emphasizes. "We should hurry and get to Recovery Girl." Todoroki stares at him with wide eyes for a moment before giving him a small nod. To his satisfaction, Izuku catches Endeavor almost gape in surprise and indignation at the familiar name and Todoroki's agreement out of the corner of his eye. He gives Endeavor one last sharp grin before herding Todoroki around and away from him, keeping himself firmly between the two at all times. They walk silently until they're reasonably far away. It's only then that Todoroki finally speaks up softly. "Thank you." Izuku blinks. "What for?" he asks, genuinely confused. In Izuku's point of view, he hasn't done anything out of the ordinary. But Todoroki is looking at him like he can't even believe him. Unfortunately, they arrive at the locker room before Todoroki has a chance to explain. Izuku darts towards his bag and pulls out the few spare shirts he had packed. He longingly fingers the long-sleeved shirt he'd brought, but eventually sighs and picks up a sleeveless top. He has to get both his arms patched up. After all, so Recovery Girl is going to have to see his bare arms anyway. If he wears a long-sleeved shirt, she'll probably make him take it off completely. If he wears a sleeveless top, though, he might at least be able to keep the scars on his back from her scrutiny. Besides, he's not even sure if he'll be able to cram his broken hand through the long sleeve anyways. Izuku rubs a thumb over the sheen of ice on his upper body. He feels a little sorry to have to melt off this novel experience. He should probably ask Todoroki to do it. He's not certain if he can do it without burning himself since he still doesn't have a good grasp on his fire and still has no clue when his fire burns him and when it doesn't. But he hears Todoroki shuffle closer and turns to find the boy right behind him, a hand hovering over his back. "Let me," he says quietly, as if reading Izuku's mind. After all, even if they've both avoided using their fire quirks, Todoroki still has infinitely more experience in melting ice. At the very least, But Izuku still hesitates, because for Todoroki to melt the ice, he'll have to keep a hand on Izuku, which means he'll be close enough to see the scars on Izuku's back. He doesn't want to burden Todoroki with that sight. But then again, for some strange reason, maybe it's the instant kinship forged between them, he doesn't want to hide anything from Todoroki either. Todoroki doesn't even have the choice to hide his own scar. After all, it's not exactly pretty, he says hesitantly. And even without outright saying it, Todoroki somehow instantly recognizes that Izuku is talking about the scars on his back. Todoroki blinks at him. "Have you seen my face?" he asks incredulously, pointing at his own scar. "But your face is still pretty," Izuku argues even as he obediently turns and offers his back to Todoroki. Though behind him, Todoroki straight up freezes for some reason. A long moment of frozen inactivity follows Izuku's statement, and he's just started wondering if he said something wrong when Todoroki finally jerks into action and lays his hand on Izuku's back. Warmth seeps through the cool layer of ice, melting it off in steam rather than water. Izuku shivers involuntarily as the not unpleasant sensation caresses his skin in gentle waves of steam. Todoroki's left hand a constant warmth on his back. The moment he hears Todoroki take a sharp intake, he knows he's seen the scars on his back. Izuku chuckles without any mirth. "Told you it isn't pretty." He hastily fumbles with the top in order to pull it on and relieve Todoroki from the ugly sight as soon as possible. But soon, another hand joins his as Todoroki wordlessly helps Izuku into his top. It's only after his back is fully covered that Todoroki opens his mouth. "Those were burn scars," he says quietly. Todoroki may not be a professional like Recovery Girl, but it makes sense that he'd recognize that, at least. "And you said your father had a fire quirk. Did he?" Izuku turns his head to look at the other boy out of the corner of his eye. He can see the horror, compassion, sadness, and anger on Izuku's behalf raging like a storm in Todoroki's mismatched eyes. And at that moment, Izuku reaffirms that he'll hide his scars from as many people as possible for as long as possible. If this is how Todoroki, who's never even really talked to him before today, looks like after seeing his scars, he doesn't even want to imagine how his mentor or his mother might react. "No," he says, trying for a reassuring smile but not sure it came out quite right. "This, at least, was by my own quirk. This wasn't by my father." Todoroki's eyes bore into him. He must have picked something up in the way Izuku worded it because somehow he looks more pained than before. His eyes drop to Izuku's bare arms and the numerous scars on them. But the others were. Izuku doesn't have an answer for that. Toshinori waits quietly in the corner while Recovery Girl fusses over young Midoriya and Todoroki. Midoriya had managed to land a hard kick on Todoroki, and the swelling and the ugly deep bruise that's forming on his side is prominent through his burnt pea uniform. There are also other bruises and cuts from the force of Midoriya's smashes and the shards of ice. But despite Todoroki not having been able to land a single blow on Midoriya, it's out of the question that out of the two of them, Midoriya is the one who's far, far worse. Comminuted fracture in the right hand. "I'm not going to be able to put this back together cleanly the way it was. For now, the fragments need to be extracted. Healing comes after that," the elderly nurse says with a heavy frown. Toshinori notices that while young Midoriya himself looks almost serene at her diagnosis, and he isn't even on painkillers yet, God, this child will be the death of him. Todoroki's face turns as white as the sheets he's sitting on. Toshinori himself feels pretty much the same. He only now fully understands just how sparingly and just how wisely Midoriya had been using One for All until today. Before anyone can say anything more, the door bursts open. "Midoriya, Deku, Midoriya." Toshinori jumps and hacks up blood in surprise, making Midoriya shoot him a worried look before facing the newcomers. He blinks when he sees them. "Guys, it looks like at least a third of Class 1 is here, trying to squeeze in through the narrow doorway. What are you doing here? What about the next match?" "Well, you and Todoroki absolutely shattered the arena, so there's a break as Cementos is doing the repairs." Ida answers while adjusting his glasses, somehow having managed to get through the crowded doorway. Shoji isn't even trying and just pokes a tentacle with an eye on the end over everyone's heads. Uraraka also manages to weasel in and starts approaching. "We were worried, so we just had to come." And while that's touching, Midoriya seems to pale the closer they approach. Toshinori catches him trying to shuffle his bandaged arms behind his back as subtly as possible, and understands. He must not want his friends to see and worry about the scars on his arms that are still visible through the gaps in the bandages. The scars that Todoroki, Recovery Girl, and Toshinori himself have already seen and have had burned into their memories. Perhaps Recovery Girl clues into the same understanding. Or she just genuinely wants the crowd out of her temporary office, because she begins herding the other students out before anyone can step close enough to get a clear view of young Midoriya's arms. "All right, pipe down and shoo now. It's nice that you're worried, but he's preparing for surgery and needs quiet." Her words have the opposite effect. "Surgery. Quiet, I said," the nurse admonishes, then whirls around to Todoroki. "You two, out." Just remember to keep that ice pack on your side for another few minutes and you'll be fine. Todoroki hesitates, his eyes darting to Midoriya, but he shoot out before either can say anything to each other. It's only when the room is finally empty except for Midoriya, Recovery Girl, and Toshinori himself that he dares leave the secluded corner he'd been in and shuffle closer to his prodigy. Young Midoriya gives him a small smile before he turns to the nurse. How long will the surgery last? He asks. Ada said the arena is being reconstructed, and there are still 3 more matches until the semifinals, so there's probably a decent amount of time before my next match. Recovery Girl draws back in surprise. You can't possibly be intending to continue. Midoriya blinks. Of course I am. The nurse frowns heavily. Didn't you hear what I just said? You have to go through surgery. The stress of that alone will tire you out. Not to mention the exhaustion my healing quirk will add. And with the painkillers numbing your senses, you can't possibly participate. Then don't use your quirk, Midoriya counters, still unerringly polite and respectful but as calm and unrelenting as a brick wall. And don't give me the painkillers. You said the healing has to come later anyway. A few hours probably won't make too much difference once the surgery is done. And I can handle pain. His nonchalant words pains Toshinori. Recovery Girl seems to feel the same. She presses her lips into a thin line. You have enough of these as it is, she says, pointing meaningfully at the numerous scars peeking out from between the bandages on Midoriya's arms. I can't heal you only for you to go right back out and hurt yourself again. It's not exactly a threat, but it's close enough. But Toshinori wouldn't have chosen Midoriya as his successor if the boy was the type of person who backs down at a threat to his own person. More and more often, Toshinori is coming to curse that fact rather than be glad of it. The corner of young Midoriya's mouth is set in a determined line. I lost my focus during the first 2 fights. I did end up winning, but I'd been more concerned about the person in front of me than the big picture. So if I want to really make an impact and announce myself, I need to keep going. The elderly nurse throws her hands up. I thought you were being smart, not throwing one for all around willy-nilly. But now you've injured yourself to the point that you'll be crippled for life, and you still expect me to let you go out and fight again. Toshinori, say something. Maybe he'll listen to you. Toshinori swallows as Midoriya turns his big, green eyes on him. He knows what Recovery Girl means. He knows and more, despite him being so damn proud of what his boy has accomplished. Not just winning, but even saving his very opponents along the way. Even though he knows it makes him a massive hypocrite, he doesn't want to see his boy being hurt anymore. But as much as he wishes he didn't, he also understands perfectly what young Midoriya is saying. After all, it had been Toshinori himself who had told the boy to announce that I am here to the world at the sports festival. It had been Toshinori himself who had told the boy that heroes need to know to push aside their own pain and fear for the good of the masses. Things were so simple when it was his own well-being he'd had to put on the line. But when it's his boy, Toshinori is torn. He finally feels like he understands what he put Sir Night-Eye through. My boy, Toshinori begins indecisively. But he can't find any other words. He works his jaw a few times. In the end, he only ends up putting a hand on young Midoriya's shoulder. Even Toshinori himself doesn't know if his own hand is meant to be encouraging or restricting. Young Midoriya seems to read something in his gaze and smiles softly. It'll be okay, All Might, he says, before turning back to Recovery Girl. My next fight will be with whoever wins between Tokoyami and Shigaraki. I promise that I can win that fight without being wounded anymore. So Recovery Girl, please, let me go. He looks the nurse dead in the eye. They're waiting. And as much as he wishes he doesn't, Toshinori understands. Recovery Girl seems to know she's fighting a losing battle and puts up her last defense with a resigned sigh. Who's waiting? Toshinori closes his eyes. He can hear his own voice egging on and burdening his boy. Announce that I am here to the world. The world. WEELCOME to the semifinals. Present Mike screeches into his microphone. This is our top 4, folks, and all of them are from Class 1A. Rejoice, mass media. Ain't this exactly the type of scenario you eat up? Anyways, first up is Midoriya Izuku. Should you even be competing? Well, Izuku can't really blame present Mike. His right arm is in a cast and hanging from a sling. His left arm is fully covered in bandages, and there are swaths of gauze on his face and neck too, after all. With all the bandages and gauze covering every inch of skin on his upper body that's not covered by his tank top, he's only a little better off than Aizawa's mummified state. Nevertheless, he stands tall as he faces off Tokoyami, a new PE jumper hanging off his shoulders with the sleeves fluttering lightly in the breeze. Midoriya, Tokoyami calls solemnly. Are you certain you want to go through with this? There is no shame in choosing your battles, and I rate you too highly to risk going easy on you. That's actually really nice of him, both the recommendation and the warning. Izuku hasn't had much interaction with Tokoyami. Not with the other boy tending to keep quietly to himself and Izuku's tendency to give people space unless they look like they need help. But he can feel the high regard Tokoyami holds him in just by his words. It's almost enough to make Izuku blush, but he fights it down. Unlike Todoroki or even Shinsu, Tokoyami doesn't need his help. And in that case, Izuku can't afford to be distracted anymore. Thank you for your concern, Tokoyami. But Izuku bares his teeth in a grin. I didn't come here to lose. Start. As soon as Present Mic gives the signal, Tokoyami wastes no time. Dark Shadow. Ayo. Dark Shadow bursts out, streaking towards Izuku like a bolt of black lightning. Judging from the speed and angle, the two are probably trying to have Dark Shadow envelop Izuku and push him out of bounds as quickly as possible. But Izuku doesn't panic. There had been a reason he'd been able to confidently promise Recovery Girl that he wouldn't get hurt during the semifinals. After all, against Shizaki's vines or Tokoyami's Dark Shadow, Izuku has the upper hand. He lifts his bandaged left arm with the palm facing the approaching darkness of Dark Shadow. It's our power, Todoroki's voice assures softly in his head. And with that soothing whisper in the back of his mind, Izuku pushes. A burst of flame shoots forward. Dark Shadow lets out a shrill squawk and flees back to Tokoyami in the blink of an eye, cowering with its head held low as Izuku's flames form a tight circle around them. Tokoyami tries to jump back and out of the ring of flames before it grows too tall, but Izuku twitches a finger and pulls him back into the center of the circle before closing off the fiery fence. The other boy looks around warily. Izuku grins. Sorry, Dark Shadow. He apologizes, and the shadowy beast looks at him with teary eyes. You really don't like light, do you? Dark Shadow trills sadly. Tokoyami sighs. How did you figure it out so quickly? Izuku shrugs one shoulder. He may not have worked with Tokoyami and seen his quirk up close, but he's seen enough. Quirk analysis is his specialty, after all. When you teamed up with Kaken for the cavalry battle, you put Dark Shadow on fetch duty. Considering Kaken's temper, he would have blasted off explosions just to let out his frustration, but he didn't. At least not while Dark Shadow was around. It doesn't make sense for Kaken to suddenly become considerate, so the only other explanation is that it was a tactical restraint. Plus, its name is Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow reflexively puffs out its chest at its name, though it instantly cowers back when a lick of flame flickers. Tokoyami smiles wryly. And though he seems resigned, he also looks like he's taking it well. As expected of you, Midoriya. Izuku blinks. Didn't Shoji say something along the same lines as well? How did it come to be that his classmates have such high esteem of him? He doesn't know if he feels more happy or nervous at the acknowledgement. After seeing you use fire in your last fight, I'd hoped to take you out before you clued in, but I see you were already a step ahead of me. Tokoyami takes one last look at the wall of flames surrounding him before nodding and looking towards midnight. I concede defeat. All right, winner, Midoriya. Izuku extinguishes his fire and exchanges smiles with Tokoyami. Dark Shadow gives him a thumbs up when the flames vanish before it itself vanishes into Tokoyami. Izuku's about to approach the other boy and ask more about his quirk as they make their way back to the stands. But instead, he's ushered away and straight to the waiting room since there's only one more battle before he's up again. It's disconcerting sitting alone in the waiting room with only Present Mike's voice ringing in the speakers. He's kept his promise with Recovery Girl about not getting hurt. Even his fire hasn't burned him this time, for some reason, so he doesn't even have the option of having the company of the nurse either. Thankfully, the match doesn't drag on too long. Judging by Present Mike's commentary, it looks like Ida had been giving Bakugo a hard time by jetting around with his superior speed. But with a combination of good timing, genius battle sense, luck, and sheer relentless stubbornness, Bakugo managed to just barely blast himself out of Ida's grasp and turn the tables on the other boy. Finally, Izuku is called to leave the waiting room and enter the arena. As he steps onto the platform and stands in front of Bakugo, he notices that the other boy isn't roaring to fight. He's not gloating about his victory, or trying to get a rise out of Izuku, or even looking at him. Come to think of it, Bakugo has been strangely quiet. He hadn't come storming to Izuku after seeing him use fire not just once, but twice against someone else. And he'd been looking at Izuku weirdly ever since lunchtime ended, too. Izuku takes his place in front of Bakugo. In the background, he distantly hears Present Mike playing up the crowds for the final battle. But his focus is on his childhood friend. Izuku still isn't sure how to define Bakugo, who has his head bowed with his bangs shadowing his eyes. Oi, Deku. His voice is low enough that not even Midnight should be able to hear it over the noise of the crowd. And when Bakugo continues speaking, Izuku is fiercely glad for that fact. Before, I overheard you talking with half and half about your fathers and fire. Izuku freezes. Bakugo continues in that low voice, still with his eyes lowered and his brow slightly furrowed as if conflicted about something. And everything clicked. Why you never talked about your dad. Why you and your mom used to be afraid of fire and my quirk. Why you don't use your quirk. He looks down at his own 2 hands. So I thought about it, and I was just going to let it go, he says quietly. I was set on making you use all of your fucking quirk for 10 fucking years, but if that was the reason you wouldn't use it, then I was going to let it go. Izuku listens with his heart in his throat. He doesn't even hear the crowd or the teachers anymore. It's almost like a repeat of the trial of battle, where Bakugo had first sprung a view-shattering revelation on Izuku with no warning. He really hopes this doesn't become a pattern. He doesn't know if his heart can take it anymore. But then half and half comes along. And you use that fire that you fucking hate for him. And I get it, with half and half. You're you. So of course you'd be a fucking hypocrite and try to help him with his daddy issues or whatever. But then you used your fire on Birdface too. And I thought maybe that means you're okay with using your fire. But then again, what the fuck do I know? I didn't even know about whatever happened with your dad even after 10 fucking years. So I thought about it and kept thinking, but I still don't fucking know. His voice is low and even, but Izuku swallows thickly because he knows how much it must cost Bakugo to admit something like this. Bakugo finally looks up. His red eyes pierce Izuku with frustration, confusion, hesitation, loss, deprivation, and hope. So Deku, you tell me, what am I supposed to do? His question leaves Izuku breathless. That steady red gaze is unwavering and relentless as it always was. Yet with that same gaze, for the first time Bakugo is asking Izuku, giving him the reins. Like Bakugo said before, he'd wanted to make Izuku use his entire quirk to beat him at his best. But after hearing that Izuku is traumatized by his quirk, Bakugo said he was going to let it be. Being the best is Bakugo's lifelong dream. Beating Izuku at his best is, in his eyes, a step he must take to fulfill that. But he's prepared to let go of the goal he's been chasing after for a decade in consideration for Izuku's charred and bruised past. That act in itself is already considerate. But coming from Bakugo, it's being a bad person is not the same thing as being a villain. And no matter what kind of person he used to be, no matter what anyone else says, this right here proves to Izuku that Bakugo Katsuki has the makings of a great hero. It's at this moment that, for the first time, Izuku is able to firmly define Bakugo as his friend. There's only one answer Izuku can give him. Brilliant fire bursts up around Izuku, whipping around his body like the eye of a tornado. Izuku bares his teeth in a grin, relishing in the surprised and slightly awestruck expression on Bakugo's face. Thank you, Kaken, and sorry for keeping you waiting. But now, I am here. Bakugo pulls his lips back in an answering savage grin. Fucking finally, howitzer impact. Bakugo shouts as he blasts himself through the wall of flames Izuku had created. Izuku hastily pulls himself out of the way as Bakugo comes spinning at him. The jumper that had been hanging off his shoulders is blown away, and the concrete floor where he'd just been is shattered by the impact, even in this urgent moment. Izuku's mind is in overdrive as it analyzes and marvels at the technique. Bakugo instantly turns around and snarls as he chases Izuku. The inability to use both his arms fully costs Izuku. And though he does his best to dodge Bakugo's blows and block the ones he can't with his left arm, he still ends up taking quite a few hits, including an elbow straight to his face. Izuku coughs, blood spurting from his nose and dripping into his mouth. Absolutely savage, even though he's going up against a severely injured opponent. There's no mercy from Bakugo. Present mic roars, and some of the crowd clamors and cheers while some actually boo. But they don't know Bakugo like Izuku does. They don't know that this is Bakugo saying, even with half your limbs messed up, I still see you as a serious threat. They don't know that this is the highest praise Bakugo can give. But Izuku does know. So Izuku spits out the blood pooled in his mouth and grins through the blood on his teeth. He pulls his right arm out of its sling and readies himself. He'd only promised Recovery Girl that he wouldn't get hurt in the semifinals, after all, and he'd said nothing about the finals. It's time to strike back. Izuku points his left hand at Bakugo. He almost hesitates reflexively before aiming his fire at Bakugo because unlike making a wall of fire, it's the first time he's actually aimed it at a person since the second match. But then Todoroki's soft voice echoes in his mind. It's our power, not our father's, and he's able to smoothly push out his fire. It doesn't even burn him. Izuku shoots out a blast of fire, trusting Bakugo's reflexes will keep him from being burned. True to his expectations, Bakugo swerves around the jet of flame and keeps running towards Izuku, using explosions from his hands to speed up. Blast Rush Turbo, he shouts as a burst of explosion propels him towards Izuku. But right before he comes into range, Izuku grins and pulls him straight into the literal line of fire. Bakugo curses and brings his hands up in front of himself, using his explosions to negate the flame. But Izuku has used his moment of distraction to close the distance on his own terms. Since one of his arms is in a cast and the other is covered in bandages, Izuku can't fight like he used to. The beatdown he'd received earlier has more than proved that. He needs to take a different approach. So instead of throwing a punch, Izuku sweeps out a leg in a wide kick. Bakugo hisses as he just barely manages to block with a forearm. And before he can angle his palms and blast him, Izuku streaks past and behind him again, aiming a roundhouse kick at his head. Bakugo leans back to dodge and simultaneously aims a blast at Izuku. And this time Izuku is the one forced to counter it by pushing out his own fire. But instead of just negating it, Izuku decides to back off for a bit to get some breathing room. They're too close to the edge of the arena for comfort. And even though Bakugo's the one with his back to the edge, it's probably safer to get back to the middle if he wants to avoid having the tables turned on him and get pushed out of bounds. And suddenly, a stroke of brilliance strikes. He'd already been thinking that he needs to find a way to cushion and redirect his flight when he's pulling himself. Now that his mother isn't watching, why not test it now? First, he spreads his arms out on opposite each other, his left arm faced forwards with the right arm aimed behind himself. He sends a blast of wide flame at Bakugo with his left hand, enough to negate the explosions and keep him from approaching. At the same time, he sends a small push out of his right palm too, enough to keep himself braced and prevent it from flying back from the force of his own attack. Bakugo grits his teeth and rapidly fires off explosions from his palms, negating Izuku's flames and stubbornly inching closer. But Izuku isn't done yet. Suddenly Izuku swings his right arm around next to his left. His right arm aches inside the cast. But Izuku ignores the pain as he angles his hands so that both his arms are straight and braced with the palms facing forwards towards Bakugo. Then he grins. Blast Rush Turbo, he yells as he pulls himself backwards while simultaneously pushing fire out of his palms, using the blast of flames to adjust his path and give himself an extra speed boost. A moment of silence fills the arena. And then, what the actual fuck? Bakugo screams as he gapes at Izuku shamelessly ripping off his own move right in front of him. But then his expression turns murderous as he uses both palms to blast himself towards Izuku. Blast Rush Turbo. This time, Izuku swings around his hands so that his palms are aimed behind himself and pushes out flames, using the boosters to kill his momentum so that he can meet Bakugo in the middle of the arena. Bakugo descends on him in a flurry of blows like a vengeful demon from hell. I can't even, what the fuck, how did you even, you just ripped off my, cheat, copyright. Izuku laughs unapologetically as he ducks around Bakugo's enraged blows. Sorry, Kaken, he says in a parody of the trial of battle. But if you didn't want me to take advantage of it, you shouldn't have shown it to me in the first place. Bakugo looks like he's torn between being furious, impressed, indignant, and satisfied that Izuku really is pulling all the stops to come at him with everything he has. In the end, he ends up just settling on all of it and snarls a shit-eating grin while earnestly trying to beat the crap out of Izuku. Oh, you fucking arrogant bastard. I'm going to bury you so deep that you eat the dirt under all this cement. Which may as well be the Bakugo equivalent for declaring competitive friendship from the rooftops. It's progress. Izuku bares his teeth in a savage answering grin. And instead of just avoiding Bakugo's blows, he starts striking back. While Izuku had looked up to All Might's ideology, in terms of fighting style it was Eraserhead he had studied more. All Might's fighting style is more or less summed up to smash. And while that's epically cool, Izuku knew that he himself wouldn't be able to pull that off. Or, well, at least that was true until he actually received All Might's SMASHY quirk. Actually, scratch that, even now he still can't do it. So while he couldn't actually train physically without supervision, Izuku had studied, analyzed, picked apart, and ingrained Eraserhead's fighting style into his memory with almost religious determination. And just like he used the capture tape on Bakugo before, now he uses that knowledge to fight. Izuku weaves around Bakugo, flitting in and out like he's seen Eraserhead do in the few video clips he'd dug up and replayed until he'd memorized every frame. He's learned from before. He can't match Bakugo with both his arms wounded, so he's going to have to use guerrilla tactics and favor his legs. He tries kicking Bakugo's side, sweeping his legs out from under him and kneeing him in the stomach. He uses small doses of one for all, and the power and speed it gives him just about makes up for his inexperience. And living up to the appraisal of being a battle genius, Bakugo swiftly adapts to Izuku's new kick-based fighting style and focuses on Izuku's legs and starts ignoring his flailing arms. But that was exactly what Izuku had been aiming for. While the other boy is distracted by a feint kick Izuku makes, instead of lashing out, Izuku plants that foot on the ground, uses it as an axis to spin around, and brings his right arm around in a wide arc to the back of Bakugo's head. The image of Aizawa plopping his cast of Izuku's head flashes in his mind. Izuku's cast hits the back of Bakugo's head with a resounding smack. Fuck. Bakugo sputters as his head is knocked forwards and he stumbles off balance, his head ringing. Izuku doesn't lose his opportunity. If this had been a straight-out fight in hand-to-hand combat, Izuku wouldn't have stood a chance against a battle genius powerhouse like Bakugo. Not with his current physical state. And perhaps not even if he'd been fully healthy either. But just like the trial of battle, this isn't an assessment of skills in combat. It's a competition that allows quirks, with specific rules that Izuku can exploit. He grabs the sling hanging around his neck with his teeth, then uses his left hand charged with the smallest dose of one for all he can manage to swiftly rip it into one long strip, and with one end of the makeshift rope in his teeth. He body slams Bakugo to the ground and quickly ties Bakugo's hands behind his back using his left hand and his teeth. Are you fucking serious? This again, Bakugo shouts as he squirms on the ground, face down, legs kicking angrily, before he can regain his feet. Izuku quickly plops down on his back and sits on him to keep him down. Bakugo tries to buck him off, but Izuku pins down his legs with his own one-for-all charged legs and stays on top. At least you're not gagged this time, Izuku says a little remorsefully in consolation. If only he'd had more cloth, or the mobility of his right hand, he thinks wistfully. The look Bakugo gives him is positively scandalized. WOOO, that's Eraserhead's signature move right there. What the hell are you teaching your kids? Present Mike screeches delightedly, almost toppling over in his excitement. I didn't do anything, Aizawa replies, though Izuku thinks he can detect a tinge of something else in his usually bland, long-suffering voice. Is that amusement? That one came like that. Izuku blushes. Wait a sec, is he even allowed to use his sling like that? Not to mention his cast. Present Mike points out. Midnight narrows her eyes, then winks as she gives a cheery thumbs up. I like your youthful spirit. It's fine since it's medical equipment. The judge says it's fine. Present Mike echoes jovially. Bakugo, do you concede defeat? Midnight asks. Hell no. The blonde snarls, still face down and squirming. Midnight rolls her eyes. This time she changes the question. Can you move? Bakugo has no answer to that, just growling lowly like some caged animal. Izuku is seriously tempted to pet his spiky hair, just to see how he'd react. Alright, Bakugo can't move. Winner, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku stands on the highest podium, Bakugo and Takoyami on either side. Takoyami catches his eye and quirks a small smile at him, dark shadow popping out to give him a wave. Izuku grins back, glad that both of them seem to have no hard feelings. Rather the contrary, if Izuku is judging right. This time he turns his head to the other side to meet Bakugo's smoldering eyes. He huffs, though Izuku is familiar enough with Bakugo to be able to see that there's a surprising lack of actual hostility or even bitterness in his red eyes. Enjoy the view while you can, nerd, cause I'm gonna drag you down and stomp you into the ground next time. Which may as well be the Bakugo equivalent to hey, good job, let's hang out again later. Izuku grins brightly. Thanks, Kaken. He can feel Takoyami giving them a weird look at their, admittedly strange, exchange, but Bakugo just huffs lightly and turns his head. Their relationship will probably always be at least a bit dysfunctional. But like he said, they're making progress. All Might soon makes a dynamic entrance to award the medals. He speaks softly with Takoyami and Bakugo before hanging the medals around their necks. And soon, it's Izuku's turn. Izuku swallows as his hero stands before him. Because of the podium, it's the first time he's looking down at All Might instead of up. Just before going out to fight Shinsu, Izuku had been at his lowest in the recent years, but the words All Might had whispered in his ears while crushing him against his thin chest comes back to him. And I said this before too, but remember it as well. Whatever happens out there, I am so proud of you. Izuku remembers. Those words had helped drag Izuku out of the pit he had fallen into. They had made such an impact on him that he had even dared reach out and repeat the exact same words to Uraraka. Izuku covets those words like a dragon hoards gold, like a beggar hungers for food. He swallows. Oh Might. And God, he had been able to stare down powerful people like Takoyami and Bakugo, had even butted heads against Recovery Girl, but it's only in this moment that his voice trembles. Did I make you proud? Izuku can't even dare to ask the question, but it looks like All Might doesn't even need to hear it to understand. The hero gently crushes Izuku against his chest again, though this time he's buffed and muscular instead of thin and bony. But the embrace is still the same, tight enough to be reassuring but infinitely gentle to the point of almost being a cradle. Always, All Might breathes in Izuku's ear, low enough that no one else can hear. I am and will always be so proud of you, my boy. Izuku's breath hitches. He no longer flinches at the words my boy. Instead, he stands tall as All Might draws back to slip the gold medal over his head. And when the man flashes him a tender smile, he smiles right back. After the award ceremonies, Class 1 surges forwards toward the medalists. Uraraka joins the laughing and exclamations as everyone congratulates the medalists. It's a shame that Ada, who had also placed third, had to leave for some family business. When she finally elbows her way to Midoriya, she finds his hair so ruffled up that curly strands fall out of his bun and the jumper on his back disheveled from too many enthusiastic pat on the backs. But his face is flushed and his eyes are shining from laughter and happiness, and the sight brings a smile to Uraraka's face. She notices Todoroki hovering at Midoriya's right side, near his cast, as if shielding Midoriya from being jostled and subtly clinging to him at the same time, with a peculiar expression. The boy's face seems to be blank as it usually is, but somehow it looks softer, like the jagged edges have been chipped away and the ice has been thawed. Honestly, Uraraka had expected Todoroki to have already left. He's usually not one for crowds or mingling, and it looked like he and Midoriya were out to kill each other during their match. There was too much steam to see what happened directly after the collision, but still, it was intense. But then again, this is Midoriya they're talking about. He's like a sun, people can't help but gravitate towards him. And they seem to have something in common with their fire quirks. Uraraka had no idea that Midoriya even had a fire quirk, and she's not sure how to feel about having found out only now. But in the end, she decides not to pry. Instead, she smiles brightly and makes light of it. Congratulations, Deku. I knew you'd make it, though you could have given us a warning before you burst into fire. I thought I was going to have a heart attack. Midoriya flushes as he returns her smile ruefully. Sorry, Uraraka. I should have worked up the courage to tell you all before, but... Uraraka waves away his apology before he can even finish. No, don't worry about it. I already knew you were an angel. I was just surprised you have actual wings. Uraraka winks, grinning unapologetically. But Midoriya blinks. I have what? This time, it's Uraraka who blinks. She stares at Midoriya's genuinely confused face in disbelief. A few of their classmates who'd been in hearing range join her and gape at Midoriya. This guy is unbelievable. Just type your name on the internet, she finally says. I'm sure you're a meme by now. She waits for it. I'm a what? Uraraka and the others laugh at Midoriya's absolutely horrified expression. Aizawa finds Midoriya on his way to Recovery Girl's temporary office. The kid is just coming out, looking tired from having his energy sapped from the nurse's healing quirk. Though, even without that, Aizawa wouldn't blame Midoriya for being exhausted. The kid has had a long day, as the bandages all over him testify. Really, he looks like a slightly better off version of Aizawa himself. Speaking of similarities, Aizawa finally gets what All Might had meant about Midoriya pulling an eraserhead. That technique and deftness when he tied up Bakugo with his own sling was quite something. Midoriya turns from the door and finally notices Aizawa quietly watching him. He jumps a little. Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa regards his problem child silently. He's slowly making his way through the mountain of files of every case he'd been on in the past decade. He's employed in an underground hero, but he still does hero work whenever he can, so there have been quite a few cases. And 10 years is a long time, which means a lot of files. He hasn't found anything that looks like it might be Midoriya yet. At first he looked into anything related to a child, and then anything related to fire quirks. Considering how absolutely traumatized Midoriya seemed to be about his fire quirk, Aizawa had wondered if maybe the kid had set off a fire when he was young and Aizawa had rescued him from his own fire or something. But whatever the truth is, he's going to have to work on the kid's trauma. And the pure adoration in Midoriya's green eyes as he stares up at Aizawa is not helping him think. In the end, Aizawa ends up deadpanning and joking ironically. Midoriya, you didn't tell me you were a fiery angel. The kid turns pink. I'm sorry. I'm not. No, I'm not an angel. Not that I'm not sorry. Should I even be sorry? Man, this kid. Aizawa hides his grin under his bandages. Something is on the tip of his tongue, but he refrains from saying it. He's a teacher, he can't have favorites, after all. But then again, it's not favoritism if it's saying the truth, is it? In the end, Aizawa gives in to the urge. He plops his cast on Midoriya's head again. No, you did good, Midoriya. The kid beams. But like all good things, this day too must come to an end. The sun is setting on his back as Izuku stands in front of the front door of his apartment, his left hand resting on the doorknob but not being able to open it. He knows that he owes his mother an explanation. He knows he's going to have to confront both their pasts, fears, and traumas. He knows. He wants to tell her about his dream again. But he is so afraid he might hurt her. Again, Izuku takes a nervous deep breath. I will always be so proud of you, All Might had promised. You did good, Aizawa had assured him. It's our power, Todoroki had revealed. He takes those words and tries to drown out the faint screaming and laughter that is always in the back of his mind. Hisashi may be his living nightmare, but those words are no dream. He draws strength and courage from those words. Izuku straightens his shoulders and turns the handle. I'm home, Mom. Late in the night, Inko slips from her bed and tiptoes to the living room. She puts the TV on mute. Both she and her son sleep far too lightly for their own good, and turns on the recording of the sports festival. She had turned off the TV when Izuku had called, but she had still recorded every second. Izuku had come home that day, and they had talked about his quirk for the first time since he'd turned 4. Inko had supported him. Of course she did. How could she not, after everything she put him through? How could she not, after how she'd first reacted to his quirk? Inko herself is still afraid of fire, but she will not let that keep Izuku back anymore. After all, her son has had to be strong for both of them all those years ago. This is the least Inko can do for him. but saying she supports him is different from actually accepting the fact that he is using fire. So here she is, in the dead of the night, fast-forwarding the muted recording until she gets to the second round of the tournament. Inko watches the brutal match with clenched fists. She has no idea what the two boys are saying, but the expression on Izuku's face is familiar. It's the face he'd worn whenever he stood to protect Inko. And finally, the moment comes when her sun bursts into flames. A halo of fire burns at Izuku's back, and then it splits in two to unfurl and become wings. Inko pauses the video, rewinds, and watches it again. And again, and again. Eventually, her trembling hands lose their grip on the remote control and it clatters softly to the ground. The recording is paused, and on the screen Izuku is grinning freely in a way Inko has never seen, with the halo of fire at his back just about to unfurl into wings. Inko remembers the first and only time she had seen Izuku's fire. He had been trying to protect her, she remembers. Fire had burst out of him, just like she's seeing now, and it had formed a halo. It probably would have turned into wings if she hadn't screamed at him. "Oh Izuku," Inko whispers a muffled sob as she curls up into herself. "Oh Izuku, I am so sorry." And Izuku leans against the far wall of the living room, out of sight from his mother. He listens to his mother's strangled sobs and closes his eyes. "No, Mom, don't be sorry. What I wanted you to say was..." They're given the 2 days following the sports festival off from school, and Shadow decides to take this opportunity to go see his mother for the first time in years. Midoriya had changed his view. Well, actually, more like his entire world, to be honest, but it's not enough for Shadow to find peace alone. In a way, he's thankful that he didn't have any more matches after Midoriya. He isn't sure he would have been able to think clearly, much less use his left side. No, for Shadow to fully accept his fire, he needs to talk to his mother. He knows that. He's made his decision. He's already dressed and packed to make the journey to the hospital she's in. That's not what he's hesitating and stalling over. The thing is, Shadow has his cell phone out. The screen shows the open messaging app with Midoriya's number in the recipient. Thanks to that incident after the USJ where everyone in Class 1 exchanged numbers. He's been staring at the blinking cursor for the past 10 minutes. The screen had actually turned off in the middle because of his inactivity, startling him, and Shadow had had to hastily turn his phone back on. But he still hasn't been able to type anything, much less send anything to Midoriya. He wants to, that's for sure, but he has no idea what or how. It's strange, this instant. Shadow doesn't even know what to call it. Closeness, intimacy, understanding, kinship, bond, yearning, dependency. Whatever it is, it binds him and draws him to Midoriya. He can't help but gravitate towards the other boy, wanting to be closer, wanting to know more, wanting to call him Izuku. Except, when they had talked briefly after the awarding ceremony, Midoriya had called him Todoroki. Todoroki, Shadow had repeated slowly. Everything that had been simmering on the tip of his tongue forgotten. Not Shadow. Midoriya had given him an apologetic smile. "Oh, I kinda blew propriety in the heat of the moment during the match. And that thing with Endeavor was... well, that wasn't polite of me. I'm sorry." And he had honestly, genuinely looked sorry. He had been careful and considerate, as if blaming himself for raging at Shadow earlier during their match and trying to make up for it by not overwhelming him again. As if he'd overstepped some boundary that he normally wouldn't have, as if he didn't want to pressure him, as if he were backing away to give space, as if he hadn't already gone and shattered Shadow's world and rebuilt it with his bare hands. Shadow had wanted to tell him that it was all right, that it was refreshing to not be called as Todoroki, and that it had brought back the memory of how his mother would call him Shadow in her soft, warm voice, that the way Midoriya said his name overlapped with that treasured memory, that he appreciated it, that he wanted to call him Izuku too. But he didn't know how to say that. He didn't know if he should, if he even could. Midoriya wasn't even on first-name basis with Uraraka and Ida, his friends, after all, so what right did Shadow have? Shadow didn't know, as he's never really done proper social interaction. And he really didn't want to mess this up, so he had just nodded numbly at Midoriya's considerate courtesy. But that doesn't mean he's able to go back to before he knew Midoriya just like that. They had did something, right after their match. But yesterday feels like ages ago, and now Shadow isn't sure anymore. Perhaps all Midoriya had wanted was to help Shadow break through his shackles, but Shadow finds himself clinging to any sliver of hope that the kinship he'd felt between them hadn't just been temporary, that it might last longer, that it could be more. Hence, here he is now, staring blankly at the cursor of his messaging app that blinks back mockingly at him, determined to reach out but still without the foggiest clue on how. But then, ping, a message pops up in the previously empty chat log and Shadow jumps in surprise and panic. His hand spasms and he almost drops the phone. For a wild moment he thinks he might have accidentally sent something. But no, the message flashing on his screen clearly reads that it's from Midoriya. It's from Midoriya. Midoriya texted him. Shadow manages to squeeze in a split second of relief, panic, wonder, and elation before his phone pings repeatedly and more messages appear one after the other in short succession. It's just enough to shake him out of his daze and actually read what Midoriya has sent him. The rapid succession of short messages does nothing to relieve Shadow's confusion. Perplexed, he taps on the link, only to find a news clip on Midoriya, which in itself is nothing surprising, seeing as he hadn't simply just won the sports festival but absolutely took it by storm. Shadow is distracted by the photo emblazoned at the top. Midoriya with his wings of flame spread wide behind him like an ethereal angel, his right arm outstretched with gusts of wind from his super strength blowing strands of dark curly hair out of his bun, grinning sharply as the light of his fire throws his face into sharp relief and casts his normally soft and kind features in deep shadows and brilliant highlights, and his green eyes burning with light, before he finally drags his eyes down to read the headlines. He chokes. And that's just, as Midoriya has already said, what, how, why, oh my god. After having seen Midoriya break down hysterically at the question of whether All Might is his father, how much issue he has with his own father, and how absolutely vicious he'd been to Endeavor, Shadow can practically see the utter horror that must be on Midoriya's face at the joking headlines. And despite the uncertainty and doubt that had been gnawing at Shadow, all of that falls away and he inexplicably feels so light at the fact that Midoriya has chosen to reach out first and share this little inside joke with him. Midoriya may not call him Shadow anymore, and Shadow himself definitely can't call him Izuku, but maybe, someday, they will. Shadow looks at the joking headlines again and a small huff leaves his mouth unbidden, surprising even Shadow himself. It's the closest he's been to laughing in years. So when Shadow stands at the front of the classroom 2 days later, he's no longer plagued with doubt and uncertainty. He doesn't quite smile, but he relishes in the feeling of Midoriya's green eyes on him as he announces his temporary hero name. Shadow. Izuku looks down at the sizable stack of hero agencies that have drafted him. He's managed to gain the most nominations, with Bakugo a close second. I'd expected it to be more overwhelming. Midoriya won. Well, everything after all, Kaminari had commented. Perhaps the fact that his quirk is self-destructive brought down the numbers. Yaoyorozu had mused. It's still in the thousands. I have 0. Ashido had whined while flopping down on her desk, though she had also good-naturedly waved away Izuku's apologetic look with a smile. He's going to have to categorize them by type and within those categories create subsets according to the number of incidents resolved and experienced. And he shouldn't forget their ranking even if he'll probably look more into their skill set relative to what Izuku needs the most help with, and while this is going to be so much research, Izuku notices from his peripherals that quite a few of his classmates are looking on at him muttering away with indulgent smiles on their faces, and self-consciously clicks his mouth shut with a sheepish grin. Instead of running his mouth again, he turns his eyes to the list in front of him and scans the first page to get a better idea of where to start, and promptly freezes at one of the names that stare back at him. He looks down at the name for a long moment. Finally, he jerks his eyes away from the page. Izuku turns his head around to look at Todoroki's seat, which is roughly diagonally behind him. Perhaps the inexplicable link between them is still there because even though Izuku hasn't even opened his mouth, Todoroki somehow still looks up almost instantly to meet his eyes as if drawn by some force. The other boy must see something in Izuku's gaze because he gets up from his chair and comes over without a word. Did you need something? Todoroki asks softly, settling into the empty seat behind Izuku's that was once mine. Izuku turns around to straddle his chair and face Todoroki properly. Advice, I guess, Izuku starts hesitantly. And to let you know, I feel like I should ask your, well, not exactly permission, but opinion. At the very least, I thought you might want to know about this. And while the classroom is noisy enough with their classmates talking animatedly with each other about which hero agencies they're thinking about going to, Izuku decides not to risk something as sensitive as this. He would know better than anyone, after all. So instead of saying the name out loud, he smooths the first page of the agencies that nominated him on the table between them. Todoroki looks at the name Izuku's finger is pointing at, face carefully impassive as he blinks slowly. Then he brings out a sheet from his own stack of nominations. He places it right next to Izuku's form, this time facing Izuku, and points to the exact same name that's on both sheets of paper, Endeavor Hero Agency. They're both silent for a long moment. I hadn't thought I'd made an exactly good impression, Izuku murmurs, for lack of anything contributional to say. Todoroki hums in response, the corners of his lips quirking up almost imperceptibly as he recalls fondly on how utterly outraged the man had looked as Izuku had deliberately burned him with his sass and his sharp grin. Hero agencies can nominate 2 students each, Todoroki starts slowly. I guess I expected him to nominate me, but as for you, he was surprisingly quiet the past 2 days, come to think of it, like he was thinking over something. Or someone. Todoroki then lifts his eyes to meet Izuku's. My guess is that he was impressed enough by your performance and your victory for him to want you, even though you two had an incident, he still values competence over anything else. And as you pointed out, you also have a fire quirk, so that might have heightened his interest too. Is all that Izuku manages. He really doesn't know how he feels, or how he even should feel about what Todoroki is implying. Though he doesn't know the man that well outside his hero carrier, considering how Hisashi had been. The fact that Endeavor is willing to put aside whatever minor offense Izuku dealt him is mind-blowing on its own. I think, Todoroki begins hesitantly, low enough for his voice not to carry to anyone other than Izuku. I think I'll accept it. Izuku's eyes fly to Todoroki's. Mismatched eyes stare at Endeavor's name for a moment longer before they flicker up to hold Izuku's gaze calmly. I already told you over text, but I went to meet my mother. She apologized to me and in turn forgave me surprisingly easily, and told me while smiling that me not being held back by anything. That is what would make her happy, what would save her. It's thanks to those words. It's thanks to you that I'm considering this now. Before, I wouldn't have even thought about going to him. And it's not that I've forgiven or forgotten what he's done, but it's still true that he is the no-to hero. Even if I don't like that fact, it's time for me to accept and experience that with my own two eyes. Unlike him, now I can do it. Todoroki takes in a breath, then quirks a small, almost imperceptible smile at Izuku. We are not our fathers, after all. Izuku stares at Todoroki with something akin to awe. Both of them know that while their situations are similar, they aren't the same. And Endeavor is not Hisashi in so many ways, but what Todoroki has found in himself to do. Izuku doesn't know if he would be able to do that. You really are amazing, Izuku says honestly, completely sincere and without a hint of embarrassment. Todoroki's cheeks flush. You, what? How can you even keep with that sincere face? He drops his face into his palms with a groan. Izuku blinks in confusion. Todoroki. But Todoroki doesn't even acknowledge Izuku's call and stubbornly avoids looking at Izuku again. He doesn't seem to be planning on leaving the confines of his palms for the time being, so Izuku just shrugs and leaves him to it. Instead, he looks over the two sheets of paper lying in between them. Endeavor. Izuku taps a finger against the name and ponders. As much as he hates the parallels of his and Todoroki's backstories, like he said, Endeavor is not Hisashi. And Todoroki has already made the decision to learn under the no-to hero. And while Izuku has never liked Endeavor and likes him even less now, that doesn't change what he's accomplished as a hero, or how much Izuku had looked up to him as someone who uses fire for heroism and not villainy. Izuku had already been thinking that he needs to figure out how to refine and train the fire part of his quirk. After all, no matter what he's done, just like Todoroki pointed out, it's still true that Endeavor is the highest-ranked hero with a fire quirk. If Todoroki can put aside his issues with Endeavor, perhaps Izuku can scrounge up the nerve to face the man too. Baby, I'll join you, he ends up murmuring. Todoroki lifts his face from his hands at that. He meets Izuku's eyes. To anyone else his face may look blank, but Izuku can see the small yet hopeful smile that curves his lips and softens his mismatched eyes. I look forward to it. But when All Might tells Izuku that the reclusive hero called Gran Torino nominated him, well, all other options get abruptly and violently thrown out the window. It's the mentor of his mentor. Izuku really can't say no to that, no matter how much All Might had worryingly shaken like a leaf while remembering said mentor, or how much Todoroki had looked subtly disappointed, or how much Ida's smile has lost its shine. Not that there's really anything Izuku can do about that, though not for his lack of concern or effort. Ida had left the sports festival early due to family issues, not even participating in the awarding ceremony to receive the bronze medal he had won alongside Takoyami. The news had broken the next day. The turbo hero, Ingenium, though Izuku and Uraraka know him better as Ida's older brother that he's so proud of, Ida Tensei, had been assaulted by the hero killer, Stain. Fortunately, he had managed to escape with his life. Unfortunately, he had been injured so badly that his life as a hero may come to an end. Once school had started after the short break, contrary to concern, Ida had been lively, almost more so than normal, and that in turn worried Izuku. But there was an almost desperate tinge in his strain for normalcy, so Izuku and Uraraka had respected his wishes and not pride, opting to swallow their questions and signs of concern for the sake of keeping up the nonchalant yet crumbling front Ida was putting up. But during the week-long internship, Ida will be without Izuku and Uraraka to act as his buffers between himself and the curious if well-intentioned world. He'll be in Hasu, the city where his older brother lost his life as a hero. And while Izuku tentatively assumes that, like Todoroki, Ida is also facing his demons and taking up the mantle of Hasu's protector that his brother had worn, he's still concerned. So when Class 1 gathers at the train station to leave for each of their internships, Izuku reaches out. Ida tenses. Uraraka comes to stand beside Izuku. None of them had said it out loud, but there was an unspoken understanding that Izuku and Uraraka were giving Ida space. Ida appreciates it fiercely, but even he can feel the cautious break of status quo in Izuku's voice and acknowledge that it was a long time coming. So when he turns to face his two best friends, Ida is smiling. But, yes, Midoriya. Izuku gazes up at that paper-thin and weary smile for a moment longer. He knows that smile. He knows what a forced smile looks like. But instead of asking if Ida's alright or insisting he talks to them, Izuku meets Ida's eyes squarely. You told me before that you want to be someone I can rely on. I do rely on you. I always did. So Ida, I'm going to count on you to tell us when you need us. We'll be there. Ida's eyes widen. Whatever he was expecting, it was something along the lines of the worried queries, or the unreliable assurances, or the repetitive condolences that had set Ida's teeth on edge for the past few days. He certainly wasn't expecting Izuku to fully put his faith in him and quietly offer support while not pressuring him. But Izuku understands that sometimes, when the world feels like it's crumbling around you, soft words are not what you need. Sometimes, being treated like glass only makes you feel more brittle. Sometimes, what you need is a sense of control. So he's giving that to Ida, and Uraraka, taking subtle hints from Izuku, has followed his lead. If Ida needs space, they'll give it to him. If Ida needs them, they'll be there for him. Ida's voice wavers, his mask of a smile faltering. Uraraka puts a hand on his arm in support. For a moment, it looks like Ida is about to give in and let out what he'd kept bottled up. But then the moment passes and his face closes off again. I won't let you down, Ida says instead while plastering that forced smile back on his face. And with that, he turns around and leaves towards his train. Despite his unhurried pace, for some reason it looks like Ida is fleeing from them. Izuku follows Ida's retreating back for a long moment before he's able to turn around to wish Uraraka luck, say his goodbyes to his classmates, send a wave to Todoroki when he notices the other boy gazing in their direction, and catch his own train. Izuku knows firsthand that sometimes words of comfort or best intentions just don't cut it. After all, some things you just want to bear on your own. So he'll respect Ida's space and trust him to let them know when and what he needs. With that thought, Izuku does his best to focus on his own internship. If this Grand Torino is someone who can make All Might shake like a leaf just by thinking about him, Izuku better be prepared for anything. Like this ludicrously shabby building the address leads him to. Izuku eyes it shrewdly before knocking on the door. Hello, is anyone home? No one answers the door. But you see, Izuku prides himself on his situational awareness and ability to sense human presence. And he's absolutely positive that he heard just the tiniest sound smother itself as soon as he knocked on the door. Someone is inside. But are they not answering him because they won't or because they can't? Izuku tries knocking again. This is Midoriya Izuku from UA. I heard you nominated me for the internship, but is everything alright? Still no answer. Izuku's brow creases. Excuse me, he says in warning before he tries the door. It's unlocked, to his surprise, and it swings open wide, giving him a clear view of the inside of the building without actually having to step inside yet. What greets him is the sight of what looks like a dead body. Blood is splattered all over the floor. A small, elderly figure is sprawled face down in that slowly growing puddle. And is that his intestines spilled in the blood. And over this gruesome sight overlaps others. All Might, choking out blood as violent coughs rack his thin body. Aizawa, broken and mangled, pinned under the monstrous Namu in a pool of his own blood. His face bashed into the ground with a sickening crack. Inko, curled into a ball on the floor, trembling with silent sobs as she clutches her hands to her mouth in a desperate attempt not to irritate Hisashi any further. Izuku can't breathe, but he can move. In a flash he's dropped the case that holds his newly repaired hero suit and pulled himself across the room. He drops to his knees by the old man's side before the case even hits the ground, not caring about how harshly his knees bang on the floor. His mind is blank and his breath is short and his hands are shaking as they feel for a pulse. Habit waking up from all those times Hisashi had left Izuku's mother broken and bloody and his scared young self had to take care of her. Just as his case finally hits the ground behind him with a clatter, Izuku's fingertips find a strong pulse and the old man jerks his face up from the floor with startling abruptness. I quote him alive, he announces with almost comical cheer. Izuku just stares at him for a long moment. You're alive, he finally repeats slowly. You're alive, thank God. The elderly man's happy-go-lucky smile fades as he squints up at Izuku. Izuku can't even bring himself to care that he's probably fallen for who he supposes is Gran Torino's idea of a joke, or hazing, or whatever it is he'd been trying to pull. He rocks back on his heels, crossing his arms and hunching his back, almost hugging himself as he hides just how badly his hands are trembling. Izuku should be used to this. Every time Inko had let him out of the closet after Hisashi had beat her, his heart had leapt to his throat as he'd been sure that this would be the time his mother died. He'd felt it again more recently when he'd seen Aizawa crumpled under the Namu. He even felt it sometimes when All Might started coughing blood in front of him. Izuku really should be used to this by now. A silent moment that feels like an eternity passes. It hasn't even been half a minute since Izuku has opened the door and yet the air is so thick. Izuku is crouched into himself as he pushes down the adrenaline, panic, and sheer relief, while the man he presumes is Gran Torino stares at him, smile replaced by a steadily growing grimace. Then the pregnant silence is broken as Izuku chokes on a bit of flame. Oh, he'd forgotten to negate the backlash of the pull he'd used to fly to Gran Torino's side. Gran Torino just kind of stares at Izuku as he throws up fiery coughs that are smothered in his hand, then sighs and lifts himself out of the puddle of ketchup, as it turns out. Change of tactics, he says wryly, not a trace of his former senile act in his voice or actions. Midoriya Izuku, you said. Fine. A whirl of air speeds past Izuku as Gran Torino is suddenly everywhere. He slaps the back of Izuku's head none too gently before landing on the wall above the doorway, cutting off Izuku's escape and causing pieces of the wall to crumble off ominously. The old man grins challengingly. Put on your costume and show me what you can do with one for all. He continues, huffing dismissively. I've seen how you use it at the sports festival. I knew All Might is fool, but he's even more of an incompetent idiot when it comes to teaching, which is why I'm going to have to shape you up. And when that fails to elicit much of a reaction out of Izuku, he shoots off again, jabbing Izuku's back to make him stumble, too fast and all over the place to give Izuku any time to even think. What's the matter? Gran Torino taunts. All Might truly is a fool to choose a wet blanket like you as the ninth successor. At this rate, you will never be a hero. And at those words, a familiar laugh echoes in Izuku's mind for the first time in days. Izuku jerks. He hasn't noticed how blissful its absence had been until it came back full force. You haven't forgotten, have you? Hisashi croons with malicious glee. It's like I've always said, boy. You can never reach the sun. You belong down here with me. A ghostly touch brushes across his shoulder blades, his scars, deceptively light yet burning cold. Like father, like son. And a few weeks ago, even just a few days ago, those words would have been enough to make Izuku crumble like a house of cards. But the thing is, Hisashi isn't the only one Izuku remembers anymore. Izuku remembers Todoroki putting a hand on his back, the phantom sensation brushing away Hisashi's lingering touch. We are not our fathers, he had vowed. Izuku remembers Aizawa plopping his cast on Izuku's head and rubbing it in an awkward but kind pat. You did good, he had assured. Izuku remembers All Might crushing him against his chest in a firm yet infinitely gentle embrace. Always, he had promised. I am and will always be so proud of you, my boy. Izuku remembers. Hisashi's words may be burned under his eyelids and seared onto his beating heart, but their words Izuku grasps with his own two hands and clutches tightly to his chest. He treasures and covets those words, using them as his beacon of light and his source of warmth. Those words are firm as steel and bright as stars, and he takes those words and forges them into his sword and shield. And damned if he'll let anyone take that away from him. If even Hisashi couldn't do it, then no one can make Izuku give up on trying to reach the sun, to live up to All Might, not even All Might's own teacher. So Izuku lifts his head. He bares his teeth, and he grins. Gran Torino may have made a mistake. In his defense, the only kid he's ever taught before was Toshinori. Toshinori, with his thick skin and even thicker skull. And Nana had already covered most of his internal growth, letting Gran Torino only focus on the straightforward process of beating him into shape. Also in his defense, there just was no way for Gran Torino to know to be a bit more sensitive with Midoriya Izuku. The kid Gran Torino had seen, the kid the world had seen on TV at the sports festivals had been confidant, strong, relentless, and burning so bright to the point of being brilliant, even if he was a little rough around the edges. He didn't think such a bright kid would come from a dark place. What Gran Torino knew for certain was that teenagers in general aren't easy to handle, and that any successor Toshinori chose was bound to have inherited at least one of his endearingly annoying traits, like bullheaded stubbornness or wide-eyed obliviousness, just to name a few. So Gran Torino had planned this internship with a mini Toshinori in mind. The dead corpse stunt with the ketchup and sausages would be perfect for first impressions to check the kid's reaction and make him question just how much was coincidental and how much was intentional. What? He's an old man in retirement. Entertainment like this doesn't come knocking on his door every day. Sue him. Play the senile act to throw him off and push his buttons to see how much tolerance he has. Purposely insult Toshinori and throw taunts and jibes to rile the kid up. But after seeing the way the kid had reacted to what he thought was a corpse and how familiarly he'd felt for a pulse, after seeing how calm yet shaken he'd been while facing what he thought was death, after seeing the utter despair in those green eyes for a split second before he'd ducked his head when Gran Torino had taunted he couldn't become a hero, well, like he said, Gran Torino may have made a mistake. Gran Torino has lived long enough to recognize his mistakes and take responsibility for them. He's just about to drop all of his acts and just straight up talk to the boy, apologize and explain and even comfort him if needed, when Midoriya lifts his head to meet Gran Torino's gaze dead on. The kid's eyes are no longer hollow. They burn with determination and life. And when he draws his lips back from his teeth, That grin is downright savage. We'll see about that, Midoriya says simply, voice clear and heavy with promise. Gran Torino just barely has time for a shiver of anticipation and tension to go down his spine before Midoriya shoots towards him. Gran Torino launches himself out of the way, his mind racing. Somehow he's gotten the kid to finally get serious about showing his quirk. He has no idea what happened to this kid, and he's damn sure he'll get to the bottom of it or have someone get to the bottom of it, but for the moment he decides not to look a gift horse in the mouth and make most of this situation. Recalling the sports festival, Gran Torino quickly runs through what he knows of Midoriya's quirk. He has one for all, of course, but is nowhere near mastering it. He shattered all the fingers in his right hand twice over on the second round of the tournament against Endeavor's son. He was a bit better during the finals, using slight increments to enhance his legs since his arms were out of commission, but it was still too rough and stiff to be used reliably. Part of his original quirk must be some kind of telekinesis or gravity manipulation. It granted him mobility if not finesse, and even seemed to have some sort of penalty. For the moment, it almost seems to work like a downgraded version of Gran Torino's own quirk, letting Midoriya move quickly but only in a straight line. And then there's that fire. That brilliant, gobsmacking, utterly outrageous fire that burst into goddamn wings and casually one-upped the son of the No. hero who's famous for his fire quirk. That fire that also seems to be as self-destructive as One for All. Though maybe the kid is already starting to work through it, seeing how he didn't seem to be burned after busting out his fiery wings. Gran Torino keeps these things in mind as he faces off Midoriya, who comes pouncing at Gran Torino again only for him to evade the kid effortlessly, leaving the kid to slam into a wall instead. The brat's fast, he'll give him that. But that telekinesis or gravity or whatever it is has nothing on Gran Torino's fine-tuned jet blasters. Especially in an enclosed space like this. The kid turns to face Gran Torino again, and he can practically hear the gears turning behind those green eyes. Gran Torino can't help the grin that stretches his lips. He's more than fine being in retirement, but sometimes, oh has he missed this thrill. Fancy a zygote like this brat makes him feel alive again. Midoriya's eyes give up on trying to track Gran Torino. Instead, the kid grabs the broken microwave beside him and throws it to the right. As soon as the hefty device goes sailing from his grasp, he gestures his right hand towards the sofa on the far side of the room and pulls it towards him abruptly, while he flings his left hand to the side and erects a wall of flame. Gran Torino sees what he's doing. The kid has given up on tracking his movements or trying to match them. So instead, he's made a situation where it doesn't matter if he can't keep up with Gran Torino. With the microwave crashing into the furniture on the right, the wall of flames on the left, and the sofa sweeping in towards him, Torino has no choice but to be herded in Midoriya's direction if he wants to avoid injury. Or at least, that's what this zygote thinks. Novice. Gran Torino crows as he jets himself straight up, neatly avoiding every trap the kid has wired. Or at least, that's what Gran Torino thought. As soon as Gran Torino's feet leave the ground, the kid lifts his head to follow his movement with his eyes, and he grins. In that moment, Gran Torino realizes, dodging the microwave, avoiding the fire, jumping over the sofa, none of them had been the answer. All of them had been a trap. Seeing the glint in Midoriya's eyes and the sharpness of his grin, Gran Torino realizes with startling clarity that he is exactly where the sweat behind the ears zygote wants him. Not so much of a zygote after all, eh? Gran Torino feels something latch onto him and pull him towards the boy as Midoriya's entire body lights up with what looks like sparks of green electricity for a split second, before he is simply gone. Even Gran Torino loses sight of the boy for a startled moment before he hears something crashing into the ceiling behind him. He whips his head around, but being in the air means there isn't any firm surface for him to properly blast off. Coupled with his surprise, it's enough to make his reactions just a hair too late to avoid the tackle Midoriya catches him in. A poof sounds as they both land directly on the sofa Midoriya had pulled into just the right position to catch them. The boy himself has Gran Torino's ankles in each of his hands, holding the soles pointed down and anchoring him so he can't jet off again. He must have figured out that Gran Torino's quirk let the soles of his feet blast him around. Then, knowing that he couldn't catch him normally, he'd layered trap upon trap to get Gran Torino exactly where he wanted so that even if he couldn't catch up with him, he'd still be able to catch him by prediction and manipulation. And only when he had Gran Torino exactly where he wanted had he busted out his trump card, all while making sure that neither of them would get too hurt by placing the sofa, again, exactly in the right place to catch them. And he hasn't even changed into his costume. No wonder Toshinori chose this boy, regardless of whatever skeletons he has stuffed in his closet. So, the boy prompts with a devilish grin. How was that? And oh, does Gran Torino feel an answering grin tug on his lips. He forces it back, though, and instead scoops up his cane from the floor and bonks the boy's head with it. It ain't over till it's over, brat. Never let your guard down. He barks gruffly, even if he is secretly impressed. He wiggles his legs until the boy lets them go. then sits up properly on the sofa and pats the seat next to him. Care to explain what you just did there? Midoriya blinks, likely a little thrown by the gap between Gran Torino's gruff tone and inviting gesture, though he follows wordlessly and settles on the seat next to him. I realized that you were probably trying to provoke me on purpose, so I wondered why. You're the one who nominated me in the first place, after all. You mentioned All Might a lot specifically. You know about One for All, and I assume you saw the sports festival. So I guessed you were trying to teach me something about the way I use my quirk. We already know that going all out and using 100% breaks my fingers, and so I used the 5% I can handle on my legs during the finals. But it was stiff and unwieldy, so I had to think of a better way to use One for All. At this point, a small smile curves Midoriya's lips. Someone recently told me that even if we inherit them, my quirk is my power. Thinking of that in the context of One for All, I had the idea to use the upper limit I can handle on all parts of my body at all times, like a microwave evenly distributing heat. But even then I wasn't sure I could catch up with you, so I tried to make a situation where I knew I could. This time, Midoriya points a finger at a cushion that has fallen to the floor and crooks his finger at it. It gently soars towards him, and he catches it and pats it down in place on the sofa. My original quirk lets me pull things towards me, or pull me towards them if it's too heavy. It's kind of like a grappling hook, I guess. I can only pull one thing at a time though, and as consequence of using the pull, I have to push a bit of fire out of myself, he says, this time curling his left hand into a cage as a small ball of flame swirls inside, and vice versa. But if I try to suppress it, it bursts out of me like when I coughed out fire earlier. It's like when a water hose bursts if you block the nozzle. Midoriya closes his fist and extinguishes the fire. So, that's pretty much it. Quirk analysis is my specialty. I knew the tools I have. I guessed your quirk by observing. I have pretty good situational awareness, and knew that the new use of One for All would throw you off for at least a split second, so saved it to use at the last moment. Gran Torino just kind of stares at Midoriya, who's been full on muttering away as he explains his quirk and seems to grow a bit self-conscious only now that he's done rambling. At this boy that has 3 powerful quirks and compares them to a grappling hook, a water hose, and a goddamn microwave. This kid, and Gran Torino can't keep it in anymore. He laughs. Impressive, he admits. You figured out what I'd been aiming to teach you within the first half hour you stepped foot in here. He thinks back on the moment Midoriya started fighting back. We'll see about that, the brat had said with a grin. It looks like they will. And oh, does Gran Torino look forward to it. He hops off the sofa. We're still going to have to refine that new technique of yours, though. Situational awareness or not, you're going to have to learn to harness it, make it yours, and make it sing. He pauses and looks back at the boy. Got a name for it? Midoriya grins. Full cowl. Izuku hasn't ever really thought of it before, but he now realizes that he's always thought of his quirks as not really his own, but others. One for All is All Might's power, of course, but it had started far before that. He had thought the pull is his mother's. He had thought the push of fire is Hisashi's. But, even if we inherited it, it's our power, Todoroki's soft voice affirms in his memories. And he's right. Izuku had been too cautious with his quirks, like they were something he was borrowing and not something that was his in him. Hell, he'd spent most of his life actively not using his quirk to the point where anyone who hadn't seen his official records wondered if he was quirkless. Considering that other people have been playing around with and training their quirks since they were 4, Izuku has a lot of catching up to do. He's been a bit better about it once he started training with All Might, trying to figure out his quirk, find ways around the backlash, and, with Todoroki's help, finally trying to train the fire part of his quirk too. And now, he at last has a better grip on One for All too. It's still a measly 5%, but it's still a world of a difference compared to before. Full cowl slots in perfectly with his original quirk, boosting his agility while negating the jarring momentum of his pull and compensating for the lack of punch in his push without having to worry about any backlash. That doesn't stop Gran Torino from utterly trouncing him after that first time Izuku had the element of surprise, though. In between breaks, meals, and short mentions of All Might's own time as Gran Torino's student, Gran Torino thoroughly wipes the floor with Izuku. Not that Izuku would have it any other way. If anything, considering how much All Might had shaken when thinking of his past mentor and how Gran Torino himself mentioned that he'd beaten All Might until he'd puked, Izuku would tentatively guess that he's having a far easier time than All Might once had. It may just be that Gran Torino is going easy on Izuku since he's still not as good as All Might once was, or it may be that Gran Torino's prowess, however formidable it still is, has waned with time. Probably both. Either way, these past few days have been fairly good. Izuku hasn't had the opportunity to just train without thinking of anything else since before the UA entrance exam when he was preparing his body with All Might. After that he'd been thrust with the weight of carrying One for All, the dilemma of his quirk, meeting Aizawa, the League of Villains, and the chaotic whirlwind that was the sports festival. Training with Gran Torino, however, allows no time for anything else, and he appreciates the simplicity of it. Gran Torino had even apologized for how their initial meeting had gone, in that gruff but straightforward way of his. Izuku had been taken back by that since he'd already figured out it was probably the elderly man purposely provoking him to haze and size him up. But it seems like Gran Torino has a set of standards that he stubbornly insists on, even with himself, much like actually, in that regard, Izuku has a theory. His long-standing theory is that a person's quirk reflects their personality traits. He's not sure if it's the case that the quirk manifests in a way that visibly shows the wielder's personality, or if the personality is shaped by the quirk. Maybe there isn't really a noble order, like the chicken and the egg. It's more or less apparent depending on the person, of course, but Izuku has seen enough evidence to believe it to be true. Take Uraraka, for example. Her sweet, earnest, compassionate personality brings happiness to everyone she interacts with. She had taken the nickname, Deku. That had been created to weigh Izuku down and had made it light and freeing. And just like her personality, her quirk relieves gravity from everything and everyone she touches. Kirishima with his rock-hard determination. Aoyama's twinkling wink. Anjiro's straightforward yet reliable character. Sato's surprisingly sweet side. Hell, just look at Bakugo. You could take one look at him and describe both his personality and his quirk with the same single word. Explosive. Izuku is in the middle of his musings when Gran Torino suddenly announces a change of pace. Fighting against the same opponent is only going to build bad habits. Get a move on. We're going out of town to catch some villains. Gran Torino declares with his usual abruptness. Like he was saying, Izuku has a theory. Much like Ada has the tendency to barrel through life with his endearing eccentricity, Gran Torino also tends to zoom off unabashedly and leave others floundering in his wake. But unlike Ada, who's more straightforward, narrow-focused, and finds it harder to make sharp turns, Gran Torino is all over the place. Izuku can see it in the way he had rapidly donned and shed each act when they'd first met in his effort to provoke Izuku, and again in the way he just springs an impromptu villain hunting session. But again, Izuku wouldn't have it any other way. He just quirks a small smile as he follows Gran Torino. Despite their rickety start, he has quickly come to genuinely like and respect this eccentric hero that was once All Might's teacher, and is now his as well. On the train, Izuku flips out his phone. The passing through Hasu. How are you doing, Ida? He'd sent to Ada as marked read but unreplied to. Considering how Ada normally replies within 3 minutes of reading a message and is insistent on having the last word in a text version of "No, you hang up first," his lack of response is worrying. Of course, it could just be that he's busy with the internship, but considering how off he's been lately, Izuku shakes his head and makes himself turn off the chat log with Ida. He'd promised Ida that he'd let him decide when he needed Izuku, so he won't pry. Instead, he flicks over to the growing chat log with Todoroki. Passing Hasu on my way to Shibuya. You doing alright? He doesn't get to see the hurried that has typos Todoroki wouldn't normally make, as if the words had tumbled out of him in a rush. Izuku doesn't get to see the yes, all is well. Thank you. That follows almost instantly, a bit more composed and formal at first glance but actually glowing with the warm regard compressed in those few words. He doesn't even get to see that is sent a few long moments later, awkward and fumbling, typed with great hesitation and painstaking care. Izuku doesn't get to see them, because before he can, something far too familiar crashes into the side of the train. Namu. Izuku gapes, because this being may not look exactly the same as the black-skinned Hulk that still haunts Izuku's nightmares crouched atop Aizawa, but Izuku would still recognize that distinct exposed brain and popping eyes anywhere. Screams fill the air. Stay here, kid. Gran Torino orders as he jets off, body slamming the Namu out of the train and away from the civilians. Gran Torino. Izuku calls, but the hero is already too far away. Instead of the hero, what Izuku sees is Hasu City riddled with explosions and screams. His breath catches. Gran Torino had told him to stay put. Izuku doesn't even have a hero license or supervision of a pro. But there are people out there. There's a Namu out there. And Izuku has never been able to leave someone in need of help. Sorry, Gran Torino. Izuku thinks with a grimace as he vaults over broken seats and heads towards the hole the Namu and Gran Torino had left through. Hey, a member of the crew calls to Izuku as he speeds by. It's dangerous. We have to keep together and wait for the heroes to. He trails off when Izuku turns to face him. You're that, Midoriya. It pays to have won the UA Sports Festival live on national television. Izuku had gotten so much attention in the days following the sports festival that he had started going to school half an hour earlier to avoid as much attention. But in circumstances like this, having his name and face known is undeniably helpful. The fact that Izuku is a known UA student who won the sports festival coupled with the hero costume he's wearing now seems to give the crew pause, as if he's unsure if he should stop Izuku or not anymore. Izuku isn't, technically, supposed to be running off on his own, but Izuku takes advantage of the fact that he doesn't know that. While the crew member is hesitating, Izuku nods to him as if to say, "You do your job, I'll do mine," before jumping out the gaping hole. He turns on full cowl and runs. Once Izuku hits the streets, he can spot a clear flow in the panicked crowd. They're all running away from the center of commotion, which, of course, is exactly why Izuku runs straight towards it. And once he gets there, the sight that greets him looks like it's a scene straight from hell. Buildings and vehicles are shattered to pieces all around. There are Nomas, not just one but two, and neither of them is even the one he'd seen just a moment before. Grand Torino isn't within sight either, but the dozen or so heroes who are here are clearly out of their depth. Izuku's eyes flicker about, trying to access the situation and how best to help. But then, a cry grabs hold of his attention. Tenya. He hears someone call in distress. Izuku's head snaps their way to find the normal hero, Manuel. He should be the internship supervisor of Ida. Izuku's blood runs cold. Ida, whose presence is glaringly absent. Dread fills his veins, and Izuku should be used to this feeling by now. But he isn't. Before he knows it, Izuku has shot forward in a burst of green static. "Where's Ida?" He gasps as he skids to a stop at Monel's side, his usually impeccable manners nowhere to be found. Manuel jumps at his sudden appearance. To his credit, the hero doesn't attack Izuku on the spot but instead takes him in. His eyes flash over Izuku's obviously young body, the hero suit he's wearing despite it, and the familiar face that has been broadcasted all over the country. "You, Midoriya, you should be evacuating. Where's your supervisor?" Manuel manages, probably having figured out that Izuku is also here for his internship. "Busy," Izuku replies curtly, "as you are." "Manuel, please, where is Ida?" The normal hero looks like he's going to insist. But then a roar from Namu and panicked shouts from the heroes fill the air. Manuel winces, then seems to steel himself. "I last saw him in the alleyway 3 blocks from here," he says, pointing to the direction while stepping forward to join his comrades. "And Midoriya, be careful. Tenya might be tracking down the hero killer. Don't engage, just find and bring Tenya back." And with that load taken off his mind, the hero runs off once more into the fray. Izuku's mind is reeling. Ida, tracking down the hero killer Stain. Why? He doesn't understand, but soon shakes off his confusion. There's no time for that. So instead, Izuku charges up full cowl once again and shoots off, weaving through deserted roads and dark alleys. "Ida," Izuku calls. "Ida." The longer no one answers him, the tighter his throat closes up. But Izuku pushes down his welling fear, grits his teeth, and forces his legs faster. It's when he turns another nondescript corner that he finds them. Ida is lying face down on the ground. Stain is standing over him, pinning him to the floor with one foot while a hand is already bringing down the katana raised in the air. He brings it down on Ida's neck. Blood sprays in the air, and Izuku really should be used to this by now. Used to the sensation of wondering if you're watching someone die. Used to the utter terror you might lose someone. He's felt this while watching Aizawa, All Might, and countless times watching his mother. Once more watching Ida shouldn't be anything new. He really should be used to this. But he isn't. He isn't. A strangled sound leaves Izuku's mouth only for it to be whipped away in the wind as he flies forward. He pulls at Stain with all his fear and desperation, and the force of it is strong enough to make the villain fold over into himself almost comically as he's yanked backwards. Izuku dodges him, making him ram into the far wall, and sprints to Ida's side. "Ida," Izuku gasps, kneeling down beside his friend and automatically feeling for a pulse with shaking hands. There's a long cut in Ida's throat, blood gushing out in terrifying torrents, the red rapidly pooling under him and staining his previously pristine white armor. But he's still breathing, if panicked and quick. His pulse yammers under Izuku's fingertips, and his eyes are focused enough to find Izuku. "My, Midori, stop that," Izuku says, coughing on a bit of fire as he clamps one hand over Ida's neck to apply pressure on the wound. "Don't talk." Thankfully, it looks like Izuku had been able to pull Stain off before his blade went clean through, but the wound is still bleeding profusely. At this rate, Ida just might bleed to death if they don't get him medical attention soon. If only he'd been just a bit faster to arrive, just a bit quicker to find Ida, just a few seconds sooner. But Izuku was too late. Too late. "Midoriya," Ida says, and though his voice is still hoarse, it's no longer something on the verge of a gurgle. "What are you doing here?" His question almost fills Izuku with something that feels suspiciously like hysteria. "Me," he asks back, and there's something almost wild in his voice. "What are you doing here alone? You could have told Manuel and his agency. You could have told me. You said you'll let me know if you need me." "I didn't want you," Ida bursts out. Izuku freezes. Not only was Izuku too late, but Ida doesn't even want Izuku's help. But then again, Inko had not wanted Izuku to step between her and Hisashi. Bakugo hadn't wanted to be rescued by Izuku from the slime villain. Aizawa hadn't wanted to be protected by his own student. Shinsu hadn't wanted Izuku to help him. Even Todoroki hadn't wanted Izuku to help him. and Izuku has never let that stop him. Izuku tightens his jaw. A sort of calm falls upon him. Ada's rejection and his own mess of emotions fail to impact him as much anymore. Izuku knows it'll come back to bite him later, all the horror and terror and guilt and panic. But at this moment all of that is smoothed over by the overpowering need to save. Izuku taps his phone discreetly with his free hand behind his back. "Sorry, Ada," he says in a deceptively light tone, "but I've never been able to leave someone in need of help. Besides, All Might said that meddling in others' business is the essence of a hero." Ada's face falls while another voice finally breaks into their conversation. "Oh-ho," Stain breathes, his face lit up with unholy delight. The villain has picked himself off the wall and is now staring at Izuku with unnerving intensity. "All Might, eh? And you're not just some fanboy, you're a true follower of his ideals. Not only that, but you have the brains and skills to back it up. You blindsided me and purposefully threw me as far away from your friend as you could, even within that short moment," he says gleefully. Izuku, whose gaze had automatically trailed up from Ada at Stain's voice, catches sight of another figure slumped against a wall. He recognizes him as the pro-hero native, and while his eyes are open and responsive, his body slags like a rag doll. Or, like Ida. Another one, Izuku thinks as he bites his lip. Another one he'd been too late to save completely. "So many fools are out there that are nothing but talk," Stain continues. "But you." And with the villain's eyes boring into him, Izuku makes up his mind. He can't run away from Stain with two wounded people. He can't fight Stain since he needs to keep pressure on Ida's throat. So all he can do is buy time and hope that reinforcements are on the way. He sent a mass text to his classmates with his location. Hopefully at least one of them will clue in and ask someone to contact the hero agencies in Hasu and send some pros. Besides, Izuku had always been good at turning negative attention away from someone else and onto himself. Thanks, but no thanks. Despite the fact that this is the most I've been complimented in the past few days, I'd rather not be by you. Izuku runs his mouth. Probably has something to do with, oh, I don't know, the fact that you're a villain with the moniker hero killer, or maybe the fact that you tried to kill my friend. Then he puts on his best Aizawa deadpan face as he places his free hand over his chest. "Don't misunderstand, it's not me, it's you." A disbelieving silence descends on the alleyway. Ada and Native are staring at Izuku like they're questioning what they've just heard, or questioning Izuku's sanity. Both of them seem to be of the opinion that provoking a serial killer is simply not something you just casually do. "Well, welcome to Izuku's life," he supposes. After a moment of stunned silence, Stain throws his head back with a bark of laughter. "Oh, and got a mouth on you too, huh? No wonder Shigaraki likes you." "Shigaraki," Izuku swallows and grins almost reflexively, hiding behind it like a mask. Now he has a new goal: fish for more information while still buying time. "Didn't know the hero killer teamed up with the League of Villains," he says in a deceptively casual voice. Izuku figured out Shigaraki and pushed all the right buttons in the few sparse moments he had back at the USJ. And while Stain is nowhere as simple as Shigaraki's childishness, he's done his research on Stain. What with Ida's situation being what it is, he can make an educated guess. "I would have thought your ideals clash with his." "Lack of one." "It does," Stain scoffs. "I'll be going back to deal with him later." "But did you know he carries around a photo of you?" "No, he did not." A shiver goes down Izuku's spine. Izuku himself doesn't dare take his eyes off Stain, but he sees Ida's eyes dart to his face from the corner of his vision. He must have felt the tremble going through the hand Izuku is keeping on his neck. Izuku recalls Shigaraki sinking into Kurogiri's portal with a maniac grin stretching his wrinkled lips behind the severed hand on his face. "Let's play again," he had said. And now he's apparently carrying around a photo of Izuku and showing it off to serial killers. "Okay, wow. That's not creepy at all," he manages to bite out. Stain shrugs. He's got taste, at the very least. "Didn't expect it, but it's one thing we can agree on." And wow, again. "That's so not creepy at all." "Thanks but no thanks," Izuku manages in a strangled voice. "I'd really rather keep my fanatic villain count to 0. "I should hope so," a new voice intervenes. "You're enough of a lightning rod for trouble as it is." A bolt of fire shoots out and drives Stain further away from the three. Izuku whips his head around. "Todoroki." He breathes. "Midoriya." He returns while stepping into the alleyway. "Next time, be more specific." "I was almost late." Izuku lets out a shaky puff of laughter. "What do you mean late? You got here in under 5 minutes. To anyone else, Todoroki might look collected and calm, but Izuku can read the minute tells. He can hear the ragged breathing that Todoroki is stifling, evidence of how urgently he had rushed here. He can see how Todoroki's gaze flicker about to take in the situation, dwelling the longest on Izuku and twitching subtly at the puddle of blood growing under it. He can feel the fear and relief in those mismatched eyes. Izuku understands exactly how terrified on their behalf Todoroki must have been, so he does his best to reassure the other boy. He grins. "You're using your left side, and you don't look like half an icicle anymore." he says in reference to Todoroki's new costume, overly bright on purpose. It's partly to make light of the situation and reassure Todoroki, but it might also partly be the nerves and steadily building hysteria getting to him. Thankfully, Todoroki doesn't call Izuku out. Instead, he rolls with it. Just like before, they just seem to click and a look of understanding flashes over Todoroki's face before it's smoothed over. The edge on his expression has thawed with relief and the corner of his lips quirk up just the tiniest bit. As with all the other times Izuku had ventured to joke with him, Todoroki meets him partway with a dry quip of his own. And you still look like a bunny. I do not. Todoroki doesn't even dignify Izuku's indignant protest with a reply as he stomps his right foot and sends out a path of ice. The ice crystallizes and rises up, making the prone form of native slip, slide, and roll over towards Izuku, and Todoroki takes a stance in front of the rest of them, facing Stain. Don't worry, the pros are on their way, he says in a voice that purposefully carries clearly to Stain. The villain tusks, clearly irritated at having been interrupted so many times. Don't let him cut you, native gasps from the floor. That kid and I couldn't move since he cut us. That's probably his quirk, explains all the blades. Todoroki mutters as his eyes trail over to lock his gaze with Izuku. An entire conversation seems to pass between them in that split second. Izuku himself isn't paralyzed, but he needs to keep pressure on Ada's throat since the other boy can't do it himself. That means that Todoroki is the only one up against Stain right now. I'm so sorry is bitten off before it can be formed. Izuku can't even dare utter those words, trauma mingling with terror and horror at the thought that his message is the reason Todoroki is in danger right now. Izuku had been hoping for a group of pro-heroes when he'd sent that message. While he's thankful Todoroki came, he's also terrified on his behalf. Not only was he too late to save Ida, but he also called Todoroki to Stain. But there is no regret or resentment in Todoroki's eyes. If anything, he seems relieved to be here. I want to be here. And I'm the best suited for a long-range fight anyways. I'll just keep my distance. His reassurance is cut short as a knife sails through the air and grazes his cheek. Todoroki just barely manages to make ice shoot up quickly enough to block the other jagged blade Stain swings at him. But Stain glances upwards, and Todoroki instinctively follows his eyes to find a katana whirling down towards him from the sky. And taking advantage of his moment of distraction, Stain grabs Todoroki's collar and yanks him forward to lick the blood off the cut on his cheek. His long tongue sweeps across Todoroki's cheek and almost brushes the wound when a burst of fire pushes Stain back. But it isn't Todoroki's fire. Before he has time to think on it, something pulls Todoroki away. Todoroki stumbles slightly but quickly rights himself, looking back at Izuku with gratitude in his eyes. Izuku has his free hand outstretched, flickers of residue flame licking his fingertips. Blood, he says tersely. It's not just a cut, but he needs to ingest blood. Stain acknowledges with a smirk. Working that brain of yours, I see. Good. Izuku ignores Stain's fixation with him and grits his teeth. Quirk analysis is Izuku's specialty after all. If a cut is all Stain needs, then Todoroki should have gone limp the moment the first knife grazed his cheek. But he hadn't, and Stain had laid trap upon trap so that he could either cut him more or lick Todoroki's cut. Izuku's mind is in overdrive. He replays the short and fast exchange that just took place within seconds. He thinks of the knife thrown at Todoroki's head, easily dodged but leaving a cut that can be exploited later. Stain had used the moment Todoroki was caught off guard to close the distance and swing the jagged saw-like blade in close quarters. But even before all that, he had thrown the katana up in the air, predicting the precise timing it would come spiraling down. Then when he needed the distraction, Stain had purposefully drawn Todoroki's attention away from himself to the katana. And in the split second Todoroki looked up, the villain lunged for the cut on his cheek. The knife, the blade, the katana. It didn't matter which one Todoroki fell for. None of them had been the answer. All of them had been a trap. Izuku presses his lips into a thin line. His mind is whirling, thoughts flickering with focused intensity. Out of all the people he has ever met, Stain has the fighting style that is the most similar to Izuku's own. Both of them rely on speed rather than brute force. Both of them are strategic planners, layering trap upon trap to snare their target absolutely. But compared to Izuku, Stain far outstrips him in strength, experience, and sheer ruthless brutality. So in other words, he's a bigger, stronger, faster, crueler version of what Izuku could be, upgraded in every aspect in a sinister way. And that thought terrifies Izuku. Despite Izuku's faith in Todoroki's abilities, this is the villain with the moniker the hero killer. He can't take Stain on his own, but Izuku can't stand by his side. He grits his teeth as Todoroki sends waves of ice towards Stain. He tries freezing the villain to the ground or erecting walls to obscure his vision, but nothing keeps the villain back for more than a few seconds at a time. No, Ada gasps from his position prone on the ground. Izuku can feel his pulse racing under his palm, pumping out blood all the faster. Both of you shouldn't be here. I inherited my brother's name. I have to do this. Why? Izuku can't help but burst out. He'd meant to tell Ida to stop speaking and calm down, but frustration and adrenaline gets the better of him. He promised Ida he'd be there if he needed him, but Ida almost died because Izuku was too late. They both might have died if Todoroki hadn't come, and they all might still die. He can't bear that. And yet Ida, why do you insist on doing this alone? Ida looks like he wants to cry right now, looking desperate and apologetic and determined and frustrated and so mad at the same time. Stain attacked my brother. Tensei was my hero, and Stain made sure he would never be a hero again. Of course I want to take him on my own. You understand, don't you? Ida looks up at Izuku. Izuku has no idea what Ida sees in his expression, but the righteous fury in Ida's eyes flickers and falters upon looking at Izuku's face. You don't, Ida says with dawning realization. And in a startling moment of clarity, Izuku realizes as well. He realizes the reason he hadn't been able to guess where Ida was himself and had to ask Manuel. He realizes the reason he hadn't been able to find Ida quick enough. He realizes what sets him apart from Ida, from even Todoroki. Stain breathes, coming to the same conclusion. Izuku raises his head from Ida to see that both Stain and Todoroki have come to a temporary pause and are staring at him with disbelief. Stain says again. And for some reason he looks gleeful, like he's unexpectedly struck gold, like he's found something precious. You don't understand revenge. Stain laughs delightedly. I can't believe it, he says, throwing his head back to crow in laughter. To think there's actually someone who's so selfless that he doesn't even understand the very concept of revenge. Ida is at loss for words. He had known that Midoriya is infinitely kind, that he puts others before himself, but to think that his selflessness extends to the point that he doesn't even understand revenge when Ida himself is so consumed by it blows his mind and dampers his blazing hatred. He can feel how the hand Midoriya has clasped against the wound on his neck, the hand that's literally the only thing keeping him alive, is shaking and trembling violently. Stain grins at Midoriya. I knew you were different from these phonies, but this just proves that you're so much more. With a mindset like that, you might even be on par with All Might. And he's right, Ida thinks dully. Hadn't even All Might himself taken interest in Midoriya. But Ida had been so consumed with his own vengeance that he hadn't even spared a thought for the other hero that had been slumped in the alleyway. Save him first. Stain had told him with disgust, if you call yourself a hero. And that had been exactly what Midoriya had done, hadn't it? He had flown to Ida's rescue, finding him even when Ida had purposefully ignored the hand held out to him, and had stayed even when Ida rejected him. No, Midoriya grits out. And it sounds like it's costing him to force out his voice. This just proves how little you really understand about what it means to be a hero. With that he makes a sharp gesture with his free hand, and a knife that Ida hadn't even noticed comes flying towards him. It looks like Stain had thrown it in Todoroki's direction, hoping that everyone was too distracted. The knife pivots mid-air inches from Todoroki's chest and embeds itself in Midoriya's forearm instead. Todoroki gasps a strangled breath that sounds like Midoriya. And in the next moment he's hurling ice at Stain with vengeance. Stain breaks through the wall of ice Todoroki had made and throws a handful of knives at him. Midoriya pulls Todoroki away while also pushing Stain back with a concentrated burst of fire, still crouched next to Ida and keeping one hand on his wound. But unlike before, Stain seems to recover even faster and stronger. Perhaps talking to Midoriya had awakened something inside him. Or perhaps the countdown ticking to when the pros will inevitably arrive is driving him, but he's more fierce than ever before. Todoroki is at his limits, erecting wall after icy wall, trusting Midoriya to see the bigger picture and keep him away from Stain's frenzied blades. No, stop it, Ida pleads. I can't take it. Then stand up. Todoroki barks. Stand up and face who you really want to become. His furied shout sends a jolt down Ida's spine. I am Ingenium, he remembers telling Stain. The hero who will take you down. But he also remembers the real Ingenium, his brother, how much Ida had looked up to him all his life. How despite coming from a whole family of heroes it had been Tensei he chose as his role model. And how his older brother had let out an embarrassed but pleased laugh at his words. He remembers Midoriya, how much Ida had looked up to both his physical and internal strength even though they were the same age. How much the words that he relies on Ida had touched him. How much he hadn't wanted to let him down. And how his subtle kindness of letting him have his space had soothed him. And he had flung aside his brother's ideals and slapped away Midoriya's outstretched hand. Now both Todoroki and Midoriya are bleeding for him. He can see the bloody cut on Todoroki's cheek as he wrestles with Stain, and he can feel the blood from Midoriya's forearm drip down and mingle with the puddle of Ida's own blood. Stain is right. He's not like them. Not like his brother, who said he wants to be the kind of hero that can help a crying child. Not like Todoroki, who abandoned everything and came running the moment he received Midoriya's text. Not like Midoriya. Be that as it may, he can't drag them down anymore. Midoriya, he calls quietly. His mind races as he thinks, for the first time, not about himself, but of how to help his friends. You can use fire too, so I need you to cauterize my neck. Midoriya takes in a sharp breath. Ida, he hisses. No, Midoriya, he counters. Be reasonable. You're good at that. Since I can't put pressure on my own wound, you've had to do it for me, rendering you immobile. But Todoroki cannot win against Stain on his own. I'll bleed to death without you, but if you cauterize the wound, then you'll prevent that and also be able to fight with Todoroki. I know that. But, Ida, I don't have enough control. What if I hurt you? I can't. And there's something almost fearful in Midoriya's voice, the note of his words bordering on pleading. The pros will be here soon, Midoriya says. And it sounds like he's trying to convince himself as much as Ida. Just hang on, Ida. And don't think of doing anything drastic. My fire isn't. He trails off, but Ida locks his eyes with Midoriya the best he can with how he's paralyzed. You won't hurt me, Midoriya. You'll be saving me. And Todoroki. So please, Ida argues. Almost begs. Please, don't make me watch you bleed for me more than you already have. Midoriya closes his eyes. A brief moment passes before they reopen, vibrantly green, hard with determination and shining with unshed tears. He rips off his bunny ear-like hood and stuffs the green fabric inside Ida's mouth. Bite down on it, he instructs tersely. This is going to hurt a lot. Trust me, before Ida can remind Midoriya that he'll be saving. Not hurting Ida, Midoriya finally takes his hand off Ida's wound and instead holds molten fire over it. A scream builds inside Ida's throat even as he clamps his teeth down on the cloth. He can tell, even while choking down his screams, that Midoriya is doing his best to make the flame as small as possible while still welding his flesh together. It doesn't matter. It still hurts. Midoriya was right. It hurts a lot. Shit, Todoroki thinks as Stain dodges around both his ice and fire. Hasn't anyone ever told you that relying on your quirk makes you sloppy? The villain asks as he darts into close range and whips out his katana. The tip of the blade makes a shallow but long wound on Todoroki's abdomen, slicing through his suit and skin. Todoroki makes to envelop the villain in ice, but before he can, Stain tilts the katana to his face and licks the blood off the blade. Shit, he says out loud this time as he crumples to the ground. He can't move a finger, and without being able to see or move properly he can't use his quirk effectively. Midoriya. He's about to call out a warning when a green blur shoots out from behind him and tackles Stain away. In the same instant, it detaches from Stain to leave him flying back while the bolt of crackling green lighting dashes back in a flash and carefully picks Todoroki up and flies back to set him down gently next to Native. Stain throws a barrage of knives at them, but only a few graze Midoriya's legs while most of them are blown away by a powerful kick from a white blur. Then both are gone in a flash again as they charge towards Stain. Midoriya and Ida. Todoroki gapes from where Midoriya had leaned him against a wall. But Izuku doesn't have time to focus on his friend as he grits his teeth and throws himself at Stain with everything he has. He knows that Ida was right. Cauterizing his wound was the best option to heighten the chances of all four of them living longer. But if only Izuku hadn't been too late, they wouldn't have had to do it in the first place. He wouldn't have had to make Ida scream. But he did make him scream, and he was too late. So Izuku grits his teeth against the tears building up and bares his teeth instead. Never again, he promises himself. Never again, Ida says, as if echoing his thoughts, will I let this happen? I'm sorry, Stain was right about me, but I won't break, because if I do, then the name Ingenium dies with me. Stain scoffs. I don't buy it. People don't change so easily. And you're a fake who prioritized your own desires. A cancer on this society warped by so-called heroes. He brings his blade down on Ida again. Like I said, Izuku interferes as he pulls the blade away from Ida. You have no idea what it means to be a hero. The blade is pulled clean out of Stain's grasp. Due to Izuku moving around erratically with full cowl, the blade impales Izuku's left calf. His knee buckles, but he pushes through the pain and pulls yet another knife that Stain throws at Ida's throat. This time he manages to catch the knife, though he catches it by the blade. Midoriya, Todoroki and Ida call in alarm. Izuku's bloodied hand carelessly throws the knife over his shoulder, then breaks off the unwieldy handle sticking out of his leg and tosses it after the knife. Ice these over so he can't use them again, he says shortly. He hears a crackle of ice as Todoroki does so even as he calls Izuku's name worriedly. Then he drags his unresponsive leg along as he takes off again. Todoroki is out of commission. Stain is strong enough to pierce through Ida's armor, and Ida has lost too much blood to even be moving in the first place. Izuku has to fight. Stain throws more knives at the vulnerable Todoroki, but this time Ida blocks them by catching the knives in his own arm. Then he shoots off again, whizzing around Stain's attacks and looking for an opening. The glint in Stain's eyes is frenzied. Far from being intimidated by Todoroki's threat that the pros are coming, he seems to be dead set on killing Native and Ida before they do. And while that makes him faster, stronger, and infinitely more dangerous, it also makes him just the slightest bit sloppy, just enough for Izuku to exploit. Izuku blasts a wall of fire behind Stain to cut off his retreat, then pulls himself towards Stain. The villain jumps up in the air to avoid him in the fire, but that's exactly where Izuku wanted him. Ada follows into the air with a burst of his engines, and Izuku pivots with full cowl and jumps up on Stain's other side. Caught between them in the air, Stain has nowhere to go. Izuku thinks he sees himself reflected in Stain's eye in the split second before his fist connects with Stain's face and Ida's kick hits the villain's spine. I will defeat you, this time as a villain and a hero, Ada shouts as he flips and connects a second kick. A resounding crack rings in the air and Stain's eyes lose focus. All three of them fall from the air, and Todoroki catches them with a hastily built wave of ice. Izuku lands on his bad leg and has to bite back a yelp as the force jars the portion of the blade still embedded inside. He ignores the pain, though, and struggles to his feet as soon as possible. Get up, Todoroki says urgently, seemingly on the same wavelength as Izuku. He's still, but when they take a look at Stain, they find him lying motionless on the jagged ice. Silence falls between them for a tense moment. Is he unconscious? Ada asks cautiously. It ain't over till it's over, Izuku says shakily, quoting Gran Torino's words. We should tie him up and strip him of his weapons. And we need to get you to a doctor, Ada. We need to get you to a doctor too, Todoroki returns reproachfully. He then stands up, a little wobbly but determined. The paralysis has worn off. I'm the least hurt thanks to you too, so stand down while I do it. Izuku's mind sluggishly runs through the possibilities. Did the effect wear off now that Stain is unconscious? But no, Native is still paralyzed. Then does the number of people affect the result? Amount of blood consumed. Blood type. As he wobbles a bit, the loss of adrenaline and blood leaving him exhausted. He is very carefully not looking at the broken blade that's still sticking out of his calf. Soon enough, Native is also able to move and helps Todoroki. Then they're dragging a tied-up Stain and leaving the alleyway. Careful now, Native tells Izuku as he crouches in front of him with his back to Izuku. Sorry for the trouble, Izuku says as he clambers onto the hero's back. The man laughs shakily. Sorry, that's what I should be saying. I'm a pro, and all I did was get in the way. It would have happened to anyone in a one-on-one situation. Izuku consoles him. Native hefts Izuku on his back easily and starts walking. Ada and Todoroki by his side with Todoroki dragging Stain. We only won because it was 3-on-1 and he made a mistake. Todoroki continues Izuku's line of thought. He probably got too anxious to see through Midoriya's trap. Then Ada's reciprocal burst was too fast, and he couldn't react to Midoriya. He didn't, Izuku quietly corrects. He recalls seeing his own reflection clearly in Stain's eyes. He saw me, and he purposefully didn't react. He let me hit him. Silence falls between the four of them as they ponder that fact. And then they're assaulted by a horde of heroes, led by none other than Gran Torino. Midoriya, the elderly hero, sputters. What are you doing here? Then an entire gaggle of heroes follow. This is the alley. Wait, is that the hero killer? Kids, they're badly hurt. Someone call the ambulance. No wonder Endeavor told us to come here. Not to mention that we've been getting calls from all over the country to head over. Oh, it looks like some of his other classmates have clued in on Izuku's distress call. He's going to have to send a group message again to thank them and let them know they're safe now. Native lets Izuku off his back to wait for the ambulance. The moment Izuku's feet touch the ground, Todoroki is beside him, silently offering his hand. Izuku glances up at the other boy. Todoroki looks back steadily with his mismatched eyes. A small smile, thankful, playful, relieved, plays at Izuku's mouth as he takes Todoroki's hand. Todoroki takes their entwined hands carefully over his head so that he draws Izuku's right arm over his shoulders, then snakes his left arm around Izuku's waist in a gentle but firm hold. Keep your weight off that leg, he tells Izuku. Lean on me. Izuku agrees, just barely refraining from burrowing into Todoroki's side. He hasn't lost that much blood compared to Ada, but he still feels a little cold. And the heat of Todoroki's left side is almost heavenly. They're still going to have to pull out the blade embedded in his leg later, but for now, this is more than enough. The two turn to find Ada and a deep bow. Both of you were wounded because of me. I'm so sorry. I was so blind. You trusted me, Midoriya, and I let you down. Tears splatter on the ground. No, Izuku says. I'm sorry too. I promised I'd be there, but I couldn't understand you. I was too late, and I even hurt you. Something bitter that tastes like regret and self-loathing wells up in the back of Izuku's throat. He can't bring himself to look directly at the ugly mess of burns at Ada's throat. He only prays that the doctors will be able to fix it up properly, because if not, you weren't late. Ada's voice breaks his thoughts. The boy lifts his head, his teary eyes drilling into Izuku's. I'm sorry for what I said. But Midoriya, it's not true when I said I didn't want you. You still came for me, and you saved me. You both did. Todoroki squeezes the arm around Izuku's waist as if to encourage him. Izuku smiles at his friends. He still feels slightly sick at the familiar smell of burnt flesh, but he won't apologize anymore, and he won't let Ada either. Izuku had been terrified for the lives of both his friends, but now they're all safe. That's what he focuses on. He takes a deep, steadying breath, then nods decisively. Thanks. Now, let's all stop apologizing. I'm alive. You're alive. Todoroki's alive. We're good. Tomorrow, we're going to wake up together and sneak out of the hospital to get ice cream. And it's going to be a great day. He dares the world to say otherwise. But life isn't fair, and it certainly isn't kind. Just as all their problems seem to be solved, an urgent shout rings through the air. Get down. Grand Torino yells. Izuku whips his head around to find a Namu with wings flying towards them. His mind is in overdrive. The Namu is missing an eye, so its aim might be off, but considering the path, Izuku shoves Todoroki away from him. In the same moment, the Namu clasps a talon foot around his waist. Then it takes off again to the air in a flash, far too high for even Grand Torino to reach. Midoriya. Todoroki's desperate scream echoes after them. The ground is a flurry of panicked movement when the Namu suddenly shudders and starts falling to the ground with a screech. Oh shit, Izuku thinks as he tries to brace himself for the fall, his body tired and sluggish even in the face of imminent death. But before he can do anything, a dark shadow grabs him and finishes off the Namu by embedding a familiar knife in its exposed brain. The man hits the ground with a thud, but sets Izuku down almost gently. Both this sham-filled society and criminals who just wield their power are targets of my purge, stain pants. All for the sake of a better society. Even as Endeavor barrels into the scene, the hero killer doesn't back off. If anything, his vigor seems to only grow as he takes step after step towards the heroes. Fake, he spits with contempt at Endeavor. Someone must fix it. Someone must bathe in blood to reclaim the true meaning of hero. Come, you fakes. Everyone is frozen as the sheer weight of Stain's conviction presses down on them. Nausea clawing their stomachs, fear crawling down their spine, horror choking their throats, and despair rooting their feet. Everyone except Izuku. Because you see, Izuku knows fear like the back of his hands. He's worn despair like the scars on his back. He's stood to face terror and horror time and time again. While Izuku can't get used to the fear for someone else, he is used to the fear of someone. So when everyone, his friends, the pros, even Gran Torino and Endeavor, is frozen in the face of Stain's pure unadulterated wrath, Izuku isn't. He does what he's always done. He steps between them. The only one who can kill me is the true hero. All might, Stain shouts. But before he can take another step closer to the heroes, Izuku pulls himself in front of the villain. He can't run, and the tip of the blade still piercing his leg scrapes the concrete ground as he skids with his pull. But Izuku pays it no mind as he pivots to position himself between the hero killer and everyone else. He faces the hero killer in a defensive crouch. He flings both his arms to either side to shield everyone else, and his fire subconsciously bursts out of his back like a pair of wings, flaring out to shroud the others from Stain's sight. Stain pauses. His unfocused eyes stare directly at Izuku, and his deformed face breaks into a mad grin. And you, is something on your mind? Are you bothered by what the police said? Izuku jolts out of his thoughts as Todoroki sits down on his hospital bed. It's the day after they met Stain. And Izuku, Todoroki, and Ida have been piled into the same hospital room. Hasu's chief of police had come in earlier and made a deal with the three, saying that they won't be punished for acting without a hero license if they agree to keep their mouths shut and let Endeavor take the credit of catching Stain. Todoroki had initially raged against his accusing words, but eventually it had turned out all right. Right now the adults have left and Ida has gone out for the moment to get treatment on his left arm and his throat, so it's only the two of them in the hospital room. No, Izuku reassures him. It's just, I've been thinking about what Stain said. Todoroki raises his eyebrows. He said a lot of things, most of which were bullshit and you shouldn't let bother you. Izuku startles at his uncharacteristic swearing, then huffs out a breath of laughter, but he still doesn't open his mouth. Todoroki's eyes soften. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, he says. But Izuku shakes his head. No, it's just, I don't want to dump my baggage on you. Todoroki snorts. Isn't that exactly what I did to you at the sports festival? I'd say you're entitled. Izuku grins back. Fair enough. He still doesn't say anything for a while. Instead of rushing him, Todoroki shifts so that his thigh is pressing against Izuku's in a comforting gesture. Izuku takes in a breath at Todoroki's wordless support and steels himself. Remember how Stain said that I don't understand revenge. Todoroki stills. Izuku recalls how earlier, when Ida had apologized to Mono, the hero had given him an exasperated but fond smile with the words, I understand how you must have felt, but don't do it again. Even Manuel, who had known Ida for barely 3 days, had understood Ida better than Izuku, who is supposed to be his friend. I don't, Izuku says bitterly. He's right and I don't understand it. But he's wrong that it's because I'm selfless. It's because I'm weak. Life isn't fair, and it certainly isn't kind. And just like it hasn't been to Izuku, life hasn't been fair or kind to Ida or Todoroki either. Stain had hurt someone Ida cares for. Ida Tenya's older brother Tensei had been his hero, and Stain took that away from them both. So Ida swore revenge and stalked the streets of Hasu for a chance to kill the hero killer himself. Endeavor hurt Todoroki first, but it was probably the fact that he hurt his mother that made him snap. Todoroki's mother was the one person he could turn to. An endeavor made her push Todoroki away and later even ripped them apart from each other. So Todoroki swore revenge and refused to use the fire part of his quirk to rub it in Endeavor's face. Hisashi hurt Inko so much, and when Izuku interfered, he hurt Izuku even more. But the thing is, all Izuku had ever wanted was for Hisashi to stop. He had never thought about revenge. Not when Hisashi beat Inko, not when he switched to beat Izuku, not even after he got arrested. The thought of retaliation or vengeance had never once even crossed Izuku's mind. To Izuku, Hisashi was like a force of nature, a natural disaster. If a tornado wrecks your home, you don't shake your fist and try to get back at it. You just weather it and bear it as best you can while you wait for it to pass, then pick up the pieces once it's left. And being too used to Hisashi, even with Bakugo, hell, even with Shigaraki, Izuku had never felt anything approaching being truly vindictive. Seeing the villain order Namu to break Aizawa had made him snap. But even then Izuku had avoided directly aiming his fire at Shigaraki. So, Stain is right. Izuku has never felt vengeance. He doesn't understand it. That disconnect is why Izuku hadn't been able to follow Ida's thought process. It's why he hadn't been able to immediately guess where Ida might be and look for him right away. It's why he was too late to save him. Horror had filled Izuku at this realization. Not only had he been too weak to save his mother, but because of this weakness, he couldn't save Ida either. His hands shake as he bites the bottom of his lip. His voice breaks. I never once thought about fighting against my father. Stepping between him and my mother, yes. Standing up to him, yes. But not fighting him, and certainly not taking revenge on him. Stain said that's because I'm too selfless, but no. It's because I'm too weak to even think of opposing my father. Izuku's hands crumple his sheets even as they tremble. I always knew that I was too weak, that I was never enough, but this just proves it. A shudder goes through him as a cruel laugh rings in his ears and a touch ghosts across his scars. But the cold phantom is banished when Todoroki clasps his hands gently but firmly over both of Izuku's clenched fists, leaning over Izuku so that their foreheads are almost touching and Izuku is forced to meet his eyes. No, he counters firmly. You're right about a lot of things, but not on this. You didn't think of revenge because you're the type of person that thinks about saving people, not harming them. Take it from someone who's been consumed by revenge. You are not weak. You are kind. And you, Todoroki's voice almost breaks as it turns into a whisper. You were more than I deserved. Izuku looks back at Todoroki with wide eyes. There's fiery compassion and ice-hard conviction in those mismatched eyes, and Izuku feels his fist seize despite himself. That reminds me, Todoroki says, a small crease forming in between his brows. I know it's who you are, but don't do that again. Do what? Izuku repeats almost dazedly at the seemingly sudden turn of conversation. Push me away, Todoroki clarifies. Put yourself in harm for me. You made those knives fly to you instead and you pushed me away when that Namu came for you. Then to top it all off, you stepped between us when Stain got up again. Don't do that. Todoroki squeezes Izuku's hands hard as if to say I mean it. Though his hold is firm without ever nearing the point of being painful. And while his tone is gentle, there's a spark of hardness in Todoroki's voice. Something burns in his mismatched eyes, and Izuku watches mesmerized for a moment before he snorts. What? It's just, Izuku chuckles. I have this theory, see, that a person's quirk and personality reflect each other. And you always seem so cool. But in moments like this, or when you shouted at the head of police who has the head of a dog, you remind me that even if half of you is ice, the other half of you is fire. Huh, Todoroki says. And now his eyes are softer, the corners of his lips drawing up in that way that's almost imperceptible to others but somehow clear as day to Izuku. Well, if that's the case, then it would explain a lot. It's obvious what kind of person you are, after all. Izuku blinks incredulously. You, Todoroki confirms with a small nod and a smile playing at his lips. He taps a finger against the back of Izuku's hand as he counts off his quirks. Selective gravity, fire, and super strength. Todoroki looks straight into Izuku's eyes. You're a star. There's something decided and absolute in the way Todoroki says those words, an unshaken conviction that takes Izuku's breath away. After all this time cursing his own quirk, Todoroki is saying that all the parts that Izuku has make him into something that is as brilliant as a star. And that's not all, Todoroki continues. Everyone can't help but be drawn to you and orbit around you. And stars like that. Izuku's breath catches as he clues into what Todoroki means. He recalls all the dreams he'd had of burning his wings for daring to have reached for the sun. But the corners of Todoroki's eyes soften as he smiles at Izuku and whispers words that sound like hope. We call them suns. Plus Amik plus. Oh my god, Izuku groans in exasperation. Do we have to? You're the one who said we're going to sneak out of the hospital and get ice cream, Ida points out reasonably. Yes, but do we have to do that with me hanging off Todoroki's back like a koala? Your leg is still too wounded to walk. My arms are too wounded to hold you up. So Todoroki giving you a piggyback ride is the only logical option. Ida points out, again. Reasonably, again. Don't worry, Todoroki quips with a straight face. I won't let you down. Oh my god, not you too. Izuku almost moans at the repeated joke, even as he obediently climbs onto Todoroki's back. Due to his position, he isn't able to see the conspiring grin shared between Todoroki and the next day, their escapade makes the news. The photo in the papers shows Izuku piggybacked on Todoroki's back, an ice cream cone in each hand. He's holding the vanilla-flavored cone to his own mouth and the other to Todoroki's. Todoroki's eyes are slightly crossed from trying to look at the treat Izuku is holding in his face, valiantly trying to lick the mint chocolate-flavored ice cream that's 2 centimeters too far away even as he carries Izuku with ease. Ida is gesturing enthusiastically while holding up his own strawberry ice cream like a torch. All 3 of them are covered in bandages, casts, and gauze, but all 3 of them are smiling happily. They're grounded. So, they're grounded. Or at least, as grounded as they can be when they're already confined to their hospital room. But their supervisors had been very clear and adamant this time. No more ice cream escapades. On one hand, Izuku understands their concern. The public is in disarray with the news and fan-made videos about Stain going viral despite the police's best efforts to contain it. Since the 3 of them are trying to hide the extent of their involvement with the villain, it only makes sense to keep their heads down. And considering Izuku, Todoroki, and Ida are all decked in hospital gowns and in various stages of mummification, not to mention all 3 of them have had significant screen time on national television thanks to the sports festival, they're not exactly inconspicuous wandering around ice cream stalls. But on the other hand, although Izuku had been the one to propose the breakout in the first place, if even Todoroki and Ida went through with it without a single complaint, Izuku would say it was totally justified. Nevertheless, the 3 of them are all piled together and kept in the same hospital room, which actually isn't that bad. After having been terrified that he was going to see both Todoroki and Ida die in front of him, it's soothing and reassuring to be able to have them constantly within sight. And besides, Izuku has been texting and calling their other classmates to let them know that they're fine and to thank them for responding so quickly to his distress signal, so it's not like they're completely cut off from everyone. Really, being grounded feels more like a glorified sleepover at this point. Izuku hobbles back on his crutches into their hospital room after ending his call with Uraraka. Todoroki, as perceptive and effortlessly attuned to Izuku as ever, raises his eyebrows when he sees Izuku's expression. What's wrong? Weren't you talking with Uraraka? Izuku groans. I was. It turns out she saw the news clip of our ice cream breakout, and her teasing was merciless. I think she used the I won't let you down joke at least 5 times in the last 10 sentences. Ida snorts and Todoroki grins slightly, his expression a small tugging on the corners of his lips that lights up his mismatched eyes. It's not funny. You try being paraded around like a trophy on live television. Izuku grumbles, only for his friend's smiles to grow wider. Soon he too gives in and smiles back at them. Yeah, fine, all right. So, anything come up while I was gone? At that, Todoroki and Ida share a look. Ida's diagnosis came out. Todoroki begins cautiously. Izuku's heart misses a beat. No, I'm fine. Ida reassures quickly at the look on Izuku's face, gesturing frantically as if to prove his well-being. And I have you to thank for that. The doctor said I probably wouldn't have made it alive without you. You immediately put pressure on the wound, so I didn't bleed out and didn't even lose that much blood in the first place. And apparently cauterizing with naked fire has a much smaller chance of infection than sealing a wound with a heated blade or something, although only people with fire quirks can do it. So, thank you again. Ida's eyes soften. I told you would be saving me, saving all of us. And while there's no blame in Ida's eyes, Izuku feels faintly sick because despite Ida's kind words, all he can think is none of us would have had to go through that if only I hadn't been too late to save you in the first place. Because despite Ida's assurances, Izuku knows exactly how dangerous and painful cauterizing a wound is. But they promised each other not to apologize anymore, so Izuku swallows hard and bites back his words. And how are your arms? He asks instead, gesturing at both of Ida's bandaged arms hanging in slings. Both of them were severely injured, but it looks like my left hand could have permanent damage, Ida admits. Izuku's breath catches. He recalls how Stain had pinned Ida to the ground by driving a katana through his left arm, like pinning a butterfly. He recalls how Ida had shielded Todoroki from Stain's knives by catching them in his own arm instead. Something called the brachial plexus nerve was severed, and while they say I might regain most of the feeling and use of my fingers if I get a nerve transplant, I don't think I will. Not yet, at least. Ida looks down at his hand. When I found the hero killer, my mind went blank. But I should never have acted as I did, especially when I'd just promised not to let you down, Midoriya. And I may hate what he did, but the things he said weren't wrong. So until I become a true hero, my left hand will serve as a reminder. Izuku leans heavily on his crutch at Ida's statement, as much as he's horrified that his friend had not escaped unscathed. There's a calm acceptance in Ada's words. He can't disrespect that by apologizing or thinking of what ifs. So instead, he stretches out his own scarred and disfigured right hand, curling it into a fist. I understand, Ada. So, let's do better together. Ada smiles at him, bumping Izuku's right fist with his own bandaged left hand. We'll be better together, he promises back. Their shared moment is broken by a strangled cough. Izuku and Ada turn their heads to find Todoroki staring down at his own unmarred hand in a cold sweat. I'm sorry. Izuku blinks. For what? I thought we agreed we weren't allowed to apologize and blame ourselves anymore. No, it's just that. Every time I get involved, it feels like someone's hand gets messed up. Todoroki looks up at them with a lost expression. Is this a curse? Izuku chokes. Ada stares. Then they both burst out laughing. Oh my god, Izuku gasps, letting his crutch clatter to the ground and falling onto Todoroki's bed. It seems even you know how to make a joke, Todoroki. Ada guffaws, glasses knocked askew with how hard he's laughing. Todoroki looks between them, nonplussed. No, I'm not joking. I feel like I should be named the Hand Crusher or something. Hand Crusher. Oh my god, stop, you're making my stitches burst. Ada doubles over while Izuku practically rolls around in Todoroki's bed, both clutching their sides. The funniest part is that Izuku knows Todoroki is 100% serious. Their laughter has faded away somewhat. Ada and Todoroki sitting on their respective beds while Midoriya is flopped on Todoroki's, not even having been able to make it to his own bed when Midoriya opens his mouth again. Ada, what about the scars on your throat? He asks in a small voice. Ada straightens up to find that Midoriya is lying with part of his body on Todoroki's bed, half dangling there with his eyes on the ceiling. Refusing to meet Ada's eyes, he touches the thick swat of gauze and bandages on his throat. It doesn't affect my breathing or anything. And they say we got to the hospital soon enough that they can lessen the scarring if I want to. Although, Ada plans to leave it as it is, just like his hand. He's not the kind of person who revels in battle scars and thinks they make him more manly or whatever, but he's not ashamed of the proof that his friend saved his life. He's about to say as much when he catches Todoroki looking at him with meaningful eyes. The other boy subtly shakes his head. Midoriya is still carefully keeping his gaze fixed on the ceiling, so he can't see the way Todoroki is silently signaling to do it. The other boy mouths slowly and clearly. For him, Ada hesitates, wavers, then decides to trust Todoroki on this. Because while Ada is still the slightest bit jealous of how quickly and easily Todoroki just clicked with Midoriya, he also feels ashamed of those thoughts. And after facing Stain together, Ada finds himself losing the slight bitterness he'd secretly held. Besides, he can't deny that there's something more between Midoriya and Todoroki, an understanding that transcends the short time they've been together. So, Ada will trust Todoroki on this. Like he said, from Midoriya. Well, yes, I can. I will lessen the scarring. It's only at those words that Midoriya finally shifts his gaze from the ceiling to look at it. Ada watches as his friend's face blossoms in relief. He catches Todoroki looking at Midoriya with sad eyes. Shoto doesn't know everything about Midoriya's past, but he knows enough to be sure that Midoriya would never want anyone to bear burn scars, especially ones made by himself. Even if Ada won't mind them, Shoto knows they will plague Midoriya. If Ada tells him that he wants to keep the burns, Midoriya probably won't try to persuade Ada otherwise, regardless of how much it'll hurt him to look upon the scars, because that's what Ada wants. So Shoto will speak up for him, because that's what Midoriya needs. Later that night, Izuku sighs as he gets ready for bed. He reaches up and takes the multiple bobby pins out of his bun, shaking his head to let his curls tumble freely into his face. He turns at the feeling of being watched to find Todoroki staring at him. What? He asks. Todoroki blinks slowly. It's just, he says, not taking his eyes off Izuku. I'm not used to seeing you with your hair down. Izuku freezes. Last night they'd turned off the lights almost immediately after getting ready for bed. Too worn out by the thorough chewing out their various supervisors and hospital staff had delivered for the breakout. But Ada has a book propped open for some light bedtime reading. The lights are still on, and Izuku had felt so comfortable with the two of them that he hadn't thought when he'd put down his hair in plain sight. He recalls the reason he started putting his hair up in the first place all those years ago. He had mimicked his mother's hairstyle in an effort to look less like his father. But now he has his hair down, and you look like his father. A bunny with droopy ears. Wait, what? Izuku croaks out loud. Ada jumps up from his bed with his phone in his hand. Oh, I know exactly what you mean, he says excitedly, tapping on his phone then showing it proudly to Todoroki. Todoroki nods approvingly at whatever Ada is showing him on the screen. then beckons Izuku over. Izuku isn't sure if he wants to know, but he warily approaches the two anyways. The image on Ida's screen is that of a fluffy lop-eared rabbit, its ears characteristically drooping down on either side of its face. It is admittedly adorable, but I do not look like a bunny, Izuku seethes. Todoroki and Ida both give him a look that's eerily identical. Yes, you do, they say in synchronization. Ida shakes his head at Izuku's affronted squawk and just gets up to climb back into his own bed. Todoroki pats Izuku's hand in a placating their gesture but tellingly doesn't take back his words. Izuku huffs at his friends, though admittedly more in fond amusement than actual annoyance. Suddenly, Todoroki's hand jerks into stillness. Izuku raises his head to find the other boy staring down at Izuku's right hand, the one that's been scarred and deformed from their fight during the sports festival. It was still bandaged until we left for our internships, Todoroki says quietly, never taking his eyes off Izuku's hand. I never got to see it up close after the surgery. He swallows, then bites out the words haltingly, his fingers hovering over Izuku's right hand as if he desperately wants to touch but is also afraid to do so. Can I? Would it? And somehow, Izuku understands. Without another word, he sits down next to Todoroki on the bed and places his scarred hand in Todoroki's waiting palm. Todoroki clasps Izuku's hand in both of his with a sort of desperation. He traces the furrowed scars with an aching gentleness, like he's afraid he might be hurting Izuku. He skims the deformed bones of Izuku's fingers with almost painstaking care, his own fingertips feather-light and trembling just the tiniest bit. There's a certain weight in his movements, a tightness in his face. It's not your fault. Izuku breaks the silence, guessing too easily where Todoroki's thoughts must be. After all, he's had the exact same thoughts when looking at Ida's scars. And besides, I don't care about getting more scars. I do, Todoroki almost whispers, so quiet that only Izuku can hear. I never wanted you to get even more scars, especially because of me. Of course, Todoroki is the only one who has ever seen the extent of Izuku's scars. It makes sense that he'd be more sensitive about it than someone who doesn't know. Hey, Izuku jostles him, purposefully light and playful. We've already talked about this. If I don't get to blame myself for Ida's burns, then you don't get to blame yourself for my hand, either. Even if the hand crusher would be a delightful moniker, Ida adds from his bed. All right, Todoroki finally concedes, although he doesn't let go of Izuku's hand. If anything, he seems to have lost some of his hesitation and starts exploring Izuku's hand in earnest now. Todoroki plays with Izuku's hand, tracing the furrowed scars, aligning his fingers with Izuku's, pressing lightly between his knuckles, and gently rubbing the deformed bones. It almost feels like a cat kneading. Izuku almost snorts at the mental image of a large, affectionate, white and red cat kneading his hand. Are you going to keep playing with my hand? Todoroki blinks at Izuku owlishly. Should I stop? Does it hurt? No, it's just that. Isn't this weird? Izuku bites his tongue. Todoroki honestly doesn't seem to find it strange at all. But then again, this is the person who threw down the metaphorical gauntlet to Izuku out of the blue, not even caring that their entire class was watching. He probably doesn't have the best idea of social norms, but Ida seems to be fine as well, not even batting an eye at the fact that Todoroki is going full cat mode on Izuku and hogging his hand. Izuku isn't sure if he's surrounded himself with socially inept friends, or if he's actually the socially inept one. Well, he was telling Todoroki the truth when he said it doesn't hurt. It actually feels kinda nice, now that he's a little more used to it and has gotten over the initial weirdness. And if Todoroki wants to do it to soothe his own mind, then who is Izuku to deny him that? Never mind, he eventually capitulates, giving up his right to his own hand. Carry on. Aizawa sits down heavily on the couch of the teacher's break room. He rubs the corner of his forehead with one newly unbandaged hand while he holds his phone up to his ear with the other. So that's pretty much it for what happened in Hasu, finishes the voice on the other end of the line. You'll get a full report later on, but we're letting you know the basics right now since you're in charge of all three of the kids. Damn right he is. And he still hadn't been able to do anything when three of his students had been facing the hero killer. He had thought things would be different since the USJ, but he's failed them once again. But Aizawa reins in his frustration and politely greets the police officer on the line. Thanks for letting me know. I'll keep quiet about their involvement. The officer hums, but instead of hanging up he muses almost as if to himself. You've got a good batch of hero aspirants this year. It's a pity we can't announce what they did for society. And especially the first responder. Midoriya, was it? The one who won the sports festival? Kid's got his head screwed right. Looks like he purposefully tried to get Stain talking to Fish for information while simultaneously stalling for time. Aizawa bites back a groan. Of course it was Midoriya. Of course it was his problem child. Not that he did the wrong thing, on the contrary. Any morsel of information he managed to pry out probably helped the follow-up investigation immensely. But Aizawa remembers how flippant and lacking self-preservation Midoriya had been at the USJ. He can only imagine what he could have said to Stain. He even got the hero killer to talk a little about the League of Villains, though, and apparently, Aizawa's brain short-circuits when he hears what the officer says. What? Aizawa finally manages flatly. The police officer repeats himself. Aizawa can't bring himself to believe what he's just heard, but at the same time instinctively knows it's true because it's just so midori. His problem child is going to give him premature gray hairs. He's still staring blankly at his phone 5 minutes later when All Might enters the room, probably hoping to find a private place to make his own call. The man stops when he sees Aizawa's face. What happened? He asks worriedly. Aizawa has no idea where to even start, but what finally makes out of his mouth is a flat. Apparently Shigaraki has a photo of Midoriya and is showing it off to serial killers like a schoolgirl with a crush. All Might chokes. What? Aizawa scrubs his hands over his face. Yeah, my sentiments exactly. When Izuku steps into the classroom after the internship is over, he's met with a whoop. He lives. Ashido cheers while Shiro and Sato jump up and pat Izuku down comically as if to check that he's actually here. Izuku laughs, reminded of the morning after the USJ incident. Kirishima grins toothily and shows Izuku the screen on his phone. You're trending. That video on Stain went viral. Which means you went viral. He waves his phone in front of Izuku's eyes as if to emphasize, and Izuku catches a glimpse of threads titled Return of the Fiery Angel. Stain seal of approval. All Might and Midoriya. So how about that Stain vid? Izuku groans, covering his face with his hands. Don't remind me. People are staring even more now, he almost whimpers. Because while having the public's eye on you is expected and even necessary to be a hero in this age, Izuku tended to think more about the actual saving people part and not the publicity part. He's totally fine being a fanboy of heroes, but he's so not ready for there to be fans of him. While he's grateful for all the support, and being well known will probably help further his goal to become the #1 hero, Izuku still isn't used to being showered with this much positive attention, and the Stain video only upped the number of eyes turning towards him. But come on, it's kinda cool. Kaminari gushes from his seat. I mean, sure Stain is scary, but that video you're in was legit. You can really see his tenacity and one-track mind. Can't help but admire that kind of conviction, you know. Kaminari. Izuku cuts in sharply before glancing towards the back of the classroom. Ada is standing by Todoroki's seat, probably drawn together by the familiarity that had grown between the three of them over the last few days. Izuku joins them, standing by Ada's side in silent support. Kaminari's eyes follow Izuku confusedly before widening when they land on Ada. Oh shit, I'm sorry Ada, he says anxiously while slapping a hand over his mouth. But Ada calmly looks down at his newly scarred left hand. No, it's fine. He certainly was a man of conviction. I understand if some people admire him, but his convictions were executed in the wrong way. No matter the motive, it is simply wrong to kill as he did. So I will walk the path of a true hero so that others like myself shall not emerge. Ada's voice rises in fervor and volume as he goes on, eventually concluding exuberantly while gesturing dramatically with his hand. Izuku watches in awe. Todoroki looked past Endeavor's abuse and acknowledged his status as the #2 hero. Ada looked past Stain's crimes and acknowledged his conviction. They're both so strong. HMP. Shut the fuck up, you losers. A voice grouses and breaks the moment. Izuku follows the sound of the voice to find a familiar face but an unfamiliar silhouette. He chokes. Kaken. Izuku sputters. Bakugo's shoulders rise up to his ears defensively. Shiro and Kirishima burst out into peals of laughter, tears in their eyes, effectively breaking the heavy atmosphere. They don't even seem to care that Bakugo is glaring death at them. Bakugo, whose notoriously spiky hair has been smoothed down and parted in a perfect 2:8 ratio. Oh my god, Izuku says faintly. Not a word, Deku, Bakugo grits out. But Kaken, not a word. Izuku stares in awe and obediently closes his mouth. Instead, he lifts up his phone and snaps a photo. Snap. Bakugo stands there in frozen disbelief for a moment while Izuku rapidly taps away on his phone. Then the blonde explodes. The fuck did you just do? Wait, no, the fuck are you doing right now? I'm sending the photo to Mitsuki-san. I'm sure she'll appreciate it, Izuku replies. Bakugo flips at the mention of his mother, his hair exploding with a boom back to its usual spikes. He lunges for Izuku with a snarl. Don't you dare, you shitty nerd. Do you know how much effort it took to sneak in the house to make sure the hag wouldn't see me like this? Exactly. Izuku gasps in laughter as he dodges Bakugo's hands that are grabbing for his phone. Todoroki helpfully raises one leg and trips Bakugo. Mitsuki-san will have a field day. She'll use this as an excuse to go out for celebratory dessert with my mom for weeks. She'll laugh hysterically and print out a photo to frame it and hang it in the living room just to torture me. That's what'll happen. Do you know how to contact Best Jeanist? I need to send him a fruit basket or something. Fuck you Daku. Their classmates laugh and cheer them on as Bakugo chases Izuku around the classroom. people chipping in to make Bakugo stumble here and there so that Izuku can finish sending the text to his mother. Their chase ends when Aizawa comes in for homeroom and binds them both with his capture weapon. His good mood lasts him through the basic hero training class All Might teaches as he almost flies over the industrial obstacle course of Field Gamma. Izuku's pull has always given him mobility, and the use of his push has given him stability. And now with full cowl letting him pull off fine turn maneuvers, not even Zero has a chance at beating him in this field. Izuku whoops as takes a running leap off a crane with full cowl powering his jump, pulling himself across a chasm while adjusting his course with a burst of fire so that he lands on a thick pipe. And then he's off again, part running, part jumping, part flying. His exhilaration dims a bit when All Might pulls up to him discreetly, though. Incredible, All Might whispers as he's passing, giving Izuku a secret thumbs up. Meet me at the beach after school. There are matters we must discuss about One for All. And though All Might is smiling proudly, Izuku knows the hero well enough to catch the pensive unease underneath. That does not bode well. Toshinori sits on a flight of stairs overlooking the beach that has become their beach. He considered calling Midoriya to one of the private break rooms in the school like when they had the conversation before the sports festival. But, well, look how well that ended up. Thankfully, the beach is open enough that they can spot anyone approaching, so they won't need to worry about eavesdroppers. And Toshinori is going to need every ounce of comfort and courage he can get if he's going to talk about One for All, so Dagoba Beach it is. He starts a little when young Midoriya seems to suddenly materialize and take a seat beside him. He keeps forgetting how quietly the boy can move, but he brushes away his surprise and smiles at the boy. You said you wanted to talk about One for All. Midoriya begins first, voice low enough that it won't carry far over the sound of the crashing waves. I thought about what this might be about, and Stain didn't ingest any of my blood, if that's what you're concerned about. Toshinori blinks, then he shakes his head and chuckles. Of course that's what his boy is worried about. Rest assured, my boy. Even if someone ingests your DNA, they won't receive One for All unless you want them to. This is a quirk that can be forcefully given, but not forcefully taken. Oh, Midoriya says, looking relieved but also confused. Then, what was it you wanted to talk about? Toshinori feels as if his skeletal form deflates even more at Midoriya's question. He braces his elbows on his knees and clasps his hands, his limp bangs shadowing his eyes. He stays in that position for a moment before he steels himself. I have failed you, the hero starts quietly. When I passed on One for All to you, I thought I was passing on my status as the #1 hero and the beacon of hope, and even that had made his heart clench and worry. But it seems I have also passed on the ultimate evil. He takes a deep breath. It is time I tell you the origin of One for All, the story of All for One. Toshinori tells him. He tells Midoriya about the advent of the era of quirks, about the chaos and the man who tried to rule over it with manipulation, fear, and power. He tells him about the brother who tried to stop that man, about his failure, about the melding of quirks that birthed One for All. He tells him about how each wielder of One for All stood against All for One, generation after generation, until the 8th holder, Toshinori himself, vanquished him for good, or so he had thought. He tells him about his suspicions of how the Nomus were made. He tells him about how the influence of the Stain and the League of Villains incident has All for One's fingerprints all over it. He tells him that now, that ultimate evil, that whispered legend, that horrid bedtime scare, is Midoriya's responsibility as the next wielder of One for All. Toshinori hangs his head. It was bad enough realizing the full weight of passing on his position as the #1 hero, but Toshinori had never planned to also pass on the crushing burden of facing All for One as well, not even before he came to truly love his boy as something like the son he'll never have, and especially not now that he does. All for One was supposed to be his responsibility. He should have ended the cycle so that the vile man could never set his sight on his boy. But Toshinori is physically unable to keep his boy safe. He still has a bit of One for All left in him, but in truth, he's running on fumes. It should have ended with me, he finds himself saying bitterly. All my predecessors, including my own mentor, were killed by All for One. You should have never have to face that monster. I have failed you. His words are cut short when a gentle hand places itself on Toshinori's own. He realizes with a start that his hands are white-knuckled, fingers digging into his knees. Toshinori forces his hands to relax under Midoriya's, which is dwarfed by his even in his skeletal form. You could never fail me, Midoriya says quietly, and Toshinori finds himself raising his head to look at his boy. He lifts his gaze to find green eyes that are infinitely warm but iron-hard with conviction and promise. Don't worry, I will break the cycle. All for One will never kill another wielder of One for All again. I will break the cycle, his boy said. But Toshinori knows Midoriya well enough to recognize that what he really means is I will protect you. It takes Toshinori's breath away. His heart melts a little because this is the second time Midoriya vowed to protect him. The One hero, the symbol of peace. And no one has ever done that since Nana. My mentor would have loved you, he finally says with a genuine smile. Midoriya blinks. Grand Torino mentioned that he trained you in her stead. He begins cautiously, probably gauging Toshinori's reaction and not wanting to overstep. Toshinori smiles to show him it's all right. Seemingly encouraged, Midoriya swallows before forging on. Can I ask about her? Toshinori hums, turning his head to watch the rays of the setting sun dyeing the ocean in tendrils of rose and gold. Her name was Shimura Nana. Regrettably, I did not get much time with her, but I still learned so much from her. She was the one who gave me, a quirkless child, a way to become a hero. She was the one who taught me to always smile. She was my hero. A respectful silence follows his words. Toshinori had noticed Midoriya starting in surprise when he mentioned he was quirkless, so when the boy opens his mouth, Toshinori thinks maybe he might comment and ask about that. But instead what comes out is, I'm sorry we didn't get to meet. She sounds like a wonderful person. And that right there, those words that are infinitely considerate and sincere while not prying or being overbearing, is part of why Toshinori loves this child so much. Toshinori agrees, smiling at his boy. You actually remind me of her quite a bit. Midoriya's eyes widen. He almost squeaks. Toshinori nods solemnly. Like your hairstyle, for example. A long silence follows his grave statement. My hairstyle, Midoriya repeats, giving Toshinori a look. And he can't hold it anymore. Toshinori bursts out laughing, dropping his solemn expression. Granted, even with the similar half-bun, Nana's hair had been more sleek where Midoriya's hair is a mess of fluffy curls, but that look was so worth it. For the longest time, even thinking of his mentor's memory had elicited only guilt and sadness. But it feels so good and so right to be able to make jokes and laugh in her memory with his own mentee. Nana would have approved. Toshinori grins at the flat look Midoriya levels at him. And also your courage, your selflessness, your kindness, your strength, your resolve, your warmth, your brightness, and the way you smile, no matter what. He smiles softly at the odd and humbled expression Midoriya is now wearing. I have always tried to be even half the hero she was, but you are already so much like her. And unknown to Toshinori, Izuku's first instinct is to deny it, because he has always tried to not be like his father. But he still knew that he was tethered to Hisashi, like father, like son. And there's no way someone like him can be like someone who's so great. There's no way he can be like the hero of his hero. Everything good about me came from trying to be like you. Toshinori blinks at the sudden declaration. Midoriya swallows thickly, but then he meets Toshinori's eyes squarely. All my life, I've tried to be like you. So if I'm like your mentor, then that means you are, too. Those words wash over Toshinori like a warm wave. He looks into Midoriya's earnest green eyes in surprise. And then, he smiles. Toshinori flips the hand that's under Midoriya's so that they're palm to palm and squeezes the boy's smaller hand. Thank you, my boy. They continue talking about small things afterward. Both of them exchange tales about their respective times training under Gran Torino, sharing laughs and shudders in turn. When the sun fully sets under the horizon and the air chills, Toshinori pulls out a blanket to wrap around Midoriya's shoulders. Midoriya blinks down at the green blanket with white hearts printed on it. You sure have a lot of green stuff, he comments almost absently, fingering the soft blanket. Those plushies you gave me were green, and that bento box and cloth were green too. Is green your favorite color? Toshinori pauses to think about it, and finds to his surprise that yes, he somehow did accumulate a large number of green things, and at some point green has become his favorite color. Yes, he affirms, both to Midoriya and himself. Oh, it was never in any of your interviews. I guess I kinda thought it might be blue, or yellow, Midoriya says, clearly looking at Toshinori's hair and eyes, probably thinking about his hero costume too. And that may have been true, once. Toshinori had adored those bright and bold colors. But now, Toshinori smiles as he looks into the green eyes of his boy. Well, if you add blue to yellow, you get green. Ever since Hasu, Shoto has been sitting with Midoriya and his groups of friends at lunch. He had wanted to since the sports festival, but he hadn't known how to approach them or if it was even alright to approach them at all. So he had kept his distance, watching Midoriya smile and laugh among his friends with a certain longing. But following the Hasu incident, Shoto finds that he too has become a part of that group almost without him even noticing it. Shoto had a connection with Midoriya, yes, but he had been hesitant to impose on his other friends. But after coming back from the internships, it felt only natural for Shoto, Midoriya, and Ida to stick together. Practically living together in the same hospital room for a few days does that to you, he supposes. Not that he's complaining. The others, like Uraraka, had seemed a bit surprised at first but had soon beamed at him and readily accepted his presence, and Shoto has been sitting with them, a part of their group, ever since. It's one of those days when they're sitting together for lunch when it happens. Today the predominant topic of conversation is the final exams that are only a week away. Uraraka worries about the written exam while Ada and Midoriya talk about the practical, with Shadow mostly just keeping quiet and listening. It's probably just a comprehensive test of everything we did in the first semester, Hagakure supplies, and Asui nods in agreement. Then we'll need to keep up our training on top of studying. Oof. Shadow's eyes snap up when he hears Midoriya's yelp. Some student has knocked their elbow into the back of Midoriya's head. And if the smirk on their face is anything to go by, it was undoubtedly deliberate. Oh, I'm sorry, the boy drawls without a hint of sincerity, looking down on Midoriya. Your head was so big that I just couldn't help myself. Midoriya just kind of stares at him while the rest of the table bristles on his behalf. Not only would this be beyond rude to anyone, but can't this person see the bandages that are peeking out of Midoriya's sleeves, clearly showing that he's still a patient? Midoriya may be the only one who's still wearing long sleeves instead of the short sleeves of the summer uniform everyone else has changed into, but the bandages are still clearly noticeable. You're Monoma from Class B, aren't you? Asui says, not a trace of her usual friendliness in her voice as she stares at him uncannily with her big eyes. How dare you? Hagakure huffs. But Monoma ignores both of them, using the fact that he's standing next to where Midoriya is sitting to literally look down on Midoriya. I heard you guys ran into the hero killer, he brings up abruptly with an infuriatingly nasty smile. Following the sports festival, it looks like Classic keeps getting more stunts that get you attention. And that's why he's doing this. Because of jealousy of what? Their fame. Monoma continues rambling on about how the attention they've gained is going to end badly for them and whatnot. It's mostly pathetic, but Ida flinches a bit when Monoma exaggeratedly drawls on about how they're going to put others in danger. Ida is likely thinking about staying and feeling guilty since he still thinks he's to blame for that. While Shadow usually doesn't give people like this the time of day, his friends don't deserve this. Ada doesn't need to be hit in a sore spot that Monoma probably doesn't even know about. Midoriya doesn't deserve the utter bullshit Monoma is spouting. Shadow's frown has been steadily growing grimmer the further Monoma goes, and he's just about to tell him where to shove it when Midoriya calmly puts down his chopsticks. The clatter of it against his bowl rings eerily loud. In the split second of silence where Monoma is distracted, Midoriya lifts his head. He looks Monoma in the eye, and his lips peel back to bare his teeth. He gives Monoma a sharp grin that looks almost serene despite being more or less a snarl. I don't care what you say to me, but next time, please think twice before you disrespect what can be a sensitive topic to others, Midoriya says, his voice calm and polite despite the underlying threat and vicious protectiveness. And as for attention, if you'd like the leader of the League of Villains to carry around your photo and show it to serial murderers instead, then please, by all means, be my guest. Silence follows. Midoriya is still smiling and his tone is level, but there's something in his voice and his eyes that makes Monoma falter and swallow thickly. He suddenly seems to realize that the three tables closest to them have fallen silent and are glaring daggers at him. The awkward moment lasts until Kendo, another student from Class B, delivers a chop to Monoma's neck and drags him away. She also offers up information she gained from an older student as an apology, telling them that the practical exam consists of fighting against robots like the entrance exam. The air eases up after that, most of class are talking about the tidbit Kendo revealed, but Shadow catches sight of Ida staring at Midoriya for a long moment. My thanks, Midoriya, the bespectacled boy says uncharacteristically quietly, but Midoriya just cocks his head. For what? Typical Midoriya. Both Ida and Shadow know Midoriya well enough to realize that he only stepped up against Monoma because he disrespected Ida's situation. Shadow is reminded of when they met Endeavor after their match in the sports festival. Apparently Midoriya hadn't said anything to Endeavor when they had first met, but he had burned the man when he'd tried to get to Shadow. Shadow doesn't know if he's more fond and grateful or exasperated and worried about Midoriya's selfless and protective tendencies. By the way, Deku, Uraraka breaks in. She gives Midoriya a look. You didn't tell us that the creepy hand guy has a fanboy crush on you. Midoriya sputters. That sounds so wrong on so many levels. Hagakure breaks out into peals of laughter and Uraraka is wearing a triumphant grin. Unlike Monoma's inferiority and jealousy, everyone here knows that this is Class A's way of showing their care, and to have a good laugh. Ever since finding out that focusing positive attention on Midoriya works best to put him off balance, it looks like Class A has made it their mission to do it as much as possible in the name of good-natured teasing. The I won't let you down joke and Midoriya's increasing popularity have both been used liberally. Midoriya himself seems to be flustered but never seems to truly dislike it, usually blushing in embarrassment but also looking a bit flattered. Personally, Shadow approves. That blush suits him well. First Stain and now Shigaraki. Midoriya must be villain catnip. Ribbit, Asui hums, and though her expression is impassive as always there's a mischievous glint in her eyes. Midoriya groans good-naturedly. Their friends laugh, and Shadow feels a smile tugging at his own lips. Not everyone may be favorable to them, but as long as they have each other, they'll be fine. The days pass by, and soon enough the written exams are over and it's time for the practical exam. Aizawa lines up with the other teachers in front of the students of class A who are suited up and waiting. All right, he begins, let's start your practical exam. He goes on explaining that it's possible to fail and not be taken on the summer training camp. Ashido and Kaminari, who have quirks that are ill-suited to be used on people, practically vibrate with confidence since they've heard word that they're going against robots. Well, they're wrong. Nezu pops out of the folds of Aizawa's capture weapon and explains that considering current circumstances, they're going to have the students pair off against a teacher instead. He emphasizes the need to be as realistic as possible, announcing the news almost gleefully as Ashido and Kaminari are frozen in disbelief. Like he said, dramatics. Aizawa sighs and takes over. Your partner and teacher have already been assigned. Your tendencies, your grades, your relationships are all factors that have been considered, so without further ado, first, Todoroki and Bakugo. You two are up against All Might. A collective gasp goes around the class. Todoroki and Bakugo kind of gape, both at each other and at All Might. And the other students aren't that better off. Aizawa hides a smirk in the folds of his capture weapon and starts listing off the other teams. Ashido and Kaminari against the principal, Uraraka and Aoyama against No. 13. Ada and Ajiro against Power Rotor. Once he's done, Ada's hand shoots into the air, straight as a flagpole. But sir, we have an uneven number of students. Will there be a group with 3 students, like we usually have in other exercises? At those words, everyone turns to look at Midoriya as if on cue, seeing as he's the only one who hasn't been assigned a partner or a teacher yet. As for Midoriya, you're getting special treatment, Aizawa drawls. His students shoot him looks that are mildly terrified. Aizawa feels his face split into a grin that Yamada had once called his shit-eating villain face. You will be up against me, one-on-one. At this announcement, Kirishima promptly puts one hand on Midoriya's shoulder and pats it sympathetically. I thought Todoroki and Bakugo against All Might was rough, but man, rest in peace, dude. Zero puts a hand on the other's shoulder. It was nice knowing you. Midoriya seems too shell-shocked to reply. Rats. Izuku is still shell-shocked after he's been dropped off at the middle of the arena for his practical exam. Fighting against a teacher is already hard enough. Fighting one-on-one against a teacher is ridiculous. Fighting one-on-one against Aizawa is nigh unimaginable. It's worse for Izuku than for any of his other classmates because while all of Class 1 has a healthy dose of respect for the underground hero, Eraserhead holds a special place in Izuku's heart. This is the hero he looked up to for a full decade. For Izuku, Eraserhead's pedestal is way up there with All Might's. The very thought of going up against him, even in a mock battle, is just mind-blowing. In that sense, he feels sympathy and empathy for Todoroki and Bakugo for having to go up against All Might. But at least they get partners. Izuku has no idea how he's going to pass this exam on his own. The rules are to either cuff the teacher or have at least one person escape within the 30-minute time limit. And that puts Izuku at a serious disadvantage. Things would be so much easier if one person distracts the teacher while the other makes a run for it. But, as already mentioned, no partner in the first place, so he's screwed. Izuku sighs mournfully even as he tries to think up a plan. His mind is in overdrive, scrambling and racing as the countdown begins. The speakers ring, and Izuku readies himself by charging up full cowl. Green sparks flit across his body, and he almost vibrates from the compressed energy. As soon as the signal is given, Izuku flies like an arrow. Commence Plan 1, run for it. Ever since Izuku started using his quirk, if there was one thing he had, it's mobility. While it's most effective when Uraraka makes him weightless with her zero gravity. Even without that, Izuku is light enough that he can pull himself across distances with impressive speed. After taking tips from Bakugo's moves at the sports festival, he can use the push of his fire to adjust his trajectory where before he could only move in one direction and had no brakes. And Gran Torino had beaten full cowl into him, letting Izuku further negate the jarring momentum of his pull and giving him much-needed finesse. This combination gives him a huge advantage. In Class A, the only one who can beat Izuku in terms of speed is probably it. And even then it's only if they're on a straight lane with no obstacles. Speed is Izuku's strength, and he's going to play to it for as long as he can. Aizawa will erase his quirk and thus his speed if finds him, so basically Izuku is playing a game of hide and seek and keep away. The arena is a mock town, so even if he's found, he can duck behind buildings and get out of Aizawa's line of sight if he's lucky. Thankfully, Aizawa's abilities are not as destructive as heroes like Power Rotor or, God forbid, All Might. That means he doesn't have to worry much about property damage and can focus on his task. Izuku speeds through the streets, veering to the west side of the arena and going around instead of making a straight line to the exit in hopes of not running into Aizawa. UA has, as with most things, gone plus ultra with its construction and the arena is huge. While that means it'll take longer for Izuku to run through it, hopefully it also means that Aizawa won't be able to find him at least for a while. He should have known better. Izuku trips and nearly falls into a pond as Full Cowl suddenly vanishes, leaving him reeling from the momentum. He spares a look over his shoulder and there, sure enough, Aizawa is pursuing him from a distance, jumping off telephone poles and running along fences. While Izuku knows how good Eraserhead is, he should be weighed down by those weights the support department design. How is he still moving like that with Hatsume's weights on? He pushes down his incredulity and starts running again. Quirk or no quirk. Time for Plan 2. If Eraserhead finds you, keep as much distance as possible and get out of his line of sight. Izuku has followed Eraserhead's career religiously, and despite him being an underground hero, Izuku still knows his style well enough. To put it simply, Izuku has a snowball's chance in hell against the hero in close combat, regardless of whether he's weighed down or not. Izuku modeled his fighting style on Eraserhead's, after all. Like Stain, he's similar but better than Izuku in every aspect. So Izuku doesn't even entertain thoughts of confronting the hero. Instead, he races towards the closest corner and skids around it before the hero can close the distance between them, effectively putting himself out of Eraserhead's line of sight and out of the influence of Eraserhead's quirk. Full Cowl sparks back to life and Izuku shoots off, winding around buildings and taking detours in hope of shaking Eraserhead from his trail. But his quirk flashes out of existence again and Izuku yelps as he skids on a patch of sand, sputtering at the grains of sand that fly into his mouth. His situational awareness has him whipping around to find Eraserhead jumping from roof to roof like a ninja. So cool, he can't help but fanboy a little before he spits out the rest of the sand and throws himself under a bench to break Eraserhead's line of sight. As soon as his quirk returns to him, Izuku pulls himself across the park as fast as he can. Eraserhead is quick to erase his quirk again, but his pull has given Izuku enough momentum to dodge around a corner and take off running again. The pattern continues on for a while. Izuku runs using everything he can. Eraserhead somehow finds him like the ninja he is and erases Izuku's quirk from a distance. Izuku jumps out of his line of sight before Eraserhead can close their distance and bind him. And repeat. At some point Izuku gives up on trying to lay false trails and just heads straight to the exit while evading Eraserhead to the best of his abilities because it's soon clear that no matter what he does, the hero is still going to find him. He just grits his teeth and does his best to adapt according to the circumstance. But the next time Izuku's quirk is erased, Izuku doesn't find Eraserhead behind him. Instead, the hero bursts out from a tree in front of Izuku. He barely has time to yelp before he's strung up and dangling like a cocoon. Unbidden, the words Plan 3, if you're caught, you're screwed flash across his mind. Eraserhead ties the end of the capture weapon securely, then throws down caltrops at the ground under Izuku for good measure. Only then does he pull out a watch from his pocket and glance at it. 16 minutes. Not bad, he hums. Izuku groans. He half-heartedly tests the bonds. Yup, quirk still erased. Before slumping. But not good enough, seeing I got caught, he points out. Though to be fair, this is Eraserhead. He should probably be proud that he even lasted this long. After all, not even Hisashi had managed to escape the hero. How did you keep finding me? Izuku asks in an attempt to direct his thoughts from dwelling on his father. This is the first time he's been able to be alone with his hero in a long while. He is not going to let Hisashi taint this opportunity. Practice and experience, Eraserhead. No, Aizawa now, seeing the way he's slouching. He's back in teacher mode, Aizawa answers. Once you chase down enough villains, you get a feel for how people tend to move. Izuku swallows thickly at being compared to villains. Thankfully, at that moment, the speakers ring out and cut Izuku's line of thought. This is an announcement. The first team to pass is Asui and Yaoyorozu. Izuku perks up in happiness for them, then slumps back in his bindings. If Izuku had a partner, they could be running for the exit gate at this very moment or distracting Aizawa so Izuku could get free. But instead, he has Aizawa's undivided attention, which might be great in other circumstances, but, well, circumstances. I really think I'm at a serious disadvantage, sensei, especially without even a partner, he says morosely. True, Aizawa acknowledges, pushing up his goggles to look Izuku in the eye. Which is why I'm going to give you a hint. What's the purpose of the practical exam, Midoriya? Izuku blinks. It's a comprehensive test on everything we did on the first semester, is what you told us. He starts hesitantly. But you also said that our partners and teachers were assigned considering our tendencies, grades, and relationships. He thinks back on the groups. Sato and Kirishima both have strong, simple quirks and were matched against Cementos who can make infinite fodder for them. He thinks out loud. Aizawa doesn't stop him, so he continues. Koda and Gyro have sound-based quirks and were pitted against Present Mike who has far superior volume. Todoroki and Kaken are both powerful and competitive, but will be overwhelmed by All Might if they don't get over themselves and work together. He trails off as it slowly dawns on him. Weaknesses, Izuku realizes. The practical exams are tailored to specifically address our weaknesses. Good, Aizawa acknowledges. Now, then, The next question is, what's yours? For a moment Izuku can't respond. The answer doesn't come as readily because he has so many weaknesses. But he tries to think of what would land him with Aizawa, and specifically alone with Aizawa. I modeled my entire fighting style on yours, so in that sense, you're the present Mike to my Gyro or Koda, he begins slowly. But that's not all, is it? Aizawa makes a noise of approval. Then he starts ticking off his fingers. The entrance exam, the Quirk assessment test, the USJ, the sports festival, Stain. Aizawa looks Izuku in the eye. Name me one major incident where you didn't get seriously injured, or, more specifically, where you didn't injure yourself. Izuku opens his mouth, falters, then closes it, because he honestly can't. He'd used his quirk at the entrance exam and quirk assessment test fully knowing that he'd be burned. He knew One for All would break his bones with every use and used it anyways until Grand Torino guided him. And even fighting Stain, when even his fire didn't burn him and full cowl didn't shatter his bones, he still pulled Stain's blades towards himself to shield his friends with his own body. Aizawa gives him a knowing look at Izuku's silence. You fixed the backlash that made you throw up. You even found a way not to get burned and to not break your bones. Which is good, but it's not enough. It's not the point. Aizawa gestures towards where Izuku's hands are tied behind his back, reminding him of his newest assortment of scars on his right hand. Your problem is that you don't just accept the possibility of injury. You embrace it, you plan for it, you think nothing of it. And that's not okay. Especially if you want to succeed as a hero, Aizawa says almost vehemently. I thought you need to be willing to sacrifice yourself to be a hero, Izuku replies, taken back by Aizawa's intensity. That's true too, but everything has a line, and there's a point where even virtue becomes vice. The hero. No, the teacher sighs at Izuku's expression, likely picking up on his confusion, and elaborates. Think of All Might. No one worries for him or thinks twice about relying on him. Why? Because he's the one hero. Because people expect him to win in whatever situation. Because everyone sees him as the symbol of peace. Now, think of me. Aizawa grimaces as he says that, as if it physically pains him to put himself in the center of attention, but he plows on regardless. Back in the USJ, when I took on the villains, everyone relaxed because they thought the situation was handled. Everyone, except you. Why? This time it's not a rhetorical question. Izuku swallows as Aizawa's red eyes pierce him. Because I knew it wasn't handled, he says truthfully. I was worried for you. Exactly, Aizawa grimaces. You were right. I'm not suited to fight against a group for a long period of time. I put on a front and acted like I had control over the situation so that all of you wouldn't panic and evacuate calmly. And it worked on everyone except you. You knew, you worried, and you hesitated. Aizawa lets out a sigh. All Might isn't the only one who is a symbol. People should be comfortable asking help from any hero. And for that to happen, they can't be worried about the hero. That means projecting an image. And that means you can't afford to get injuries you can avoid. He gives Izuku a hard look. If you keep injuring yourself, then no one is going to ask for your help. You can't save anyone if you don't save yourself first. Izuku is speechless. He recalls how he had stepped between his parents when Hisashi became violent. He remembers taking the beating in Inko's stead. He remembers how elated he'd been that he'd been able to protect his mother. But Inko had cried. I'm sorry, Izuku, she had sobbed. I am so sorry, Izuku. And only now, more than a full decade later, does he finally have an inkling of understanding. Oh, he thinks faintly. So that's why she'd apologized. Aizawa waits quietly as Midoriya processes what he's told him. You're getting special treatment, he had said before the exam. And he'd been telling the truth, though not in the sense that Midoriya is the only one going against a teacher one-on-one. No, Midoriya's special treatment is not in the makeup but the context of his exam. One of the things UA tries to teach its students is the ability to set aside their natural instincts and brave the violence of the world of heroes and villains. It's why they condoned and even encouraged the students to go all out on each other at the sports festival. It's a process of exposing them to rigorous yet contained settings, slowly easing them in so that by the time they graduate, they'll be prepared for the harsh world. But of course, his problem child has the exact opposite problem of everyone else. He has too little self-preservation and is too willing to sacrifice himself. Aizawa's gone through all the files of his old cases by now, but he still hasn't been able to find one that looks like it has to do with Midoriya. Perhaps he wasn't directly related and thus not mentioned by name. That's going to make things harder to find, but he's not insensitive enough to outright ask. This is the reason Aizawa was matched with Midoriya. He can erase Midoriya's quirk on the off chance that the kid tries to pull another stunt and injure himself. And his specialty is capture, not destruction. The last thing he wants is for himself to give Midoriya any injuries when he's trying to preach self-preservation and hammer what should be natural instinct into Midoriya's skull. Heck, he'd even taken care to only erase Midoriya's quirk when he was near bodies of water, sand, or open spaces so that the sudden disappearance of his speed wouldn't make him slam into a wall or something. He presented the idea that Midoriya should take better care of himself as a requirement to become a good hero. And while that's true, it isn't the entire reason. If he's being honest, he just really wants this kid to stop hurting himself, regardless of whatever impact it may have on being a hero. Aizawa sighs a little as he eyes Midoriya. Do you understand the lesson? Multiple emotions flit across Midoriya's face. Aizawa can almost hear his mind whirling. I think so, he says. His voice is hesitant and there's a crease between his brows. Good. That means he isn't just brushing this off but thinking about it seriously. Midoriya perks up from where he's dangling under the tree. Wait, does this mean that I passed the exam? Aizawa snorts. No, he says blithely. Understanding the lesson is just a prerequisite. You still have to follow through like everyone else. At that, Midoriya's eyes take on a glint. Well then, I guess it's a good thing Plan B was already in motion. And before Aizawa can process his words, Midoriya suddenly rips apart the capture weapon that was binding him with his bare hands. Aizawa is taken by surprise. His capture weapon is sturdy enough that Midoriya shouldn't be able to tear it without using the super strength of his quirk, and Aizawa is erasing that right now, so how? Midoriya grabs the portion of the capture weapon that's still tied to the tree branch, hanging above the caltrops instead of dropping down on them and risking injuring himself. And then he throws the bundle of ripped cloth straight into Aizawa's face. Aizawa can't help it. He blinks, and in that split second Midoriya lights up in green sparks and vanishes into the tree, the leaves hiding him from Aizawa's sight and Quirk. There's a rustle as he moves, and Aizawa catches him running towards the exit gate. Aizawa pauses before setting out after him. There's a little less than 10 minutes until the time is up, and Aizawa already has the layout of this fake town memorized. He can afford to delay a few seconds since he'll be able to cut off Midoriya's path. He looks down at the bundle of his ripped capture weapon to find out how Midoriya tore out of it while Aizawa was erasing his quirk throughout their conversation. As he runs his fingers over the length, he finds a section that has tiny pinpricks of brown along the tattered edges. Scorches, he realizes, since Aizawa kept erasing Midoriya's quirk. The only times he could have used his fire would have been the split seconds when Aizawa blinked. The burns are small enough that they would have made barely any smoke, and Aizawa hadn't been able to smell anything at all since he was upwind. But to make enough tiny burns to rip through the sturdy capture tape while still being subtle enough that Aizawa didn't notice. He must have planned this from the beginning. Brat. Aizawa grins. He drops the rags and takes off running to cut off Midoriya's escape. He may approve of the kid's actions, but that doesn't mean he's going to just let him pass. Judging from the direction Midoriya took off in and the subconscious pattern he moved in before, Aizawa makes an educated approximation of Midoriya's position. He runs over fences and roofs to save time, and just as he turns a corner, a ball of fire flies into his face. Aizawa instinctively jumps into a niche he spots between two walls, narrowly avoiding getting scorched. His mind is racing. Has Midoriya decided to fight back? Or is this just a tactic to delay Aizawa so he has more time to run to the exit? When he hears a distinct click-click near his feet, he slowly lowers his gaze. There, cuffed around both his ankles, are the handcuffs that mark the villain caught. Aizawa cranes his head around to look behind him, and sure enough, Midoriya is crouched right behind him, frozen, looking up at him with wide eyes almost as if he himself can't believe that just worked. Recovery Girl announces cheerily over the speakers, breaking their pseudo-staring contest. What? Aizawa manages. Midoriya blinks, then starts explaining rapidly. You, said that you predicted where I would go, so I predicted where you would go based on that. And then I found a good spot for an ambush and hid behind this trash can and blocked all other paths with fire so you'd come in here, close enough for me to cuff you, and when you did, I cuffed you. He says it like a question, like he's not sure if Aizawa will approve. Did you hurt yourself at all? He asks. No, Midoriya confirms. Not a single scratch. At those words, Aizawa reaches out a hand and places it on Midoriya's head. And for all that it's almost become a habit at this point, it's the first time he's doing this with his bare hand and not a cast, and pats his curly hair. You did good, he reassures, feeling a small smile tugging at his lips. Midoriya looks up at him with wide, starry eyes, and then he beams. Plus Amik plus, sensei, I can free you if you give me the keys. Aizawa gives him a doleful look. It would defeat the purpose if the villain had the keys. They're back at the bus that he can't get to, because Midoriya has cuffed his feet together and he can't walk. Of course this happened. At this revelation Midoriya looks alarmed, then thoughtful, then earnest as he hesitantly reaches out both his arms towards Aizawa. I could carry you there. Aizawa stares at his problem child. Midoriya stares back. It's a full 5 minutes later that Aizawa finally caves and is picked up by Midoriya, again. Bridal style, again. Yamada is never going to let him live this down. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, You will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.